All right, what is going on, chat? Oh, the music's a little loud. I didn't realize how loud I had it. It's all right though. It fills the void while my beautiful voice is missing. Yo, appreciate the raid there, Mahone. Hope you had a good stream. What's up, you tricky gym goers? A cooking stream? Yeah, but we're gonna be cooking Pokemon decks today is the plan. Talk about dude, I don't even know how to. I was gonna ask him how he pronounces his name. Raran. Yeah, I actually was in. I was gonna make a tweet about this as well at some point. I didn't make a tweet about it yet, but um, I did a video with a Hearthstone streamer, or not streamer, YouTuber. I don't know if he streams. He doesn't. I checked his stream. I don't think he streams very often, but Hearthstone YouTuber. Um, Hearthstone YouTuber, where he had me try and guess how good Hearthstone cards were. So if you guys want to check out that video, check it out over here. It was a fun video. Yeah, shout out to him for asking me to be on. Good time. The Lugia experience. We might do some Colorless Lugia today. I did want to work more on Colorless Lugia. I've really been digging the deck lately. I really think the deck is interesting. It's good. I'm a big fan of it. So we might do some more Colorless Lugia today. I want to try that Venomoth deck. Yeah, I want to try the Venomoth deck as well. It's cool. The new hot meme deck. I think we're gonna start with some moth action. And then yeah, I don't know. Start with some maybe moth into Colorless Lugia is like the plan. When we getting Reverum, I do got to do some Reverum at some point. We got to do it. Dude, I want to do Rotom V Star to be honest. I want to do another or the Electro deck, the Rotom Electro deck. I want to try that deck out again. That looked pretty when we went up against it. I want to try Electro to be honest. To be honest, like there's just like I'm so excited. I'm really like in the mood to try all these like meme decks because Lost Box just isn't as popular on the ladder right now. So you can like actually play the meme decks right now because you don't just get literally obliterated by Sableye and Greninja turn one and stuff like that. So to be honest with like Lost Zone decks being way less popular on the ladder right now, it makes me want to like try all the meme decks because like yeah, I feel like that's like the big thing I was holding. Like Zoro Box is another deck that I've wanted to mess around with as well. Want to do some Zoro boxing maybe later this week. What else we got going on this week? I'm not doing a dude stream this week. I don't know if I'm gonna be doing a dude stream for a couple weeks to be honest. Yeah, I'm probably not doing a dude stream the whole of October. Maybe the week before Toronto we'll bring back a dude stream. Probably then, yeah. I'm traveling. Like I've said it before. I'll say it again. I'm traveling every weekend this month. I don't even know if I'm going to stream between Sacramento and the week after that because I'm going to TwitchCon. Well, 10 European regionals. I'm gonna try and go to one of the ones in Germany. That's my plan. I don't really want to go to the like. If I'm gonna go to like a regional outside the U.S., I want to go like with the purpose to kind of see it a little bit, see the area a little bit. Uh, and I don't know. Liverpool is in the UK, and I've been to London like quite a few times. I know it's somewhere else in the UK, but like I'd rather go to somewhere in Germany for sure. So I'm probably gonna try and go to one of the. I'm gonna try and register for one of the German regionals when registration opens up for those, and then if I make it, I'll go. If I make it, I'm gonna just wait for registration though. Congrats on the partnership, bro. Appreciate it, Huss. Need Wug Trio Mill. I already did that. Um. Oh wait, now I get your name finally. It's not Huss. It's Who Spotted Me, but with HU. I get it now. Show me the good food. Yeah, I'd be down to try and make it to Germany. That's gonna be the plan. Recommend Bochum. Stuttgart is kind of stinky unless you go around the region. Yeah, my plan would be to only like I would try and maybe be in Germany for like I don't know 5 or 6 days, maybe a whole week. Uh, I would only be like in the location area for a little bit. I think Stuttgart is the easiest to make. All right, well, I'll try for Stuttgart. Both of you recommending. Oh wait. Why? One of you recommended Bochum. Wait, is it in Bochum again? Bochum? I know one was Stuttgart. I didn't actually take note of the other name. Westfalenhallen? Dortmund. Correct you the other day? Oh, you can correct me. It's not a big deal. Someone called you Huss in chat, so I just started calling you Huss. Yeah, it's not in Bochum this time. It's in Westfalenhallen. Sounds like a meme. Like, yeah, so I'll try and do Stuttgart or Dortmund. Just depending on wait, Westfalenhallen is like the hall location. It's in Dortmund, Germany. Oh, okay. Westfalen like ACC Liverpool. Westfalenhallen is like the hall. Okay, my bad. Dortmund, Germany is the location. As well as the Xmas market. Oh, someone mentioned the Christmas market to me actually. Maybe it'd be good to try and do Stuttgart then. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna try and register for both. I'll probably only go to one. But yeah. Yeah, I think I'd only ever go to a regional. I'm not trying to like travel outside the U.S. for a special event. Um, Posted a Wuchien deck, but not satisfied with it, or is it because Wuchien is now bad? I mean, Wuchien was never good. It's not now bad. The card's always been bad. If you want me to ever look at a list, you should just message it to me on Discord. If you ever want me to look at a deck list, just message it to me on Discord. Um, and I'll look at it, and if I think it's interesting enough to pursue further, I will. If not, it's just gonna stay in the DMs. What's your favorite place you travel to for Pokemon? I don't know if I really have. I just like traveling. I like the idea of traveling. I guess Japan. It would be Japan actually. Yeah, if I had to give it a place, it'd be Japan. Unknown V-Star Poncho with Alakazam attacks for weakness. I don't know what any of that means, to be honest. I don't know what that means. I don't know what Unknown V-Star does. Is there a V-Star? Is there an Unknown V-Star? Yeah, I'm not trying to go to EU for a special event. I'll try and go for a regional though. Would you do an SP if you were in 17th place or whatever, the current travel award cutoff +1? I don't know, maybe. Probably not. I don't really care that much about it. It's not that big of a deal. Dude, I didn't even know there was an Unknown V-Star. Oh, yeah, but they're just gonna boss KO your Unknown V-Star. Yeah, they're just gonna boss KO your Unknown V. Oh wait, you can put a Poncho on it though. I see what you're saying. Poncho it. I think Poncho is V-Star and VMAX, right? It's not what's it called only. Yeah, Poncho's V-Star and VMAX. But you only have 250 HP, so you have to not die while you're in the active. Toad is fixed. Is it actually? Maybe we should like check that first. Besides Raptor Check, what's an unfavorable matchup for Lost Box? I don't know. Some people have been saying Charizard. I haven't like tested that matchup very thoroughly at all, so I have no clue. That could be. Um, I do Irish, yeah. My the ice machine in the fridge is not working. So I needed to I was looking up ice cube trays and then I figured out that whiskey stones are a thing or whiskey rocks, whatever, and I was like, well, maybe these will just work better. Like reusable ice cubes sounds pretty good. So let me just try these. They don't make it super cold, but like I just wanted it to be like chilled a little bit. So they're working. Is that the third, fourth place icy trophy behind you? No, that's the first place one. Buy a bag of ice? Yeah, but that's like a constant expense. If I can just buy like, I mean, how long do whiskey stones theoretically go infinite? A bag of ice doesn't go infinite. Bag of ice would last. It would last a while, to be honest. It would last a while, like probably for me, like over a month. But get an ice tray. Well, yeah, I said I was ice tray, but it was like once again, if you can just go infinite with whiskey stones, I don't know why we wouldn't go infinite with whiskey stones. It's free, dude. You're all right. I'm not even gonna entertain this anymore. Listen, man. Bag of ice will last me a day or two max. What? How? All right. How small of a bag are you of ice are you getting, Irish, or what are you doing with your ice? Whiskey stones don't dilute the drink. I mean, it's not a big deal for advanced though. That's not like for me. The only thing I'm putting my ice cubes in is advanced, so or pretty much only. So because water's such a limited resource. I mean, why wait? Why use water if you don't have to? You know what I'm saying? Biggest bag you can think of: ice water, ice Pepsi. I drink everything with ice. I mean, I like stuff cold as well, but ice I don't actually in my water bottle. I don't have an ice. Just use cold water. No, no shot. Yo, what's up, Villa? Um, man, someone asked me a question. I went to go look at the metagame for a reason, but I completely forget why I went to go look at the metagame. Does Jordan work with Reverum? You don't think a reason Peoria got a regionals so hard for anybody else than Chicago area to go? I mean, they do have an airport. Someone said this to me, and it actually was like so true. The Peoria airport looks like a high school. So if anyone's flying into or out of the Peoria airport this time, yeah, it looks like a high school. It's actually kind of funny. Someone mentioned that to me last year, and I was like, yeah, that's kind of true. It definitely has high school vibes. How many push-ups already can I do? I don't know. I haven't done a push. I haven't attempted to do a push-up in years. I don't do push-ups. I probably like should, but I don't. Appreciate 36 months there, Villa. Thought I shared this the other day. Appreciate the 36 months. Wait, no shot. You're from Chicago? I'm not. No. It's for the Lost Box matchup besides Rapid Strike. Wait, what? What's the Peoria move? Um, leave as soon as possible. No, Peoria is fine. It's just not a great location for a regional championship. Neither is like Fort Wayne either, though. But we have Indianapolis this year instead of Fort Wayne, right? Or do we have both? We don't have both, right? I don't remember any of the regionals we have this season. No, we don't have Fort Wayne. It's Indianapolis now, not Fort Wayne. Yeah, yeah. Indianapolis is way better than Fort Wayne. Fort Wayne's a pretty bad location. Fort Wayne might be like equal to Peoria. I think Peoria is a little bit worse than Fort Wayne though, for sure. Um, deck choice. I mean, it's just I don't know. Whatever you're most comfortable with. Think Rhino will make top 8 this weekend? My prediction would be no. Yeah, Chicago regional would be sick. I mean, obviously, like Peoria is going to be cheaper. Peoria is going to be definitely cheaper than something like Chicago. Chicago regional would probably be huge, to be honest. Like if Peoria is getting the numbers Peoria is getting, then if we just put it in Chicago, like it would be. We could probably get 3K. We could get 3K TCG players, I think for sure. Like it's super convenient to fly to. Like ORD is like a really convenient airport for pretty much everyone. It's like a massive airport. But it's definitely way more expensive to run something in Chicago than Peoria. So I don't know if like the player increase would be worth the trade off, but will Mew make top 8 of Peoria? No, probably not. NASA Worlds in Chicago? I mean it'd be fine. I mean, yeah, I guess Chicago would be fine. Will a weird road deck like Electrode or Venomoth make day 2? I mean, if they did, it wouldn't be like a surprise. Things making day 2 is like not. It's just like whatever. Yes, a deck making day 2, like a weird deck making day 2 is like nothing special to be honest. I mean, it like yeah, it just isn't. Trode has potential needs to be solved. I kind of want to work on a Trode deck. I forgot. I didn't even realize it was a card to be honest. Does Trode come from 151 or is it from something else? Anything can make day 2 at an NA regional. True. The reason that like nothing makes day 2 at EU regionals is because they don't have day 2s. EU regionals are straight cut to top 8. Send me a Trode list on Discord recently or a while ago. I don't remember this, Soda. Wouldn't surprise me if Chicago's labor and union stuff would prevent Pokemon from wanting to have a regional at the main conventions downtown. Oh, maybe. I could see. Yeah, I mean that would make sense, I guess, as a reason. I mean, just like get out of Peoria, ideally. But maybe if they're trying to spread them out in the Midwest area, there's like no other place to put it. To be honest, that's possible. It's like they have Indianapolis or Fort Wayne, and hopefully it stays in Indianapolis, and then maybe like Peoria is like the next best thing. But they could have put one back up in Wisconsin. Because we don't have a instead of Peoria, we could have seen something in Wisconsin instead, right? That kind of makes sense. Yeah, we don't have a Wisconsin regional anymore. Peoria. I mean, I guess Peoria is kind of removed from. It's a little bit more west. But if Peoria seems Peoria basically like is like having Indianapolis and Peoria doesn't. It's not really spreading them out too far, to be honest. But like if you even if you put in Chicago, it's like not spreading it out that much more either. But like Chicago is just like theoretically such a better location to have an event, for sure. Could have done Denver, Kansas City, or Wichita. No shot. Kansas City for a regional one would probably be terrible, to be honest. And Denver, I mean, yeah, we didn't have Salt Lake City. We usually have Salt Lake City or Denver, but they did neither of them this year. Shocked there's no Denver. We had Denver once a couple years ago, but I don't know. Shocked is an interesting. Being shocked that there's not one in Denver is interesting. That's an interesting thing to be shocked about. I would say like being like surprised there's not one in Salt Lake City, and if there's not one in Salt Lake City, that there's not one in Denver is interesting. But can't wait to hear you guys complain about Kansas City. Kansas City's sick, chill. I'm appalled. We'll see what they do next year. Yeah, I'm curious to see what they do next year. If like they increase the amount of U.S. regional, because like I feel like I could be wrong because I don't pay as much attention to the major events in like Europe or Latin America. But what is the consistency for the number of major events in Europe and Latin America? Because in North America, we've had like 14 to 15 regionals. I think we've had 15 regionals for every season until this season, and one of those since 2016 or 17, whatever, we've had 15 regional championships in North America. I think one year there was 14, and then this year now they were going to 12. But it's been pretty consistent. But what is it? Is in Europe? Is there like a consistent number that they usually have, or no? Have you seen Kansas City's Convention Center? Kansas City or Kansas City's in Kansas City's not actually in Kansas, right? Is some of Kansas City in Kansas? It's all in Missouri, right? Didn't you already run these numbers? Wait, run what numbers? European tiers don't want to go over 900, I guess. I mean, me saying the 800 thing was kind of a meme. They just need to like do better about actually like, yeah, doing better about getting bigger venues. There's a Kansas City, Kansas, and a Kansas City, Missouri. Wait, there's actually something called Kansas City, but the big Kansas City is in Missouri, right? Are two different cities? They're somewhat nearby and not right next to each other. But the big Kansas, when people talk about Kansas City, they're talking about the Kansas City in Missouri, right? When looking at meta deck lists from tournaments, are you going to Limitless? I mean, if there's a major, whenever like a major tournament happens, I don't need to go out of my way to look up. I keep up to date with the meta to a point where I don't need to ever like go like, oh wait, what do people play or what should be played in this deck? I always look at the most recent tournament result as soon as it happens, and then I just add that to my like pile of information that I work off when I think about decks. But I'm never like, oh, what does Colorless Lugia play? And then I have to go like look at the most recent tournament. I'm just like, this is what Colorless Lugia plays, and until more results come out that have said anything new or unique or different, then I already know what Colorless Lugia plays. And I try and keep up to date. The only thing I would say is I try and keep up to date with like some of the online tournament results. But yeah, I don't like ever need to. I'm never like questioning what a deck has in it, pretty much ever. Um, but like new developments. I like pay attention to online tournaments and like know about new developments. But like Limitless is the best place to go. Um, Limitless is the best place to go to like look it up. But yeah, like me personally, yeah, I use Limitless, but I'm never like in the needing that information on that level. And then yeah, checking like online tournament results. I would say like for online tournament results, also you should just only go look at like basically late night tournaments. I feel like are the only big ones on Limitless anymore. I could be wrong with that. Those are the only ones I really ever go check. Sometimes I'll see one that has like 150 plus players, and I'll take a look at those results as well. But you can usually just like go check like the late nights because that's by far the biggest tournament series on Limitless right now. But I'm pretty consistently in tune with the meta overall. Guardi should 60 should you play at a challenge this weekend? I don't know. If there's a lot of Lost Box, play HQs. If there's a lot of Lugia, play Sinnoh. That's it. Besides that, just copy towards 60 and add one of those. If you expect either of those. If you don't know what to expect, then I would probably tech at least for Lugia. I don't know if I would actually play the HQs though. First, don't they add like 2-2 tournaments towards the back half of the year? Yes, I don't. Like as I'm saying, I don't really keep up with that consistently like year to year. Or like I'll take note of it like when more European tournaments get announced, but like yeah, like for North America it's like super consistent, or it's been super consistent. Like I said, until this year it was 15 every year, except for 1 year where it's 14. I think I don't actually remember for sure. And then this year now it's 12. I like how Late Night has the most players but worse pricing than 40 player Mickey number 69. Well, that's because like Late Night is consistent and everyone knows when it's gonna happen and what to expect. And then like on top of that, it's probably the best. Like it's like kind of like one of those things. If we all show up and play in this tournament, it's like gonna be the best testing and like quality of play for everyone to like improve at the game. So it feels like there's just kind of a consensus around that. Whereas like 40 player Mickey 69, like no one knows when it's gonna happen consistently or if it's gonna happen, but people can like consistently count on Late Night and make time in their schedule to show up to the Late Night every week. What's my call for Peoria? I don't know. I don't pick my deck until the night before the tournament. I guess Mew and Miraidon will be in top 8 twice. Probably not, no. Good testing is better than prizing anyways. I mean, it depends on what your goal is. Playing for prizing is fine, but it's just like the Late Night is consistent. Like every single week, like I said. Also, like Doom's tournament. I think Doom's tournament is a little bit late for a lot of people, but Doom's tournament gets the tournaments. I think the most successful tournaments are the ones that have some form of prizing, and then are consistent, right? Like it's just consistency is like the big deal. I feel like overall. So like if you show up at this time, there will be a tournament, right? So you can plan your schedule around that. Whereas like Mickey number 42, like who knows when it's gonna happen? It like happens randomly and just appears on the tournament schedule, and they still get the players to show up, but I think consistency is key, and then picking like a good time for most people will also be a big factor in that as well. Because if you just like pick a really bad time slot, then it's not gonna happen. The consistency. The Late Night's been doing it for so long now. Sub tourney soon. I'm gonna try and bring them back in November. November is gonna be the goal for the next sub tourney, and then we'll try and do it monthly. We'll try and do it monthly, but if I have like another October month, we won't be able to do it, obviously. Yo, appreciate the 28 months there, Pokey-Dubs. Hope to see you in Peoria this weekend. I'll be there. All right, let's actually I want to take a look at like just 151 decks again, to be honest. Me and my son are about to attend our first regionals. How do they do pairings on the pairings are on RK9, yeah. So they'll have paper pairings as well if you don't have service or something, or you can't ask a friend to like look you up on the pairings. But if you're logged into RK9 when the tournament's live and the round's up, then you'll be able to go to your player dashboard and your table and opponent will be available on RK9. So you can find it there. just want to look at 151s real fast. As far as I know, Doc, it is confirmed. There was one like an article dropped talking about. So an article dropped. The article that was dropped on the PokemonTCG or Pokemon.com dropped talking about like best finish limits and all that stuff, and the adjustment to the system. Someone tweeted out who works at TPCI, like tweeted out the article, and then Pablo asked them. Pablo responded to their tweet and was like, "So is the best finish limit going to be 6 and 6 for cups and challenges for what's it called? Or so it is going to be 6 and 6?" And they were like, "Yes, it is going to be. We want to make it." They were like, "We want to make a change around that. We're just not going to be able to do that this season," which like makes no sense. You can just literally change it. That's like blows my mind that they couldn't if they want to. So yeah, for IC Travel Awards, it looks like it is going to be 6 and 6 each quarter. My understanding is that it's basically confirmed because of that interaction that happened on Twitter. You can go look it up in Pablo's replies. And try and find the exact conversation, but I remember that happening. So I like Zapdos EX in concept, but in practice paths are better. I mean, you don't have to do one over the other. If like it's possible that playing both is better. You gotta like stop. One thing, like if you want to grow as a player and become better at like optimizing your deck, you have to stop thinking about things being. I get like questions all like someone asked me the question the other day. I think Puka mentioned it at Worlds. I think the people who actually have a clue want to change it, but they aren't the ones with the authority just to do it. Yeah. Well, basically with the back and forth that Pablo had on Twitter, whoever Pablo was talking to on Twitter. She basically said it's something we want to change, but we can't do. We're not gonna be able to do it this season. Like they're aware it's a problem. They want it change. They want to change it, but they can't do it this season, basically, which is just weird. But I don't know. Things are weird, I guess, in big corporations like that. So expect it to probably be changed next season, if I'm remembering the conversation that went down correctly. Yeah. Like. Basically that statement, June Blue. I'm not like whenever I say stuff like this, I'm just like responding to the statement. I'm not attacking you specific, June Blue. But you said I like Zapdos EX in concept, but in practice paths are better. That statement, basically, if you're thinking in terms of optimizing a deck list, that statement doesn't make any sense. You can play path, and you can play Zapdos. You can play path and no Zapdos. You can play Zapdos and no path. It's just like, is Zapdos worth it? Is path worth it? That's it. They should be like separated. You should never think about them in terms of your statement of. I like Zapdos EX in concept, but in practice, path are better. It can be true that path, you need to play path in the current format, and it can be true that playing Zapdos isn't great, but there's no... one over the other just doesn't mean anything, basically. I think like you can think about it in terms of like, should Miraidon play path or not play path right now? In my opinion, if you're going to play Miraidon, I think you should play path right now. I think path is probably better to play in Miraidon than not. But that doesn't mean... you can't play like Raichu. That's like me saying I like Raichu and Miraidon, but I think Path is better, so I'm cutting them Raichus. Like that makes no sense, right? Also because like Raichu is just good, yeah. How good is Giacomo with the popular Lugia? Terrible. The card sucks. It doesn't even beat. It won't beat Lugia if they know you play it, and even if they don't know you play it, it probably doesn't do anything. I did try both at once, but personally found it awkward. Right now, I think paths are preferable to Zapdos. But no, but that's what I'm saying. That you just made the exact same statement again, June. You just said. What did you say? I did try both at once, which is fine, but personally found it awkward. Right now, I think paths are preferable to that. But you can it's not a one or the other. It's there. You shouldn't think about them as things where what. It's not that you're playing path over Zapdos. It's that you're playing path. Is Zapdos worth including? Yes or no? But you don't need to like qualify it. You don't path doesn't need to be a qualifier for Zapdos existing in the deck. Basically, is what I'm saying. Like you need, like you want to remove that as your mindset. You want to just be like, is path correct in Miraidon right now? I think it is. Is Zapdos correct in Miraidon right now? I think it's not. But it's not based around whether or not you play Path to the Peak. Is whether or not you should play Zapdos. Like it's just what is correct is the question, and it's not because I play Boss I can't play Research. Like it's not. There's no what's it called? You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's not even that. And it's just like that's how you want to think about the decks. Hazel, do you think the Radiant Zard is better than Luxray and Lugia? Yeah, like someone asked me the question about Colorless Lugia. It's like, oh, so you prefer Radiant Zard over Luxray? It's like, no, I just have Radiant Zard in here. If I thought Luxray was good as well, I would also include Luxray. Now, you do have a finite amount of space, so you can't play everything as well. But if Luxray, it's basically just like, there's like, so the way you want to think about it is like, there's a perfect 60 cards. I don't like Miraidon, so I don't play Zapdos or Pad. Thanks for helping with that, Azul. Listen, I'm just trying to get you guys to understand the mind state you want to have when building a deck to maximize your efficiency with deck building. There's just like a perfect 60 cards that exists out there for every archetype for the current meta. But you'll never know if you have the perfect 60 cards, so you should always be just striving to find the perfect 60 cards. Not a fan of Weirder. As of right now, I haven't included it, but it might be better than I think it is. I just haven't included it yet. I've never felt like I needed it so far. And even when I was playing Colorless Lugia before, the Weirder just never felt like it did very much. I don't know. It might do more than I give it credit for, but I just haven't played enough with Colorless Lugia to really have a super strong opinion. You appreciate the 40 months there, Slap. And that's just how you want to think about it. That's how you want to think about deck building. You want to be like, there's an optimal 60 way. Like, and it depends how much time. You don't have to like try and. Like I said, the perfect 60 is theoretically unobtainable because you'll never know if you have the perfect 60 cards. So you're just constantly in a state of trying to acquire the perfect 60 cards. But that's just how you want to view deck building. You want to be like, I'm playing Colorless Lugia, and I want to make the deck better. Now, you could also just be like, I'm playing Colorless Lugia, and I don't care what the 60 cards are. I'm just copying this person who got top 16 at the last major tournament. I'm not going to change a single card. I don't give a fuck. I'm just going to play the 60 cards, right? Now, you could be like, I'm trying to improve my deck. So, like, there's a perfect 60 out there for the current meta, and I want to try and find it, so I'm going to go about doing that. Now, you could also just be like, I'm playing Miraidon, and I want to play Zapdos EX in it, so let me try and make the best build of Miraidon that plays the Zapdos EX and the Zapdos and the Halucha in it. And you could just try and make the best Zap, because you can add like a thing to it, but it's not like, oh, because I play this card, I can't play that card. Now, you only do have 60 cards at the end of the day, so you can't fit everything, but yeah. Does optimal deck building also include playing optimal arts? No, maybe it should though. I'm gonna add some color to my colorless Lugia. That's you want to get the Luxray and the Charizard in there. But yeah, if you want to change how you think about deck building, or think about how you change like your deck to like, you know, be more efficient. Matchup Zard versus Colorless. In our testing, Zard boss the Archeops and it's game over. But you can't boss the Archeops until like you've gotten a ton of Snorlaxes set up. I don't think actually bossing the Archeops actually does that much, to be honest. In the versus Colorless. Also, the Colorless deck, like, I can like bench Charizard and just have the Luminuses in my deck, and I'm just a Luminous away from like another attacker that does 250 damage. So I've come up with a Lost Box list that isn't 50-50 into the mirror and is favored against Tina, so it feels unstoppable right now. Next result, I mean, if you weren't favored against Tina with any Lost Box list, you were playing you had to be trolling. Oh, I'm not answering your question, Soda. All right, hey, I just want to look over these cards again. I was about to scroll. I thought so. I thought you were like replying to someone. So I was like, oh, what'd they say? I was like, oh wait, it's your own. You're replying to yourself. I'm like, not worth looking at. I've been playing a more single strike build with Mew EX. And you think it's playable? I mean, it's obviously. Asking me if it's playable is not the question you want to ask me. The question you want to ask me is, I don't actually know the question you want to ask me, to be honest, because there's a lot of questions you could ask me, Drew. Asking if it's playable doesn't do anything. I mean, unless you're asking me specifically about the Mew, you could ask me, do I think the Mew is worth it in single strike Lugia? I don't know because I haven't tested it. Is single strike Lugia worth playing? I would say I would rather play Colorless Lugia right now. Just depends on what your goal is. If your question is, if you think Mew EX is worth it in single strike Lugia, I would say I don't know because I haven't tested it. But Mew EX is good, so it could be better without it though. But I'm not sure. I haven't tested it. I don't know how much value you're getting out of it. We're playing Mew EX and Guardian. It doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like it, but it is definitely a cool like tech card, I guess. Yeah, I don't think so though. Who you got winning the baseball playoff games today? I don't know who's playing against who. All right, Soda. Have I tried slacking path version of what? Oh, of Lugia. I don't know what is slacking even that good against. Necklace are in the Discord, Blazer. How good Mu XP and Lost Unbox? It doesn't seem like it adds that much to the yeah. It's just like nothing, right? What are you using Mu EX for? Literally, all of your attackers do what Mu EX copies, except one hit KO Charizard. The only thing that Mu EX would do for you would be one hit KO Charizard. That's it. But you play Greninja, and you play Dragonite, so yeah, Mu EX literally doesn't do anything for you. Like what? One hit KO's a Charizard at the end of the game, and that's it, right? The visual glitz in my home stream. Yeah, I saw the tweet. I mean, that's just PTCG Live. Those like little bugs as well, I don't think are that big of a deal, but it's just like they happen so often, and there's just so many of them, and a lot of them are game breaking. So, Lucian lost on Turbo right now. It's not very good, I don't think. I'd rather play more Roxanne. I think Roxanne is really good in Lost Box Turbo. Just having more playable supporters that have high impact on your game as you progress through it is just good. You actually spicy in Sablezard? How are you setting it up in Sablezard without like? Are you gonna play like it's just not consistent to be able to use in Sablezard at all? Wait, so you'd have to, they would have to Greninja you, and then you'd have to respond with Mu EX attach, Mu EX attach DCE plus Raihan, no, or Mirage and not have your energy out of your deck. No, it's definitely just terrible. That's definitely terrible. Yeah, I liked Milo's. Well, there's a couple things I didn't like about Milo's list, dude. I don't. All right, maybe I'm just wrong on this, but I think Triple Sableye is like super good right now. I think it has been. I think 3 Sableyes and Lost Box has been really, really good for a really long time. No one's done it though, so maybe I'm just wrong. But maybe it's just like people aren't thinking to that point. It's like, oh, what about a 3rd Sableye? I don't know. Yeah, I think 3 Sableye and Lost Box is insanely good because I think chaining Sableye is like your main thing in like too many matchups to not want to play it, but. I don't know. But I haven't been playing Lost Box that much, so I haven't fully tested it. So it's most of it's theory. So maybe people have tested it and I'm just wrong. But also maybe increase your win percentage in mirrors, but people just rather play. It increases your win percentage in mirrors, but what, the 3rd Sableye or the Roxanne? Sableye decreases Comfy outstart, but not really. Like you rarely mulligan with Lost Box. You're always starting something, so it doesn't actually decrease your. It doesn't really decrease your odds of starting Comfy. It also decreases your odds of starting a V Pokemon, so that's not like a good reason. Not pressuring yourself into loss on decisions when you see Sableye plus. That's what I'm saying as well. Like so often you lost on one of your Comfies or Sableyes. Oh, but having the flexibility to do that aggressively is good. Lucha helps with mirror, kind of. Also, another thing as far as like deck building goes, you don't want to come up with reasons that you don't take bad reasons because we're on like the topic of deck building after I was talking about what was I talking about? I read the last thing I was just talking about, to be honest. Giovanni's charisma is spicy. No, it's just bad. We can't call everything that's bad spicy, because then that devalues the term spicy. Something being bad doesn't make it spicy. We can't just call everything that's terrible spicy. We gotta like it has to be like a distinction between the two. Yeah, I was talking very earlier about deck building. About how you don't want to like like the other thing I was saying about deck building, I'm not going to go over that one again, but coming up with a bad reason to play or not play a card is really bad, and people do it all the time. So I'm going to take Ridgeway's example here. Now, I said I think 3 Sableye is cool in Lost Box, and I could be wrong. 2 Sableye could be correct, but that's irrelevant of the point. Fuck, where's Ridgeway's message? I lost it. Oh, Ridgeway said 3 Sableye decreases your comfy outstart. That is an irrelevant reason to not play the third Sableye. So you don't want to come up with a list of 100 reasons that are irrelevant and then be like, well, I have 100 reasons why I should or shouldn't play this card, so now I should or shouldn't play it. If all the 100 reasons do not affect your potential tournament outcome, then they're not real reasons. They are real reasons in the sense that that could happen, but if it's 1 in a billion that the thing happens that you're talking about, and starting with a Sableye, the third Sableye over Comfy is not 1 in a billion, but it's not a relevant reason to not play a third Sableye. A relevant reason to not play the third Sableye is you just don't need it. And like 2 Sableye is more than sufficient for a vast majority of scenarios, and the chance that a third Sableye would actually affect the outcome of your matchups is like 0, then that'd be a good reason to not play a third Sableye. But the fact of you could open up the third Sableye instead of a Comfy is like not a real reason to not play the third Sableye. Because the power that like I'm theorizing that you'd gain from the third Sableye would way drastically outweigh the detriment of mulliganing versus opening the third Sableye. So, yeah. But a lot of people do that where they come up with really bad reasons that are technically possible or technically true of why they do include or don't include stuff, and then their list just looks like shit at the end of the day because they're playing a bunch of bad cards or not playing a bunch of good cards. You got to make sure the reasons make sense and are like an actual consistent possibility. Like consistently can impact the outcome of your games. Or the situations are like common. Common enough that it makes sense. But if the reason you're coming up with is just like, I mean, sure, but also like, I don't know, the moon could be made out of cheese. Like, if I can make that comparison with your reasoning, then you probably shouldn't, it's probably not a good enough reason. If I play a card and do well, is that spicy? Nah, something has to be, for something to be spicy, it has to be like an unknown, like basically, it has to be obviously not good, but it has to have like a consistent, you have to be able to consistently still take advantage of a scenario, even if the card is bad. Just playing a bad card for playing a bad card is just bad. But if you're playing a bad card for like a specific scenario that you predict to consistently come up in like a certain matchup or something, then that's kind of cool. But yeah, you can't just be like, I run a one of Aerodactyl in my Lugia deck. Like, that's not spicy. That's just bad. Like, yeah, if you're gonna put a 1 of Aerodactyl in your Lugia deck so you can Lugia out an Aerodactyl, that's not spicy. It's just bad. Like, is there a way to even the Murata matchup for Lugia? I think the matchup's already fine. 151 Ditto instead of a third Sableye? No, the Ditto only works on turn 1. It wouldn't have anything to do with Sableye. Now, if you could use the Ditto past turn 1, then there could be something there. Yeah, spicy is something that's bad but cool. Everything that's bad is not spicy, and everything that's spicy is not bad. Oh wait, no, everything that is spicy is bad, but not everything that is bad is spicy. That's what I should say. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, everything that is everything that is spicy is bad, but not everything that's bad is spicy. I'd be down to like to play like 3 Ditto. Opening Comfy is auto win. That sounds awful. So many dead cards. I'm kind of coming around on the potential of like maybe playing 1 Ditto. But yeah, I'm kind of coming around on the idea of maybe 1 Ditto being okay. You just lost on the dead cards off. Yeah, but you want to ideally see your good cards more often. Like you have two like it's like, oh, I'll just lost on the Dittos when I see them. But it's like also when you get Judged or Rock Sand or Iono, you're just gonna see the Dittos more often. And then also when you play your Colress, you're more likely to see a dead card versus something that even if like it's not the perfect card you want, at least it does something. Broken Raichu. I haven't done anything with the Vileplume yet, but I think the only thing that I can think of to do. What else can you do with the Vileplume besides Dialga? Is there anything else you can do with Vileplume besides Dialga? There's the Electrode. Oh wait, the Venomoth is in this set. For some reason, I thought it wasn't in this set, but I was like, there's no way it's not in this set. Ninetales sucks. Beedrill? How do we ever get down to no cards in our hand? What else would you want beyond Dialga? I don't know. Is Toad fixed yet? I heard Toad is fixed, yeah. Ambipom? Doesn't sound like a good combo. Toad? But isn't... I think like Toad... I feel like Toad Vileplume is just bad. I don't know. Maybe Toad Vileplume is better than the Cherrim, though. It could be. I feel like Cherrim is better. I feel like Cherrim Toad is better than Toad Vileplume. Toad Vileplume doesn't seem that good. But I could be wrong. Oh, Toadschool's not fixed yet. It's supposed to be fixed. Oh, wait. They're doing maintenance tomorrow? Oh. Unlucky. Change it to starting Ditto / Comfy and Lost Box. 0 Ditto. I think that number is lower than 49% pawnage. I could be wrong on that. I think 49 seems higher than it's supposed to be for a 4 of. 1 Ditto is 56. Luxray and Lugia. I mean, I don't have it in here. So I currently don't like it, but I think it could be a fine tech. I think it matters. Depends on the meta. I think Luxray is pretty meta dependent. Like, it's good against Charizard. I think it's good against Charizard to go Boss KO Pidgeot. It's good against deck that play a lot of Pidgeot. If Palkia was really popular, that would increase its validity to run it. And it's also good against Mirror. So I think it's like a meta-dependent inclusion, the Luxray is. Unless Colorless Lugia just like falls behind in every single matchup, then having an attacker that can do 108 damage for 1 energy is just kind of cool. But yeah, in my current take on Luxray is that it's like meta dependent. But if Colorless Lugia literally falls behind, the thing is like Colorless Lugia is like fine with falling behind in the not in the prize trade. Colorless Lugia is fine in falling behind in the prize count because it's a 1 prize deck. So like if you punch a 2 prizer with a Snorlax and you're at 4 prize cards, and then your opponent takes a knockout and they go down to 3 prize cards, you knocking out that 2 prizer next turn puts you down to 2 prize cards. So you're not behind on the prize trade, you're just behind on the prize count. And Colorless Lugia is definitely fine being behind the prize counts, which does increase the validity of Luxray, because you're a 1 prize deck and they're a 2 prize deck. So you go behind on the prize count is fine. You're just not trying to go behind on the prize trade. And that could be enough to just keep the Lugia or the Luxray in the deck, to be honest. That could be enough to just include the Luxray. Because if in almost every single matchup you go behind on the prize count at some point, it would make it a very efficient attacker. And the games where you're not behind on the prize count, maybe you're just so far ahead in the prize trade, you don't need the extra attacker of like a 3rd Snorlax versus having the Luxray in here. I'm not sure, to be honest. You should cut the Zard and add Luxray. I wouldn't cut the Zard, because the Zard is a consistently efficient attacker, but what about Luxray and Guardy? It doesn't seem very good. You're not going to find your reversals as consistently. Am I sure about not using Pumpkaboo? I mean, it just depends on the path count in the format. Like, currently, I don't think there's as much path. Like, if you play Pumpkaboo when there's more path, you cut Pumpkaboo when there's less path. Sablezard didn't get any spice with 151, right? Except Erica. I mean, no. I don't think it did. But I wouldn't consider Erica an interesting inclusion in Sablezard either. I think Erica's about as interesting of an inclusion in Sablezard as literally any other deck in the format. So not very interesting. Ditto. I guess you did get Ditto. Opening Comfy with Sablezard is much more important than... Opening Comfy with Sablezard is a lot more important than opening it with Lost Box. Because, like, getting off the ground is... Getting all, like, the... Consistently getting the cards in the Lost Zone is just such a bigger deal in Sablezard than it is in Lost Box. So, there is that. Have you seen the new Pharaoh? Pretty cool control card, potentially. That's Dodrio. Shuffle to stage 1. Shuffle your deck for up to... Wait, what? Search your deck for up to 3 cards and put them to your hand and shuffle. Control doesn't have a problem with finding cards. Control's problem is, like, running out of resources more than anything. Yeah, I don't think Control... Like, there's no... The problem... It's not very... Well, it has control potential in the future, but Control's, like, not trying to, like, set up some kind of combo to win games. Also, like, people play Iono, obviously, so... But yeah, Control's problem right now isn't being, like, if I get the perfect 3 cards, I win the match. Control is, like, I don't have a win condition. Like, Control is not, like... Oh, but if I... Like, Control's current problem is... Not if I can get this perfect set of cards, I win. It's, what the heck do I ever get here to win a game? So maybe in the future when we get more cards for Pharaoh to work with, it's possible, but Spearow turn 1 evolves going second. Yeah, finding the 3 useless cards faster isn't going to save you, though. Like, going Spearow into Pharaoh and being like, haha, I got my 3 cards that don't win me the game sooner than next turn. I still don't win, though, is, like, not the problem, right? From all the different decks that relies on different... Yeah. Control doesn't have a wide enough spread right now, I don't think. Cinder's winning Lil with Pharaoh. Broken. My stream playlist public? Yep. It's exclamation point music. I feel like Luxray Reversal and Zard Luminous are same slots in the deck. It's one or the other. But this is not... This is literally what I just talked about, DJ backwards. Like, that's... Okay. It's possible, like, you just don't want to think about it like that. Thinking about that like is just like a bad way to think about deck building. You shouldn't look at Colorless Lugia and be like, I can only play Charizard or I can only play Luxray. You should be like, it's possible playing both is correct, but it's possible they're both tech cards. The thing is, Radiant Charizard feels like way less of a tech card and way more of just like, oh, it's just good. You know what I'm saying? Whereas like Luxray is obviously a little bit more dependent on how matchups play out in the current meta, if you fall behind often enough, and then in certain matchups, if you fall behind or can afford to fall behind to then take advantage of it. Like, the one that stands out the most for that is the Radiant Charizard matchup. It's like, oh, I fall behind, I boss KO their Pidgeot with Luxray. Dope. Right? But you don't want to look at this and be like, it has to be one or the other. So it could be both, it could be one, it could be the other, it could be none. Yeah, you don't want to ever look at a deck list and be like, it has to be this or it has to be this. There's no possible for an in-between. But when you test enough, it's like makes sense to be. You can come to the conclusion where it's like I can only fit one or the other right now, but it's never nothing's ever like 100% in that way, or you never want to view anything like that. It's just like it could come to the point where it's like, okay, I can only include one or the other for what I think optimizes the deck. Like right now, like personally, I look at this, I think there's definitely room to play both. If Luxray is powerful enough and not as much of a tech card, then I think you can definitely play both. But even if Luxray was like a tech card, felt more like a tech card, I would be like, when it makes sense, I'm going to try and include it alongside the Charizard. I'm not trying to go one or the other. But we found something pretty good for control. Oh, what? Have you tried much with Guardy since Mew X release? No. What do you mean in terms of like including it, or? All right, sounds good, Galaxy. You can be the end tester. What I cut to add in the current list? I'd probably cut, like, if we added Luxray, we'd probably cut a Snorlax because we're adding another 1 prize attacker. So if we're adding another 1 prize attacker, I'll show you like how you can add them both right now. That doesn't mean you should play both. I'm just saying like it's not like you can do it. Like, we're adding another 1 prize attacker. Okay, so we can probably cut back on the Snorlaxes by 1, and then we need to fit the energy. I mean, we can cut any of these energy. Like, it's not hard to fit the energy, so we cut this. And we could play 1 reversal, but it's possible we would want to even play 2, and then maybe do something like this. Or you could even do something like this. And then there, you could try it from there. Like, how many reversals do we need? I don't know. There's 2 in there currently. Do we need 2? I don't know. Well, but like, I like the idea of double Luminous, because like, I think if Charizard is like a consistent impact in a lot of matchups, you just want to make sure you don't get bodied by like opening Luminous Research. So play 2 Luminous then. Drastically decreases the odds. One thing I did see, I saw a Hedrix list, and one thing I did want to try just to see how it felt was doing this. I really like the idea of not playing 4 Lugia V-Star. That's why I want to try this out so bad. But I don't like the idea of playing Great Balls. I don't like the idea of playing Great Balls and only 3 Lugia V. So, like, if I'm going to cut on a Lugia V, I feel like I got to go to the Nest Ball count. I think that makes sense. And another thing with testing and stuff, like, sometimes you do have to, like, make guess. Like, when I'm making, like, guesses and stuff, it's like, I don't think I like the idea of playing 3 Lugia V and Nest Balls over Greats. Or Greats over Nest Balls. I could be wrong, and maybe 3 Lugia V with Great Balls is fine. You can't test everything, but I'm not excluding the idea that it's impossible to play. I'm not excluding the idea that it's impossible to play 3 Lugia V and Great Balls over Nest Balls. I'm just like, I can't test everything to the same extent, so it's like I have to make some judgment calls, but I'm not thinking, oh, it's impossible to play 4 or 3 Lugia V with Great Balls. That's never my thought process. My thought process is never it's impossible to do that. It's just like, okay, it makes sense that this playing Nest Balls when you go to 3 Lugia V is like better, right? So I'm like, okay, I'm down to like make that adjustment and just try it out like this, right? Just like I said with the Luxray, like I didn't have Luxray in here before, but I'm not like it has to be Charizard or Luxray. It's just like I don't have Luxray in here right now. But I could see including it alongside the Charizard or instead of the Charizard or including no Charizard and no Luxray. Like both those, all that seems reasonable. You never want to have the mentality of it's impossible, but you don't have endless time either, so you do have to make judgment calls. But it's not. I'm not making a judgment call around something not being possible or something being the 100% right way to do something. It's like, okay, this just seems best, right? So where's Grant? Need him to cook? Yeah, you can do stuff like that as well. Who? How much do you feel that impact? This is where we need we came back to just make tons of simulators to see which is better. True. That's what we're missing here, the simulators. Okay, well, let's make a Venomoth deck. With all that said, let's go make a Venomoth deck. We'll play with the other deck later. What is the optimal Venonat? 1 retreat, 2 retreat. But am I ever retreating the Venonat? I'm actually not sure. I've been seeing Venomoth, Torterra, and List in Japan. Spidops is probably better though. Not this Venomoth. Oh, is it the wrong Venomoth? Oh shoot, it is. Oops. This is the right one. Literally credits down the drain. Yeah, Spidops does seem better. Yeah, I'm not trying to let my opponent's Pokemon just retreat, right? The Alakazam, right? We want to be able to trap stuff. Unless like I mean you could play a Venomoth deck where you're just not concerned. You could play a Venomoth deck where you're not concerned with your opponent retreating and you're just like, I'm just trying to take advantage of the confusion item lock, but that seems meh. So Spidops seems better, to be honest. Yeah, Spidops seems better. Is there anything else that increases retreat cost? What is that stadium called? Oh, it's only basics that gets its stuff increased though. Isn't Block Smarsh just better? No. The point is that you item lock them, deal damage, and then they also can't retreat. Yeah, no, Snorlax is not just better. Oh, we're in the no, dude. It's just the fucking bug, bro. This shit has been so common recently. It's so annoying. Where like it locks you into one type of card, and then even if you try and switch over, the ops. League headquarters. I don't know. Does League headquarters make sense? Jennings. We'll probably need what? 2 ops on the bench. We'll play 3. You have to use the beans art. Oh, this what the fuck? It's just baked beans in the background of this art. Dude, what? It literally is beans. That's hilarious. What decks are good at the moment? I took a break to just go check out Limitless. Just go check out Limitless. Check out the major tournament, more recent major tournament results. Yeah, I don't know if the League HQ is worth it, to be honest. We could try it. I don't hate the idea of trying it, but what is the little thing called? No, how do you spell it? Dude, what is it called? Oh, like round to round Chula. Oh, dude, I never actually realized that before. Should chess timers be introduced in using the Pokemon TCG in person? Nah. Double turn energy so that your Venomoth only hits for 10 makes it so you never knock out their active. I don't know if that's... But we want to be doing damage, though. I don't know if we actually want to do that, to be honest. Do we really want to be doing 0 damage? I feel like we don't want to be doing 0 damage. I feel like we want to do the damage. And that's, like, fine. All right, which of these is the best? One retreat, one retreat, one retreat, two retreat, two retreat. 40 HP versus 60 HP, though. What's the attack? I mean, that's a pretty good attack. We're beating Lost Zone by, like, item locking them most of the time, right? Bind down? Oh, wait, is there one that it's not? Oh, dude, there's so many of these things, isn't there? Oh, yeah, there's more. Yeah, the bind down. Sure, sure, sure. We play 3 or 4. Probably we'll start with 3. I'm just gonna go ahead and invest into 4 of them. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna first be okay with them attacking. We'll see how it goes. In the Guardian matchup, you don't want to knock something out of you. One more. All right. So what does our board? What does our board look like? 2 Venomoth. Play Tricky version of this, and I just suck at piling, or it's just a bad deck. Oh, it's probably just a bad deck for sure. Like this isn't like a. This is not gonna be rolling up and be a meta. Like none of these kind of decks are ever good decks. They're just cool Pokemon decks. Like if the deck isn't a meta, like if it's not a meta deck, it's a. All right. There's meta decks, and then there's bad meta decks and good meta decks. But even then, if it's a meta deck, it's still like a good deck, and like a fine play usually most of the time. There's like few situations where like a deck becomes like a terrible play if it's a meta deck, and then there's just terrible decks. Like this is a terrible Pokemon deck in comparison to like meta decks, but it's still a cool Pokemon deck. But it's a good deck in even this is a good deck in Pokemon compared to like all the potential decks in Pokemon you could build. This is still like a top 1% Pokemon deck. Like this deck is terrible compared to meta decks, and then in meta decks there's bad meta decks and good meta decks depending on the. Or no, there's good and bad decks depending on the format in the meta. This is a terrible deck, but this is still a good deck compared to like all the potential Pokemon decks you could build. But it's not like this is like you're not gonna roll up to a League Cup or a League Challenge with this and expect to win, or you're not gonna show up at a regional and expect a day 2, which is like fine. It doesn't have to be that thing, you know. It's like Blastoise EX. I just put a video on my YouTube channel with Blastoise EX. Blastoise EX isn't like a good deck, but like it's a cool Pokemon deck, you know. I don't know, like 8 energy. We don't really need many energy. Maybe 8. All right, so I was thinking about my bench, right? We want 2 Spidops on the bench. We want 2 Venomoth. That's 4. You want Alakazam. That's 5. So we have 1 bench space open. What is my last bench? Is there anything else I should like put on my bench? Like a B barrel? We could play a B barrel line. I could play a Mew to retreat to Mew turn 1 to set up better. Manaphy sometimes. Pidgey and Force Seal Stone. Maybe I don't want to deck out, actually, to be honest. It is possible, like, we get to deck out territory, right? If we just, like, play 4 Iona, we should be fine. Manaphy sometimes. Manaphy. I'm gonna see if I can just avoid decking out naturally first. You probably want deck out protection with the bind down guy anyways. Well, I'm not this isn't my win condition. This is not my win condition. He just exists. Actually, is this a win condition? This is actually a win condition, isn't it? Wait, this actually is like a win condition. What advice can you give me if I need to test against certain decks but don't know anyone with it or have a deck myself? Just go on Limitless Simulator and play against yourself on Limitless Simulator. Just open 2 screens and then you're good to go. Yeah, we'll need Super Rock. I'm trying to think about my bench first. What does my bench look like? Because I have a bench space open. If Guardian benches a ninja, you just win. That is true, yeah. Could go with Chip and the crew. Oh, do I still play COD? No, I just haven't had time for any of like that kind of stuff recently. I'm checking out the Makani list right now. We need to play some switch cards, right? Because they can like start to trap stuff in our active. Okay. I'm gonna go pretty heavy on the levels. We need to play some count of Ultra though, because we need to find our spiders. We'll play a couple nests. We don't need like we probably don't need the full. I mean, maybe go 4 nests. That's fine. Metachamp for the loop is the play here. No, you just boss again. Oh, there's 4 VIP pass in this list from. I don't think you need battle VIP pass. That feels like unnecessary. It's just like a dead card later. Yeah, the battle VIP pass does not seem necessary. I don't think we need to set up that aggressively. But maybe we do just like max out our pokes, so we just like draw into them more consistently. I don't hate the idea of that. Okay, so I still got a bench space to work with. What decks am I scared of that I want to protect my bench from? What am I scared of? We could I hate the idea of playing a Mew. So Manaphy is good against Lost Zone decks. Yeah, maybe we do need the Manaphy. Also like Chi and Pao. Okay, let's add that. Dude, I hate Manaphy so much. I can't wait until we don't have to play Manaphy in everything, man. And then maybe Mew fills up that last bench space. I guess I'm fine with that. It's like draw support plus a pivot to work with. We don't really need a pivot. Pivot's like having a pivot's like not that important, but You hopefully, I mean, if they just go first, they're gonna get it off before we ability lock them. That was the thing, right? Like if they just go first, we can't do anything. Makani played Crushing Hammers. That's got to be troll. That seems like I'm not trying to rely on Crushing. I'm not trying to rely on Crushing Hammer. That's cringe. I'm trying to beat them without Crushing Hammer for sure. There's like trekking shoes in there as well. I don't hate the idea of trekking shoes because we do want to find boss aggressively, but we could just play Poke Gears theoretically as well. I would honestly maybe rather play like no, I wouldn't rather play Giovanni's Charisma. Maybe like Echoing Horn though. I could get behind the idea of Echoing Horn to be honest. Yeah, Echoing Horn could be cool. Erica? No, probably not. Can you face someone on Pokemon when you're on PC and they on mobile? Yeah. There might be more connection issues consistently, but Rod or Clara? Yeah, we should probably play Rod. Clara seems not great because it's like too slow. Also, Rod might... No, we need Rod because we need to be able to recover the Alakazam, actually. I mean, I would rather just like boss him again, though, Frank. Like, I'd let them retreat and then boss him again. I'd rather just make my deck more... I don't... Like, Crushing Hammers are just like so inconsistent as like a factor. If I can make the deck work without Crushing Hammer... Like, if we need Crushing Hammer, I'll add them, but I'm gonna try and make it work without it. Or an Erica's Invitation? No, Invitation's probably not great. It could be okay. I don't hate an Invitation. I do kind of like the idea of Horn, though. Horn seems good. Horn does not seem bad. Avery? No, we want them to keep all their Pokemon in play. Yeah, we don't want to Avery them ever. Calamitous Wasteland? No, we're not playing Wasteland. If we're playing Spite Ops, we don't add Wasteland as well. We just play just Spite Ops. I'm trying to think of like other things that I need. I just love playing decks with Level Ball, to be honest. Level Ball is such a sick card. You know what is honest? Because like I mentioned this the other, it feels like I mean, it's broken. Whenever a deck like functions really well with like a Pokemon search card like this, like a Pokemon search card that does this much for your deck is always just like feels so nice. Yeah, we could play one horn one. I don't hate one horn one Ericas. I mean, maybe we want to do two Ericas, but Pokestop? No, I'm not trying to be that aggressive. No, I don't want to add this yet though. I just want to play some games before I like. We obviously need boss. So I'm gonna keep that. I'm not trying to add Ericas or horns yet. Add some switches for when they try and boss our Alakazam up and trap it. Where's the... Wait, well, no, I have them somewhere, right? What do we have? We still have 14 cards to add. Probably should increase our draw supporter count by a little bit. But what are the supporters like good? Carriers? No, I'll just start with one Super Rod first. We maybe add a carrier after that. Do you think it's worth to play Temple of Sinnoh? Turn off Jet? You can just like hold their stadium to combo with the Jet attachment. Honestly, Lugia sounds like a bad matchup if they get set up really, really early, I guess. Research? I don't know. I don't know if I want to discard that many cards. I could see Colress. Cross switchers? I don't think we need to be that aggressive. Is Fortune Scissors for deck out? No, I think we win through damage more often than not. I'm not trying to win through deck out. Headquarters Stadium? It could be. It depends what I'm trapping. I just need to play some games with the deck first to see if I care about Headquarters. Do we have any DT? I think DT and Pidge would be funny. I mean, it would allow us to trap infinitely, to be honest, if we did play those, but... The Sisters doesn't make any sense. We're already item locking them. The things we discard off Sisters doesn't matter. Avery? No. Avery's not good. We want them to have bench Pokemon. Avery's like the opposite of annoying. It just lets them potentially remove liabilities from their bench. Like, it's not hard. It's like not hard for any deck to set up a board state where they have their attackers to be able to deal with Venomoths. So all Avery would ever do would give them an out to get rid of their annoying Pokemon. What is item locking? The Venomoth. That's the whole point of the deck. What do you think the Venomoth did? Yeah, it does 30. They're confused and item locked. Wait, am I trolling? Yeah. For a second, I caught myself like, am I the one trolling here? I was like, no way. Siling too slow? I mean, we just don't need Siling. Well, it doesn't do anything. We don't need to be like, we don't need an infinite deck. Like, that's not something we need to do. Free Wasteland. I mean, we don't need a stadium, I guess, right? Oh, we do need to be able to bump path, I guess. Potentially. I have a crushing hammer. Bro, we're getting to that point. We do need some kind of stadium, I guess, because I don't want to get pathed. Each core champion says, well, we could play artisans. We could just play artisans. Maybe just artisans. What else would make sense? League HQ would maybe be the best disruptive stadium. I will admit that. Sinnoh, probably not. If I'm just focused on setting up, then... If I'm focused on setting up, then Artisan makes the most sense. Yeah, I think we should play some Artisans. If we just want to focus on setting up. Alright. Setting up is pretty cool, so... And then from there... I mean, Chorus... Dude, man, there's got to be a better supporter than Chorus, though. Hold up. There might not be, actually, to be honest. I don't want to play Research. I don't like the idea of Research a whole ton, but... Hold up. Let me cook, Slap. Let me cook. I'm working on it. Zinnias? No. I want something that's good turn 1. I don't want something that's terrible turn 1. Zinnias is never neat. Zinnias is not a neat supporter. Zinnias sucks. Y'all have been tricked into thinking Zinnias is cool. Propaganda is real. I can get behind the chorus, though. Zinnias is spicy. Genius meme. Copycat? It's not. I just want something that's. I just want to play the game. I just want to play something consistently turn 1. Bruno, no, because after we like item lock them, Bruno doesn't progress our board state. Copycat might actually be huge. I mean, but it's not good turn 1 and then it doesn't progress our board state. I think just Holish makes more sense because it's like good turn 1, good turn 2, and it progresses our board state. There's Brassius. Garbage. I said neat, not good. Yeah, but neat is also bad. If you say neat in the Pokemon TCG is just disguising something that's bad. Ryan is huge late game, obviously not for setup. What does Ryan ever do for his late game? It gets our energy attachment for turn. Late game, what we're gonna want to play as our supporter is boss. If we're not like all we're gonna need in our late game is boss. That's it. Like it's gonna be like if our opponent does a thing, we have to be able to like boss respond. What about Rhyme? Wait, how do you spell it? Am I trolling? Calpad? Maybe. Oh, it's R, just RY. No. If we picked, then it would be good. Oh, if we picked, it would be broken, actually. Don't mind me. No, Rhyme is like just helping our opponent over. Dia Seeker? Pretty sick. Serena? Ooh, okay, I could see... are we really want to be gussing up Vs? Probably not, right? Palpad. I don't hate the idea of Palpad because we might want more boss, right? I also don't hate the idea of cross switchers either, though. To be honest, I don't hate the idea of just like 4 cross switcher, but Palpad is probably better. So let's go with the Palpad. Oh, I gotta get rid of catchers. I honestly could see catchers being fine in here, to be honest. Eileen? No, we don't need to go. If we're gonna go infinite, we're gonna add the Pidgeot or something. We don't really need to go infinite though. I don't think. It's possible we do need to go infinite, but I'm gonna test the deck before I worry about going infinite. I could see switchers being okay in here. We also might need like Echoing Horn and Invitation or something. Is Jack any good? Nah. Nah, because we want to be more aggressive. We want to try and like, I want to like play an Iono for turn, hope to draw into some of my evolutions, like go through my deck a little bit more. Just Grabber can disrupt. No, but we're not. This deck isn't just like worried about raw disruption. We're worried about like, yeah, Grabber is not relevant. Like if I put their Lugia V-Star back in their deck so they don't Lugia V-Star on the next turn, like that doesn't really matter. Like also the chance that makes a difference doesn't really matter. The goal with the deck is to trap something in the active with Venomoth. That's the goal for as long as we possibly can. We need more Pokemon cover. I don't know. I haven't played with the deck yet. I know we need probably at least a Super Rob, but I don't think we need to go past that yet. Giovanni. I could see Giovanni, but I'm not going to start with it. Wally item card that ends your turn. Boost Shake. We're not playing Boost Shake. No shot. I just disconnect. I just disconnected from chat. All right, I think I'm back in chat. Play the supporter that lets you draw 4 if you have a swing in your name. Trust. You're banned. Honestly, we maybe do just go with like a 4/4 Spite Off, so we just draw into it more frequently. I actually don't hate that. I don't really want to play more Ultra Balls. Heavy Ball for any Alakazam is prized? Alright, I'm down. That makes sense. I'm down with the Heavy Ball. Alakazam seems like a big part of our strategy. Carrier seems okay. Yeah, but I don't know if I need more than one. I'm definitely going to play a Super. I don't know if I need more than one Pokemon Recovery card, so I'm not going to add another one yet. We got 5 spots open. We could just go with like 4 Trekking Shoes. Could go with 4 Crushing Hammers. Worker for a Path Bump. Worker doesn't seem terrible. It's like a little slow early. But the thing is, if they do put a path in play, they're probably retreating that turn, the turn they put a path in play, so I'm going to want to boss plus stadium them. Erica. I don't know if I don't want to put any of the Erica stuff in yet. Billy is probably worth it. Probably worthwhile. I don't really have bench space for Billy. I have to like Mew or Manaphy is probably better. I don't even know if the Mew is good, to be honest. Stadium bumps? Yeah, I have 3 Artisan right now. But honestly, the idea of Mew doesn't seem that good either. I'll just go with Pokegears. I like the idea of Gears more than anything. Yeah, we can make adjustments from here for sure. Bib? I could see a Bib line. The problem with Bib is it has 2 retreat costs, but I guess our Alakazam has 2 retreat costs as well. But we could start to like boss proof our board. The more 2 retreat Pokemon we have in play, the harder it is to boss proof our board. Oh, this thing has 2 retreat costs too? Yeah. Wait, actually? Or maybe we should play some double turbos so we can retreat our Pokemon. I didn't know this thing also had 2 retreat cost. Sheesh. Is 2 switch enough? Yeah, we maybe should play some DTEs because it gives us like, yeah, maybe we do have to play some DTEs here. I'm kind of down with it then. Because it gives us a retreat option as well as a strategy option where we can like only be doing 10 damage. Yeah, all right, I didn't know this thing had 2 retreat costs as well. I thought it was only the Alakazam. Jet Energy? No, probably just more switch cards or double turbo always makes more sense than Jet. Because we're not getting value out of jetting. The energy we would put on the Pokemon to jet into the active, there's no value to be gained there. But there can be potential value from double turbo. Also, we can like put double turbo in play ahead of time before we like Iono or something to have it be effective for where it is. Cross switches for the win. Playing cross switches would also give us some switch outs too. But then we wouldn't be able to like lock their active in the active anymore if we. I don't actually know. What does Spite Up say? Its opponent's active Pokemon. Sure we don't want 4 Venomoth? Nope. Not sure at all. I'm not sure, but there's so many things I'm not sure about. We're gonna rock with 3 though to begin with. Small of deck box. Is there small of sleeves? Oh yeah. Is there a small of coin? Wouldn't it just allow you to lock a new active? I mean, that's assuming there's something on their board that's lockable besides whatever their active is, which is not always true. Past it? Dude, am I trolling? Yeah, this coin's kind of cool. Dude, where is it? Is there actually a small of coin? I actually almost don't believe that there's a small of coin now. Oh, there it is. Got the small of drip. Stop. But we need the small of swag. All right, chat. I'm hungry. It's my lunchtime. So I'm gonna go grab my lunch real fast, and then we'll get into some Venomoth action. Dude, why does it always do this? Get in there now? Okay. The list is in the Discord if anyone wants it. It's on the desktop as well, so you can go ahead and grab the list and take a look at it, change it, run it yourself if you want. But yeah, I'll be right back. It's lunchtime for me, and then we're gonna jump into some item lock action. All right. The food took longer to heat up than I thought. And I had to move along the laundry. Oh, okay, Ben, I got you. Wait, not right now? Why'd you request it? All right. Tommy, you need to worry about yourself, bro. You need to worry about winning round 1. Don't worry about me. Any tips for the Champion matchup with Lostina, Roxanne, Sableye, KO, Pidgeot? Win. Or not Pidgeot, my bad. Sableye, KO, Bidoof. Sableye, KO, Pidgeot. That's a powerful Sableye. True Slap. The only way I'm playing against Tommy is in a side event. After he goes 0-3 drop. I wasn't even thinking about that. My wife was using the Chiam Palace you played on your YouTube channel, and she seems to win every game. It's pretty good. Alright. Zard. Lost on Zard. I don't see any other energy types. Well, I do want to find some basics. Also, getting a Venomoth is not top of my list of things to do. I think we're gonna work with this though. Fine downing the Comfy doesn't dual whole ton. Grab this. Couple that. Let's get the squad out. Venonat. Tarantula. Venonat. And I didn't get the I don't need the Alakazam yet though. Second Venonat, I guess. I don't know if I should get second Venonat here actually. I'm not sure about that. The Tarantula. No. I should go get... Oh, my thing's prized. I'm just gonna fail that then. For sure. Pass. I did down? I don't think so. This deck plays hella switch cards. I'm not gonna waste my energy attachment to potentially whiff energy next turn to not a item lock turn. That doesn't seem worth it. Yeah, it doesn't seem worth to bind them down just to get jet energied again or just get switch carded. When I now maybe whiff the energy on the item lock. We want to item lock as soon as possible. Oh wait, no. I was gonna say, can I just win with bind down by bind downing Comfy? That's not like a no. Because then I'm not item locking, and I will just get switch carded. Like getting ID'd. I'm still a Goodra player, but I feel like listening and watching your stream. Well, your goal should always be to your goal should always be to improve at Pokemon. Your number one goal should always be to improve at Pokemon, not just improve at a deck or a matchup. So if you're listening to me or watching me just play other decks, that'll help you get better at the game no matter what. Okay, we did get the boss top deck. That's kind of sick. I mean, they have everything has like only one more tree cost right now though. But I guess we should go for it, right? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I don't have a bench raise for... Alright, maybe I messed up. I don't have bench raise for Alakazam right now. Alright, we'll see how this goes. I genuinely thought Just Clocks were a great idea until I listened to the Tricky Gym podcast. Changed my mind felt so fast. Wait, does Mahone have a podcast? I recently two-time regional champion Piper only plays decks she thinks are fun, so fun clearly works. Yeah, well, the number one determining factor for anyone's results at a tournament is going to be the individual play. Tag team podcast? Well, that's different. Those are two different things. That's a whole new sentence. Mahone was on tag team? Oh, okay. That makes sense. He joined the existing podcast? Oh, wait, is Mahone on it regularly now? Or was just on it once? Video with Raran yesterday, and I loved it. Well done. Appreciate it, Jobs. Or Job Raz. Mahone is permanently on the tag team now? Oh, I didn't know that. I just wasn't aware. He's changing names to the gym leader Chodcast. Oh shoot, Jet bodies us. Gym leader Chadcast. So do I just try and confuse them then, right? I guess it should be my game. There's nothing left in the deck, right? Yeah, so I guess I just confuse them and hope they stay confused, right? Alright. Yeah, the Jet Energy, that's like a whole nother level. Time to add Temple of Sinnoh. No shot. Confusion for the win. I honestly think, I heard like people talking, well, I've heard people say it's like that like everyone out there is starting, I honestly think if you're a content creator, you should have a podcast or be on a podcast. Like you should be on a podcast because people just want to hear you like talk more, right? Like there's so many content creators I can think of. If they had a podcast, I would listen to it every week. You know what I'm saying? Like I honestly think if you're a content creator, you should have a podcast because it like adds like a very easy, efficient form of content for you to consistently put out there, which is just your thoughts on topics depending on what you want your podcast to be. And people who just want to hear more from you as a content creator will listen. And it's very like easy content to put out there that a lot of people will really enjoy. So it's good to see Mahone is actually doing a podcast. Yeah, if you're a content creator, you should just do a podcast. To be honest, it just makes sense. It's such easy content for you to do, to give your fans and your audience more of you. We need to find that heavy ball. To be honest, I'm gonna go with this. Wait, could I have like KO that with the speed wing? Do I even want to KO it? It's also easy to consume when people don't watch or can't watch the stream. Yeah, it's just like another it's just like another form of content for your, and it's like different. It's different enough. Like podcasts are different enough from your normal content that it's something different to put out there for people who are fans of you as like an individual, or something different. Like every content creator should be on should make their own podcast basically. All right. I honestly might be cooked in this one. I'm out of Venomoth. I think we're cooked on this one. I don't understand why this deck is a thing. No high damage output and no real lock strategy. So yeah, it doesn't have high damage output, but it definitely has a real lock strategy. So you have a very incorrect statement there. I wasn't able to chain Venomoths like I'd like to. What I think is the best way to play Turbo Lost Box right now? I don't know. They're both fine. Is Iono correct? Probably. Not right now, Ben. Rescue carrier isn't too bad in here. Yeah, I was thinking about adding the rescue carrier, I think. You appreciate 37 months there, I think. Have you decided what deck you're using this weekend? No, I don't pick my. Steel, I have told you this. I have 100% told you this multiple times. I don't lock in my deck choice until the night before the tournament. You've asked me this multiple times now. 100%. You asked me this yesterday. No, I'm talking about you individually, Steel. You've asked me this multiple times now, not someone else. I'll answer. I'll answer. A question multiple times. I don't mind answering a question multiple times. I'm down for a rescue carrier, to be honest. Where'd I get my name from? It's a long story. Oh, whatever. Appreciate the 2 month resub there, motherfucker. Last time I subbed, I was not able to see a minute of stream. Hope you can at least see 1 minute this time. I appreciate the 2 months. You appreciate the 100 bits there, Benji. some kind of Charizard deck, I guess. Setting up for a turn 2 item lock against Charizard. That's pretty good. Alright. I might just hold the level ball to guarantee the item lock next turn, to be honest. I think I will, actually. Yeah, I'm just going to guarantee the item lock. Yes, I did ask. I thought that you already made your mind. I'll be stretching myself to decide the deck on the night before. However, I'm not a professional player. The world's best. Yeah, I know. I mean, you can... But, like... You asked me before if I picked my deck for Peoria. Like, literally yesterday, and I said, I don't know. Or no, and I don't pick my deck until the night before the tournament. You asking me again is not going to do anything, you know what I'm saying? Like, my answer is the same. Now, I do have an answer for you, though. I'll be stressing myself to decide the deck on the night before. You shouldn't be. You should literally, whatever deck you are most comfortable right now with, Steel, as long as it's not a bad choice. The only decks that I would say are bad choices right now to potentially play would be, probably any Arceus deck, not including Arceus Charizard. But Arceus Charizard's not an Arceus deck. It's just Arceus is in there as an enabler for Charizard. You should play the deck that you're most familiar with that isn't just like a terrible play, basically. If you're, yeah, unless like you like, let's say you do want to play something like Blastoise CX, then it's like, then I don't see how you'd be stressing about your deck choice because you're kind of locked in on your deck choice at that point. It sounds like, but that's the deck that you should play for the tournament. The deck you're most familiar with, that's like a decent play. That's it. Keep it simple, don't overthink it. So we get another Spide. Venonat. Nestball. Zammer. Hit him with the powder. And that's like the deck that you should play. And then you should like stop stressing about like way too many players at a massive detriment. Way too many players at a massive detriment stress about deck choice, trying to come up with what is like the best play. You're not good enough to try and pick between 3 or 4 different decks the night before the tournament. You should just 3 weeks before the tournament, you should pick a deck that you want to play that's a solid choice, and then just work at getting better at that deck. The #1 driving factor for everyone's success at the tournament will be their play. So if you just play well, you playing well will give you the most chance at success, or give you the highest like potential for success. And you knowing your deck better than not is more likely to leading to you play well. You're not, no, the vast majority of players are not good enough to like show up with like even 3 days before the tournament be undecided by 3 different decks. But I guess that you feel familiar with every deck. Yeah, I didn't say me. I said the vast majority of players. Yeah, I never said me. I said the vast majority of players. Vast majority of players are putting themselves at a detriment by not picking a deck like 3 weeks before the tournament and just working on playing that deck. Honestly, probably should play the Colorless because they didn't really do anything last turn, but here we are. I think we actually focused the Charmander with the energy here. Thinking about trying to go to LAIC, what special considerations need to be taken into account for international travel/play based on for cheaper results? I'm guessing customs will be checking for various fruits and grass Pokemon. You're just trolling. I've been picking a deck for 2 months, but slowly changing cards out. Is that no? It's fine to change cards. Pick an all right. You don't have to lock in an exact 60 cards. You just need to pick an archetype and then work on refining. So all right. For the vast majority of players, you should pick an archetype, about 3 weeks before the tournament, based on it being a decent play for the tournament. So like after Curitiba, if you're going to like Toronto regionals, like currently I would say Mew, Arceus decks, and Mew and Arceus decks are probably decks I just would say you should not play. If you look at my tier list video, any deck above that would be like a fine play. If you want to play Chi-Pao, it's fine. You want to play Miraidon, it's fine. You want to play Lost Box, it's fine. You take that deck and you work on getting better at the deck, learning the matchups, and refining the list towards what you think the meta will be. And then when the tournament happens, like the night before the tournament, you'd be like, okay, what has my testing led me to believe is probably the best 60 cards to play for Lost Box? It's this 60. Now I'm going to play that 60. And then you show up with the deck at the tournament and you can play that 60 cards. And that's literally it. Now you could, the initial 60 you start with 3 weeks before the tournament could be the exact 60 you play at the tournament as well. Could be the exact 60 you end up playing at the tournament as well. You might not change a single card, and that's also fine. But you should be practicing with the idea of trying to find the better list. Because the better list probably exists out there. But if you can't come to the determination on a better list than what you started with, that's fine. Like all my testing up to this point of these last 3 weeks, I got better with the deck. I got better at the matchups. My 60 cards didn't change. I did try out different tech cards and different counts of cards, but I did end up reverting back to the same 60 every time, and that's fine. I understand what you mean. You can have the best deck in the meta if you keep doing mistakes in your plays. There's no point. Yeah, the vast majority of players, to their detriment, try and pick the best deck for the tournament instead of just trying to play well with the deck they know well. So you're more likely to be successful if you just work on a deck 3 weeks before the tournament overall. What if I don't mind to play Miraidon, Guardy, Lost Box? Yeah. Then just pick which one you want to play. Just pick which one you like the most. I mean, I wouldn't play Mew. Like I said, I wouldn't play Mew right now because there's too much Charizard, but just pick the deck that you want to play the most out of those. If you're like, if you take all the meta decks and you're like, I feel like I have I'm reasonably good at all of them. I understand some of them. Then just pick which one you want to play and then just play that one. Or pick which one you think will be the best out of those for the meta. You can also do that as well. You don't have to pick the one you enjoy the most. You can just pick the one you think is best for the meta. I know in V-Star and Alakazam, I don't know. Have you had a chance to theory craft? No, I have not. I won't be doing that for a while. And I know some of the players will be Arcdura, and I can only play Lugia for this weekend. Do I go Urshifu or Colorless? If there's a lot of Lugia, if there's a lot of Dura, and you expect those players to actually make top cut, then I'd play the Urshifu build. Yeah, then you should play the Urshifu build. Teching for local meta. You should always try and tech for local meta whenever you can. Trying to win as much as possible. What was I going to... All right. I've had more thoughts on this deck. I think we actually want 4 double turbo. And then I can like cut on the switch cards a little bit, actually. Like maybe I just make that adjustment. Because the switch cards are effectively double turbos. But the double turbos open up like more lines of play for us to actually do. Or what Soda said, you could add Path to Colorless. Mew VMAX helps the matchup as well. You can use Mew VMAX to copy a Duraludon at some point. So you could add Path to Colorless. And even if, let's say I knew what I was playing at Peoria, even if I told you guys what I was playing at Peoria and gave you the exact 60, you probably shouldn't play it. Now, let's say I said I was playing, I don't know, Mew VMAX, and my list was like, you thought my list was better than yours, then you could switch to my list. That'd be like one reason you would do it. But if I say I'm playing Mew VMAX at Peoria, and the last 2 weeks you've been testing Colorless Lugia, you shouldn't switch to Mew VMAX just because I'm playing Mew VMAX. Because you're just going to do worse at the tournament than you would have if you had just played that. Zapdos. If you're bad at all decks, and you ask that question, I time you out. That's what happens. Does everyone play Wug? Yo, the Wug trio though. Yo, appreciate that Prime sub. Be done. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're all a spaghetti, but we got plenty of turtles. Ooh, Lugia. We are going first though. We are going first. We are going first. We are going first. Okay. Let's see what we got. Oh, I want to save that for a Venomoth actually. I probably want to try and draw with Mew here actually. I prized the Venonat, I think. No, I didn't. I didn't prize anything. So the Heavy Ball is a dead card here actually. But I'm probably gonna thin it out so I can draw more cards with Mew. Makes sense. Oh, I got another Venonat. I didn't need to do that there. Not a big deal though. Oh, wait, I opened a Venonat. For some reason, I thought I opened the other thing. I thought I opened a Tarantula. Open the Venonat though. Okay. I might throw this down here then. Right, Heavy Ball real fast. 4 grass. Wait, didn't I? Oh, I said what? 7 grass. 4 grass prize. Chill. All right. This isn't really that good on it yet. You know, get rid of those. View for some draw power. I could see honestly playing like Squawkabilly. We do have like the bench space to like play a Squawkabilly or Illuminian, but Mew's like continuous draw support, so Mew's probably a little bit better. Yeah, so like next time being able to use like Mew again, like oh Venomoth, Mew, like that's nice. Yeah, I like that. This is honestly, I think, a terrible matchup. For a new player, what is your advice for them to improve? Play Pokemon. Just try and get high quality games of Pokemon in. Just like if you're gonna play on PTCG Live, you know, focus just on the game. You know, don't watch a show, don't be in a Discord call. Maybe some background music, but just like focus on trying to play perfectly. Try and play perfectly in every single game of Pokemon. That should be your goal. Because getting better at learning how to play the game is probably the most important step initially. You shouldn't really worry about deck building or go copy a top performing list of a deck that you think is cool and just work on it for. I mean, you can like make some adjustments from there, but just go play the game. Yeah, start there. Did they get rid of any Archeops? They got rid of one. Here comes the second one. So now if they just find, do I ever beat them? Like if they just get a Lugia V-Star, like how do I win? Like I feel like this is a bad matchup. Also, yeah, they have Snorlax. They have Snorlax. Is it against the rules to have a photo of your deck list that you can reference while prize checking? Yes, it is against the rules. And also, that should just be something that very quickly does not become something you need to do as well. Like, you should not have to, like, you should not know your deck list when you roll to a tournament. Dude, all right, well, we have to item lock this turn. I'm just going to go ahead and concede this one. Just doesn't really have an answer to slowly powering everything they start, right? I mean, you confuse them. So you do 30 damage and confuse them every turn. And then you can build up... You can eventually hit them with the wire hang. Like, you have that as an option. So they can only attack every other turn? I mean, hopefully. In those situations, you might just have to hope to get lucky, to be honest. That was meant more for people starting out. Yeah, but the answer is you should just, like, know your 60 cards. The answer is, like, you should just play enough to know your 60 cards. Learn to play enough to know your 60 cards. Yeah, you can't do that. And the answer is you should just play your 60 enough to know your 60 cards. You shouldn't be trying to come up with some other reason to remember the 60 cards you play. You should just learn to play enough to know your 60 cards. That is like something a lot of people struggle with, though, that I learned, or I've been learning, I guess, the more recent years that I've done coaching, but... You know what, Jasario? I don't care. Nobody cares that Alakazam cooks this deck. Literally, you can't find a single person who cares. Why doesn't Tina just put down to Tina, a Beseeching with one and slowly power up the other to shred, evolve out of confuse. Listen, Mello, I don't know. I don't know, Mello. I don't got you on that one. I don't know why our opponent doesn't just cook us, bro. They should. It sounds like that's what they should do. You know what, Mello? You cracked the code. Go leak to all of the Lost Tina players. Trust me, this bad deck gets beaten if people know what you're playing for sure. I like 100%. This deck just gets cooked by anyone knows who knows what they're doing. They also have 4 jet energy. Like, they also have 4 jet energy. I think we're just like, I'm okay. I think we're cooked, and I'm okay with being cooked. We're cooked, and we just got to be okay with that, you know? Cook me up. Kind of want to hold this. I want to be able to have a bumper path, right? I'm justifying why I shouldn't try this. No, the deck is not good. This deck isn't good, but it's a fun Pokemon deck. There's no way this deck is actually good, though. Do not try it. If your goal is to like maximize your performance at a regional championships, do not try this deck. With that being your goal, like, oh, okay. Wait, why did I think they were Tina? I kind of assumed they were Tina, but they actually might not be Tina. They're actually probably not Tina if they play Artisan. Oh, it's Sablezard. But of course. Back to Guardy Jail I go. Hey, it's a good jail to be in, to be honest. Like, that's not a bad jail. Guardy Jail is not a bad jail to be in. Guardy Jail is a good jail to be in, for sure. Thankfully, they can't get to 10 this turn, but I do want to be item locking them as soon as next turn, but we're not there yet. What about tax evasion jail? Because I think they're gonna get me soon. It's probably not as good of a jail. Why'd they play Manaphy? I mean, they probably don't know exactly what my deck does, but Alakazam EX fun deck too. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, there's definitely like a line though between just like really bad Pokemon decks and fun decks. Like something like Alakazam. To me, Alakazam seems like a fun deck. This is a fun deck, but there's some decks that are so bad they're just not fun. It's like this is like you're sitting there playing and you're like, I'm still playing Pokemon, but this is just not enjoyable. Those decks are just terrible. All right, I think we should Iono. You see a grass and a moth. Okay. Grass and a moth in the hand, like that. We just want to start item. We just want to start the item lock chain, then hope it carries us. I mean, I don't think I need the heavy ball, but I might regret that. I get the moth. I think I just get the moth here. Yeah. To be honest, we might have to play a way to make us not deck out. To be honest, the more that I'm like. Oh, I just benched that? Oh. Should I play that differently then? Maybe I should have Ultra Ball for a Tarantula then. Yeah, I probably should have Ultra Ball for a Tarantula. I thought I could play that, to be honest. I wasn't really concerned about upping the retreat cost right now because it's a cram. I thought I was gonna probably have to Iono again and try and go for it the next turn, but alright, you know what? Go talk about your Alakazam to yourself, bro. I know someone who would love to talk about Alakazam with you, Jasario. It's you. So start a group chat. Both of you and you can chat about Alakazam with Unknown V-Star all day. Talk about Alakazam. Bro, they got me. I'm talking about it right now. If you guys have fun, it's not about winning or losing. It's how much can you frustrate the other player. I mean, sometimes. I would say that, wait, how could they not attack there? Did they choose not? Oh, they got Tails. Let's go. I was like, why am I not dead? That's right. Tails is a thing. Tails is a thing. Shout out to Tails. I don't really want a boss here if I don't have a tarantula. Just bossing something means it can just go retreat. Energy retreat. They're out on 2 energy, though. They might not have an energy in hand, but it seems like a waste of a boss. I don't really want to use the super rod yet either. I think it is just an Iono. An Iono angle here. Yeah. Big time Iono angle. It's alright, though. We're chilling. We're cooking. We're chilling. We're cooking. We're cooking. We're chilling. I don't mind doing extra damage there. I don't want the damage to leave play, and I don't want to give him like a chance to bench something else, though. I can move 2 off of this to the other cram. How do I want to play this? We are just like a boss away from getting the lock off. I do want to get a tarantula. I want to give up a Venomoth for it. I guess that'd be fine. I want to keep the double turbo, though. This is probably sticking in play next turn anyway, so I'll be able to use that again to get another baby moth. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we're gonna go attach, try and find boss, and we're gonna cooking from there. Yeah, so I don't want to do is like bench anything else. Like they already have 2 crams in play. I just kind of want to leave it like that. And I just want to like boss the Manaphy and trap the Manaphy. That's like kind of the game plan here. Boss Manaphy, trap Manaphy for a little while, or forever, to be honest. Like we're just gonna like trap Manaphy, trap Comfey. Yo, to be honest, I think we're gonna win. I'm like thinking about this game, and I'm like breaking down how we're gonna like play it out from here. I think we win. If I don't deck out, we could definitely deck out though. I'm a little scared of decking out, to be honest. Wasted an energy there. You love to see it. They could have Claw. Like Claw is something that they probably play, so that's a way to recover energy. But yeah. You are playing Alakazam. What was that dude even talking about? But I don't have the unknown V-Star. I just only have the Alakazam, so we're not there yet. But can you imagine? Dude, we're just so lucky. We're just so lucky. The double tails is insane. To be honest, though, these early game, that's like that early flip buys us like a whole turn. That's actually kind of insane. All right, boss. Every time, right? Like I was never even worried. If you're worried, you're trolling. I don't have to put down the double turbo yet, though, right? I can just like punch it. I can get the extra damage in play while I can. Yeah. I can move some off of this, though. I don't know if that actually ever does anything. I don't know if there's a ton of value to doing this, but I do want to get it. Actually, I shouldn't put on another cram, though. What are they sitting at in the loss zone? 9? What? Wait. First, I thought this was genius, and now I don't know if it is. Doesn't this stop, like, fire Pokemon from hitting you? Can't this not be hit by fire Pokemon? Are they teching for Charizard without realizing that Charizard's not a fire Pokemon? That could be what's happening here. At first, I was like, ooh, this is genius. Charizard can't... And then I was like, wait a second. It's Dark type. Listen, chat, I'm all down for you to have opinions and, you know, talk about stuff. But sitting there and spamming Alakazam is cool with unknown V-Star and then saying it beats the deck I'm playing over and over again is... There's nothing to do with that. There's nothing constructive about that, right? There's nothing constructive about that at all. It's just cringe. I honestly don't really need to do anything. What are they sitting at? I almost want 2 Super Rod though, so if they boss cam Alakazam, I could recover it. Oh, they're at 11. Holy smokes. So Sableye online. That's kind of scary. I really need to find the evolution here, to be honest. Oh, they are decking out first as well. That might be for Mirror until Bronzong shows up. Bronzong is just to draw. They don't play Metal Energy, though. It's only draws with Metal Energy. They don't play Metal Energy. Bronzong doesn't do anything in the Mirror either because it just dies to Sableye. Unless there's a different Bronzong I'm not thinking about, which is possible. There could be a different Bronzong I'm just not thinking about, but... I don't think so. We might need to be honest, we might need to play... We might need to play double turbos and a switch card, to be honest. We could still maybe play 1 switch. You appreciate the 70 months there, Punch. Appreciate it. I'll probably be playing Pokemon a year for every month I've... Playing Pokemon a year for every month. I'd sub to Azul. I'm sub to Azul. You're gonna play Pokemon for 70 years? That's a lot. That's a long time. That's a long time. Maybe Bronzong is a proxy for Future Jirachi. Nobody's proxying on PTCG Live, and if they are, I don't know. That's just weird. We don't need to justify. We don't need to justify someone playing a bad Bronzong. We don't. It doesn't need to be justified. We don't need to justify this. You're playing a bad Bronzong, it's fine, or the bad Bronzong, Bronzor, or whatever. I can play this. They're decking out first. This. I mean, I probably want the. Do I want the Iona though? The Bronzong is spicy. It's something, all right. Like this. Yeah, trying to come up with like what there's definitely a difference between trying to come up with why they play it and being like they're proxying the future. There's definitely like no good reason to play it, I don't think. Which is fine. We could just going to that point. It's like, all right, there's no good reason to play it, and then you know. We don't need to justify it by saying that they're proxying for a. And that could be why, but that's just wild. That is also wild. That could be why they have it in there. All right. I don't know, boss. Their favorite Pokemon? Could be. All right, well, I have to unlock them this turn, unfortunately. All those, like, placeholders. Oh, wait, I could have played the carrier there, to be honest, just to recover these two. Just have them in the deck for later. All right, we got the boss. We got a Venonat. Got the Spidops. Yeah, we definitely play. I want to play once. Well, I mean, they're down two. Are they really going to play like a third? Like, how many decks do bosses? I mean, how many boss decks play? They can play like 3 sometimes, though. We should actually maybe play like a. Maybe actually play like a third boss. Or not third boss, a switch card on top of the 4 double turbos, I think, actually. Played half a game with Gardevoir Dodrio yesterday before realizing the Gardevoir X can't power up the Dodrio. That's definitely something. That's definitely something. Dude, I don't even think we need to, like, maybe I'm wrong. No, we get to hit a lot on these Comfies. We really need to go down to be, well, I guess it makes sense to have the option to only be doing 10 damage though. It makes sense to only be doing 10 damage though, to have the option to only do 10 damage. Because it's just better than switch cards, right? Double turbos are, for the most part. Like, if they bought something, we should hard retreat it with double turbo, or we have the option to only be doing 10 damage. Makes sense, yeah. Got the boss, or just boss in this turn. Alright, Venonat. Oh, I could have like searched one out, maybe. I'm just gonna even up the damage between these two. I think that's it. I'm just gonna do that. I don't think it really makes a difference. We swing again. We hold the double turbo to be able to retreat. Like, I could have attached an active to do less damage, but in this game, in this scenario, I don't need to do less damage. I just need to make sure I can retreat my stuff, to be honest. We're just gonna chill. I kind of want to go down to just like, I only think I need 2 of these, to be honest, or 3 of these. I don't think I need the 4. Because I start to clog my hand later on, which hurts my Mew draw. I don't know if that's like a reason to like cut one or not, to be honest. Yeah. Like on a Comfy, like I can sit here and like trap a Comfy for forever, to be honest. Not like actually forever, but pretty close. Actually, I should be putting it on. Oh, clung to one Pokemon. Oops. I should be putting it on the Crams. But yeah, we have 5 prize cards though. We're just gonna KO off the board now. Is there a reason to not knock out the Crams? I don't want to get Roxanne. Yeah, I guess it's just to not get Roxanne, to be honest. I just don't want to get Roxanne, I guess. That's the only thing I can really think of. Yeah, they could build up their active, and then they could go Roxanne plus retreat attack. Retreat attack with Sableye, I guess. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. There might not be it might not be worth it to not knock them out, to be honest. You could be right. Like, knocking out the Crams maybe is fine, but I don't want to get Rock Sand. As long as I feel like I'm playing around everything else and Rock Sand at the same time, I may as well play around everything, right? I want them to Lost Zone their Bronzong. Because I just want to see what Bronzong they play. I don't know all the Bronzongs off the top of my head, but I feel like it has to be the one that says it can't be hit by fire Pokemon. Then the only reason I can think of ever playing that would just because if you like forgot that Charizard was Dark type and not Fire type. It's the only reason I can think of that you'd ever play that. Can't think of another reason. Are they also on all their Switch cards? Because I item lock them. They can't play the Switch cards. Perplexing Powder makes them confused and item locked. So far it's pretty chill, to be honest, Oswald. It's pretty chill so far. The reason to break the brain of Azul's chat. I mean, it's breaking my brain more than anyone's, to be honest. I want to know what Bronzong they have in there. No, you weren't. Just sorry. You were just like spammy. Like, you're not suggesting a deck idea. There's just being like, hey, Azul, have you thought about Alakazam V-Star or Unknown V-Star with Alakazam? And then like constantly saying Alakazam this, Alakazam that, Unknown V-Star this, Unknown V-Star that. This beats your deck. Like, it's just annoying. Like, I'm fine for you to come in here and be like, yo, what do you think about Alakazam EX? So I'm like, it's kind of cool. It doesn't seem like super competitive. And they'd be like, have you thought about Unknown V-Star in there? And me being like, yeah, Unknown V-Star could be, I mean, it could be cool. I don't know. It's kind of fragile, but I guess maybe it doesn't get KO'd. Then yeah, you put the Poncho on it, put it to the bench, doing more damage. Could be cool to try out. But instead you're just like, Alakazam, 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 Alakazam. Your deck loses to Alakazam, Unknown V-Star. It's like, no, there's a difference. If you understand the difference, I'm cool with it. Like, I'm not going to time you out again from here. Just like, understand the difference. You weren't just suggesting a deck. Just like, be chill. Like, it's not that hard. Like, I don't have a problem with you from here on out unless you do it again. Like, yeah. Stop attacking a few turns, it might come out. True. There's no way they play a more than a 1-1 count of the Bronzong, though, right? It's got to be a 1-1 count. Is the whole chat locked for spam? That makes sense. No. It's because the one word you were saying, Jolly, is a banned word. You were just saying a banned word. Yeah, you're just saying a banned word. That's it. All right, so now we hit him. I don't want to hit him with the double turbo because I don't have a way to. They don't have another boss. If they have another boss, I'm a turtle. If they have another boss, bro, for sure. Have you played this in person before? No. I only play at. I don't play like locals or like local tournaments anymore. I only play at regionals. This is not an actual like tournament level deck or deck I'd ever like bring to a tournament. I didn't read the rest of your question. And if so, how do you avoid getting strangled after? I mean, no one's gonna actually strangle you, but good meme. We can't draw all of our prize cards in one turn, right? I don't think so. We could bring up the Charizard. We bring up the Charizard and trap the Charizard. It looks annoying. It's definitely annoying. Is there a particular reason not to KO their bench Pokemon? Avoid Roxanne is like the only thing I can think of. There's really not, to be honest, but I'm not like pressed to do it, so I haven't been doing it. That's basically it. I've not been pressed to knock out their bench Pokemon, so I have not been knocking them out. Oh, I thought they were somehow retreating. I was like, what the heck? You can't retreat? I should just bring up the Charizard, though, right? Why do I could just bring the Charizard up now? Come here, buddy. Oh, but they could eventually attack with the Charizard. Oh, no, they both their Fire Energy are on their bench. Both their Fire Energy are on their bench. They maybe play 3, though. I don't think you'd actually be able to finish like a 30-minute best of one in like a Cuphead challenger, to be honest. You would assume playing in conquering all realms would be the way to go, but I guess participating in locals might be like casual ladder as opposed to ranked regionals otherwise. No, just I don't have time to play in locals. If I had time to play in locals, I would. It's just like my time is. There's things I'd rather do than go to locals. I'd rather stream. I'd rather work on YouTube videos. And I play so much Pokemon between streaming and working on YouTube videos. I don't get the same like excitement for competition going to a local tournament that I do to a regional. So, there's no reason for me to like do it. Like my job is content creation. So the more I do it, like the better it is. Like the more my content grows and stuff like that. So like, yeah. And I'd rather like, I enjoy streaming more than going to like a local tournament anyways. So I'm sure there's some times where I've like a little bit burnt out on streaming and maybe I'll go to a Cuphead challenge at that point. But like if I want to take like a weekend off or something from streaming, but I do so much like competing and traveling for regionals that I like being able to come back home and just like stream consistently. Like I just enjoy that. Yo, appreciate the gifted subs. Galaxy over to Simple Dude and Omar. Welcome to the pack, both of you. We're all out of fish, but we got plenty of housing developments. For most people, it's like beneficial just to get better at the game to like go to local tournaments, and like a lot of people have the time and convenience to be able to go to local tournaments. And I could if I wanted to. If I could go to local tournaments, but like I'd rather stream. Like I'd rather work on YouTube videos and stream. And then I play so much Pokemon, it's like not that intriguing. Or I play so much Pokemon, and there's not the same level of like I don't get the same kind of like excitement from competing in a local Cup or challenge that I do from like competing in a regional. So like to me, showing up for a local tournament is just not worth it. I'd almost rather like spend my free time just like playing video games or something, to be honest, than going to a Cup or challenge. Like if for some reason I couldn't stream or make videos on a certain day, I'd rather just like chill at home and play video games, hang out, do stuff like that. I just play so much Pokemon to begin with that, like, yeah. At regionals, it's different because like there's like a different level. It's a different atmosphere. There's a different level of like excitement and drive to do well at the tournament. But with like local tournaments or just like locals in general, it's just not there. So not for me. Not for me. That's it. So this matchup seems hard, if not impossible. I also prized my... Dude, we've been prizing that... Oh my gosh, I also prized Heavy Ball? How do I even... What? Like, what? What are those... What? What are those prize cards, man? I appreciate it, Soda. I need people like you in my life to ground me. You know what? I appreciate it. I think I'm gonna leave a Venonat in the active here. And then, yeah, what the question is like, well, I guess I just retreat to this one. Because they're probably gonna get a Cram knockout at the very least, we'll see. Yeah, run Temple to beat Jet? I don't know. A lot of them play stadiums to get around it, though. Temple would be something, though, for sure, though. Support your grind, brother. Oh, I didn't see your message, Galaxy, no, but I appreciate it. What change to the tournament structure would you encourage to go to tournaments below? What change to the premier tournament structure would encourage you to go to tournaments below the regional level? More prizing, fewer, larger locals. I mean, if there was like something like state championships, I would go to once a quarter total in a city. I would do something like a once a quarter kind of tournament as well. If there was something in between League Cups and regionals, I would probably go to those things, whatever they were. But yeah, Cups and challenges and like local tournaments in general are not enough of a motivation for me to go to any of those kind of tournaments. What's a state championship? There used to be state championships back in the day, back in like 2014 is the last time they did state championships, I think. 2014, 2015. It was basically just like each state had a championship. And they were held over 4 different weekends the last time they did them. So you could go to a maximum of 4 state championships total. Like if anyone ran like a 10K Pokemon tournament, I would like consider going to that, right? Like if someone ran a 10K Pokemon tournament, especially if it was like in driving distance, then I'd probably go to that because there's like, you know, there's like something more behind it to make me want to go. You know what I'm saying? So It should be states ages ago, and if you won, you got an invite to nationals. That is not how that went. Art. You've never needed an invite for nationals unless you're talking like pre 2010. You used to get a buy at nationals, and you'd also get a $300 stipend, I think, for nationals. But you've never needed an invite for nationals unless it's pre 2010. You did, but I don't even think you did then. I could be wrong. All right, it's not looking good. All about the money. Yeah, like that's like a motivate. Well, yeah, if there was like a big tournament, Pokemon tournament that wasn't, yeah, like money is a motivation. Like that's the only reason. Like, I mean, if regional championships weren't, I mean, Soda's trolling, so I don't even know why I'm even like responding to Soda. To be honest, why am I even responding to Soda? I'll never know. I'm just gonna stop talking. Trying to Soda's a waste of time. I played one challenge, one cup this season. I'd rather play locals for cash as well. Why am I responding to Soda? Why am I responding to Soda? Something we all ask ourselves. Last stage you went to was Fraligator EX. I can't remember what that was. I don't even think when that was there was. Yeah, I don't even think when that was there was. You know, 405 state championship got worlds invite, but it wasn't a state championship back then. It was like a gym battle or something, right? It was different. I don't know if there was also states that did that as well, but 405 was like gym battles or something, wasn't it? I actually didn't play back then, so I don't know, but yeah, there's no motivation to like just show up to. Like, if there was like a big state championships. If there was just like a 300 person local tournament near me with no prize support, at first I don't know how they would get 300 people to show up without that. But if there was, I wouldn't go. I just don't care. Yeah, dude, the 4 jet in here like makes this brutal. Lost Cena just has to be a bad matchup. We'll have to chalk that one up as a bad matchup. I'm fine with that. I don't know if we can beat Lost Box, but hopefully we can. I'm down to chalk up Lost Cena as being just an abysmal matchup. It's fine with me. They have paths, they have jets, like they got it all, man. They're stacked, bro. They're teching for the Venomoth matchup, bro. Like, how cringe do you have to be to tech for my Venomoth deck, bro? Absurd. Do invites work? But based on your region, there's a certain amount of championship points you have to acquire to get your Worlds invite, and you get championship points by placing at local tournaments like Cups and Challenges, and then regional tournaments like Regionals, or other major tournaments like International Championships. Is it free? I mean, you have to attend the event, but that's it. If you get your invite, then you still have to like pay to go to Worlds. But yeah, you have to attend the events. To attend events costs money. Like registration fees for Cups and Challenges is like challenges are what, usually $5. Cups is like, some challenges are maybe like $10. Cups are like $20. Regional event fees are like $70. ICs are like, I forget, bucks, some amount of bucks. I don't know. Hopefully this Tina gets trapped bucks. I'm just gonna hold that for now. I can't do anything anyways. How does Guardy versus Zard matchup usually go? I think Guardy's favored. I'm not gonna talk through the whole matchup though. I almost finished episode 3 last night, Galaxy. I caught up on. I finished watching The Wheel of Time, and then I watched, when I was editing videos last night, I watched, or it was the night before, between last night and the night before, I watched all of Gen V, and then I started episode 3 of Ahsoka. So I'm catching up on Ahsoka now. How much are the Milwaukee Bucks? A lot. The Milwaukee Bucks are a lot of bucks. What do I think of Wheel of Time? Season 2 has been really good so far. Season 1 was like fine, but Season 2 has actually been really, really good. Yeah, Season 2 has been really good so far. Yeah, it's a huge improvement on Season 1 for sure. Massive improvement. All right, we can't win this one. All right, this feels like. What the fuck? Did their cram just go in my active? Did you see that? Have a local store here that has free cups and challenges with the option to pay for prizing. Like, what does that mean, Mamako? I think that's actually a terrible model. I think stores should be charging for tournaments, but like it should be comparable. It should be a give and take. It's like, here's how much you charge, and this is how much of a prize pool you get, and it should be something that seems reasonable. I actually think that's a god awful model. I'm not gonna lie, Mamako. Like, you can choose to pay to get packs. That's an awful model. That is a terrible model. Stores should charge for you to play in their tournaments. It just should be comparable to like the prize support and the experience of the tournament. Stores should be making money on these tournaments. They should be making some amount of money on these tournaments, 100%. They're providing the space and all that stuff. Like, yeah. Season 1 was like real trash. The only thing that was connected to the books. I mean, it doesn't have to having to be connected to the books is like, I think that's a bad reason for something to for some other like a show or a movie that is based on a book. It not following the books is a bad reason why something would be bad. It's just like, is it good or is it bad? It, like, using like the baseline for it to be its story is like all that it needs to be to begin with. You don't need it to like follow everything, not everything obviously, but like you don't even have to follow that much as long as the actual show, like the real I think the real, what's the word I'm looking for? The real determination to determine if something is good or bad is you take someone who's never read the Wheel of Time books and then you have them watch the show and then they tell you if they like the show or not, as someone who's like a fan of like fantasy shows. And then that'll tell you if the show is good or bad. It doesn't have like the baseline of it starting based on the books is like whatever, like that's fine. And that's why I watched it personally, because I read the books, or I didn't read all the books, but I read some of the books when I was younger. So I was like, oh, the Wheel of Time, what the heck? So I was like, all right, I'm gonna watch this. And then, but the baseline for whether or not it's good is you take someone who's never read the books, and then you have them watch the show, and then have them tell you if they think it's good or bad. And then that tells you if it's good or bad. Season 1 was limited by COVID. That makes sense, especially at the end, which hurt Rand's development since he didn't have. Yeah, the season 1 definitely felt not as good. Season 2 has been sick so far. If you know the story, you want the pages to come to life, but not seeing completely different characters. But even the story wasn't fitting IMO. I just think that's just like not a good gauge for whether something's good or bad. Personally, yeah, I think the gauge should be if you take someone who's never read. Or had any experience with a certain type of media, and then you show them one of the things of the media, and if they think it's good, then I think that's a good determining factor if it's good or not. My opinion. I'd rather just listen to reviews of it. I don't want to waste time watching shows. You just like listen to just the reviews. Have I seen the Clone Wars? I have, yeah. And I'm taking this one over to my other account, bro. This one is definitely a ELO killer, but it's pretty cool. Same as Rings of Power, could have been great, but ended up poorly. I mean, things won't be for everyone. I think the only thing that really matters is how the general audience views something. Yeah, it just depends on how the general audience views something. Like some people will like stuff, some people won't like stuff. But if the general audience likes it, then that's all that really matters at the end of the day. I've been very impressed with the Wheel of Time season 2 so far. I mean, season 1 obviously felt worse, but COVID restrictions definitely could have been part of it. Rings of Power has been okay. I agree. It hasn't been great. But I'm not connecting anything to like lore of the books either. I just think like the acting, everything was super rushed. Like I think it's just like bad as a show. Or it's like mid as a show, it's not mid as a Lord of the Rings show. It's just mid as a show. The Rings of Power is so far really bad pacing in the whole show. The show is just very poorly paced. What the fuck am I doing? Where do I get that dope shirt? QualityPatchDesigns.com. Use code AzulGG for 10% off. Had a massive budget and failed miserably. Yeah, it was definitely, it's been meh so far. I think they can definitely recover in season 2 though. Like obviously they have the budget to potentially recover in season 2, so definitely pretty meh. My brother liked it. It wasn't for me. That's just taste. Yeah. And the big thing that matters at the end of the day is like, and the big thing that matters at the end of the day is just like, what does the general viewer base of the product think, right? As whether or not it's worth it to make more. How much is the general viewer base like it? I dislike almost every Star Wars thing Disney Plus has made, besides Andor. But it was good enough for them to keep making stuff, right? You know what I'm saying? I think Andor is just like genuinely a really good show. Like if you remove Star Wars from Andor, Andor is just a good show, and you could have put the Andor story like in a bunch of different universes, and it would have been good. But thankfully, they put it in Star Wars. Star Wars is sick. You appreciate the 31 months there, will be. It's fire, exactly, Galaxy, and that's what I want to see more of. Rogue One was also fire too. Yeah, Rogue One was also sick, and that's what I want to see more of from Star Wars. It's just good stuff in the Star Wars universe. You don't need, we don't need Ahsoka and Chewbacca to show up in literally every freaking thing. You don't need that. Just good stories in the Star Wars universe. That's sick. Is there going to be an Andor season 2, or was it just a one season thing? And do the Chewbacca roar? I've never tried before, so probably not. Do the roar. Andor season 2 is in production. Sick. Did we keep drawing into our pal pad before we've even played a boss's orders? Like consistently. Wait, where's the small of sleeves? I want to use the small of sleeves again. Dude, am I tripping? Oh, dude, I am. Are definitely problems with some major franchises, yeah. I think it's like fine to do it to an extent to like make sure you're but like I don't know, like I'd be curious to know how much they made from, well, it's so hard to tell something like Disney Plus, like how much did they make from Andor versus how much did they make from like The Mandalorian, you know what I'm saying? Where like one is way more fan service based and then one is like just like a good show. I wonder if they probably have some way to determine some kind of numbers on that on their side, because it's like a subscription based service, so it's really hard to tell. But I'm sure like when Andor came out, they can see like a spike in when each new show drops. There's certainly a spike in like people resubbing or subscribing to Disney Plus, and they can like somehow quantify how much are they actually getting from each of these show releases. But the Mandalorian, a good show in 2023. Bro, the Mandalorian was like so mid. Done through viewer numbers. Oh wait, yeah, you could like do that. You could see how many people watch each show, right? You still want to see like, the number one driving factor has to be like new subscribers, right? Or bringing back old subscribers to the thing based on a new show, right? Andor best show. And Andor actually might be the best show from this year, to be honest. From what I've watched so far, Andor maybe is the best. Am I going first? I actually don't remember. Andor might be the best show this year. Okay, we're up against a Charizard deck in this one. Grogu stuffed animals definitely outsold Andor. Not gonna lie, that's true. There's no merch really around Andor, but you got plenty of merch around Grogu. Have you seen the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie? I don't think so. I'll go with no. I don't remember though. I remember when it came out. Okay, so we just want to go turn 2 item lock is the name of the game here. I think I'm just gonna hold the grass energy here. Yeah, turn 2 item lock is already set up, so we're already kind of chilling. But we could get turn 1 crammed here. So if I attach to one Venonat or the other, if they play Escape Rope, that one could just get KO'd. So I think I just chill. Lost Zone Charizard. So I guess I'm really just afraid to say. I mean, if they put 2 Comfies in play, that's our win condition right there. It's just like gust up Comfies. Yeah. Two Crams. They're already prepping for the they're prepping for the matchup. Yeah, maybe they know and they're just not gonna bench any Comfies. Yeah, maybe they're experienced in this matchup. We'll see. I guess we're maybe gonna have to like go a confusion route, to be honest. I should definitely get one of our big spiders set up though to like stop the pivoting between crams or something like that. Yeah, we definitely because I was think it's retreat cram hit, retreat cram hit, retreat cram hit. We need to slow them down somehow. Yeah, they can retreat cram hit. Also, if it is Lost Zone, so they probably play some count of Jet Energy. Bro, Jet Energy is so man, if Jet Energy didn't exist, this deck would be way better. Jet Energy, there's like enough decks right now with Jet Energy that makes it pretty annoying to be honest. Probably should have just held that actually as Ultra Ball fodder. All right, item lock. Here we go. The question is, did they find a Colress so they can attack this turn? We're hoping they do not have a Colress. We're hoping they do not have a Colress. Pretty good, pretty good. How much damage does the op do to the Zard? It just KOs it, right? They have 2 retreat cost. Oh no, we don't actually quite KO it. Oh no, we do. With our ability, we do KO it. Yeah. With Trap Territory, we do actually just knock it out. Temple of Sinnoh. Yeah, I know. But is that better than... I mean, maybe it is. Maybe we should be playing Temple of Sinnoh. We don't play... I mean, I didn't find a stadium this time around, but... Yeah, I know. We could play Sinnoh. I don't know if it's good enough to warrant playing. Might be. Alright. I don't have a Mew down. Maybe top deck Nest Ball. Nope. Make sure stadiums is nice. No, I don't think I'd ever do a mix. We don't play that many stadiums to do a mix of stadiums. I mean, I could do like 1 Artisan, 2 Sinnoh or something like that, maybe. But if you don't have the Sinnoh in play when they use the Jet, and also they play counter stadium, so they could wait until they draw a counter stadium and then put their Jet in play. We're just gonna get beat if we don't have it aggressively. If I attack the active one, they could just hard retreat to that one. So I think I do go boss, catch grass, pray. I'll move 2 damage counters off it though. No League Headquarters? No. I mean, what is League Headquarters even that good against? Because it doesn't do anything against Cram. The only thing it would stop would be Sableye, right? Only thing League Headquarters would stop would be Sableye. Yeah. I mean, we consistently keep having trouble with Jet Energy, so maybe Sinnoh is just the way to go. Yeah, League Headquarters doesn't even seem that good, to be honest. I guess it would stop Charmander from attacking. That could be something. And Greninja. I mean, I guess it stops Greninja, yeah. True. We need a Tails here. Oh, the beach court. Dude, we're getting cooked. Honestly, it's just Lost Zone decks, right? Can we just like play against some non-Lost Zone decks? We're just getting cooked by Lost Zone decks. The efficiency of Cram is just too high. Yeah, top deck. It's top deck time. Okay, we got this. It messed up Entei and Radiant Zard for me. I mean, if they have a Radiant Zard in play, I'm pretty sure I just win the game. So I'm down for them to have Radiant Zard in play at all points. I'm chill with that. This is still winnable. We're getting there. Okay. Need to find another Venonat. Okay. This and this, I guess. That's a lot of energy. And maybe I should have taken... I don't know what I've taken there. The Manaphy, actually? I don't know. Oh, I didn't get a way to bump their stadium, though. Dude, this is so bad. Now they can just hard retreat again. I didn't get a way to bump the stadium. I want to keep them under item lock, though, I feel like. If I just, like, break item lock, I feel like I'm just going to lose. I think we have to keep the item chain going. The item lock chain happening. It might not be enough, though. Yeah, we might just have to accept, like, a pretty bad Lost Zone matchup in general, to be honest. Yeah, we might just have to accept a pretty bad Lost Zone matchup. I'm fine with that as well. Like, I'm not, like, overly concerned with having to beat Lost Zone decks. Although Sinnoh could technically help against Lugia. But I don't even know how much it would help against Lugia, to be honest. Like, They play 3 stadiums and like a Punkaboo sometimes. I'm doing 30 damage a turn. Like, I don't know. Rhyhorn so you can one-shot things with Spite Ops. Yeah, but then I break item lock and they just like one-shot me back. I think if we build up to a Spite Ops attack, I think that's fine. I don't think I'm trying to go out of my way to... Yeah, if we can build up to a Spite Ops attack, I think that's fine. But I don't think I'm going out of my way to guarantee a Spite Ops attack. All right, we go next. I guess I could have retreated that turn to the mute. Well, I don't know. I'm giving him items, though. Still struggling between Sablezard and Charizard EX for Lil. I would recommend Charizard out of those two. I'm not a big fan of Sablezard right now, but I haven't put a lot of time with it recently. It might be a little bit better than I currently give it credit for. Appreciate it, be done. Glad you enjoy the content. Yeah, I would recommend Charizard EX between those two. That doesn't seem like a struggle choice to me. If your goal is to just like do the best that you can. Yeah, Lugia seems almost impossible. I don't even think Temple of Sinnoh is saving us against Lugia, to be honest, because they have so much time. They have Read the Wind. They have saved such a ridiculous amount. They got Jet Energy, a bunch of stadiums to potentially bump Temple of Sinnoh if we did play it. They have Read the Wind. Yeah, they just got like two. Did I hit another Lost Zone deck here? I think I did, right? Switch cards, Artisan, and Psychic Energy. Sounds like Lost Zone to me. All right, we do it again, I guess. Not loving the idea of it. We'll see how it goes. Where's the Erica's at? I'm not against playing an Erica's. Definitely not against it. In fact, maybe we would play it over... Maybe 4 bosses enough, and we just like cut the pal pad for an Erica's. At that point, though, should we play 2 Ericas? I'm almost thinking like 2 Ericas. If we're identifying it as like a potentially strong win condition, I feel like playing 2 might be better. Yeah. Farming losses versus lost box with Rogue decks, bro. This is what I was talking about earlier, right? We were talking about... It's just hard to beat these. It's hard. Lost on stuff is just hard to beat. Lost on decks have way too many options. You can't beat them. Like, almost impossible. On break, man. Get rid of these Lost Zone guys, man. I kind of want to save this to recover like a whole line, a whole squad. All right, we got that turn 2 item lock lined up. We're not there yet, but it's looking okay. Make Lost Box be an Iono every turn. Kind of works. I mean, not with this deck. We're not putting on enough pressure. We're not pressuring them to find new attackers or anything. So like with this deck specifically, we're not really forcing them to have to like do a whole ton by Ionoing them every turn. And if you're playing a deck like Guardy where you're like KOing their active every turn while you Iono them, it's a little bit different, but... Dude, this is the second time someone has done that. Why? Why are people aggressively putting Manaphy in play against us? This is the second time that someone has gone bench Manaphy aggressively. I guess they just don't know what my deck does. They're just trying to play safe. They probably have no idea what my Pokemon are evolving into. Because Mew can use Greninja, bro. I guess, yeah, maybe, yeah. Maybe they are scared of the Mew Ninja. All right, that's fair, that's fair. Yeah. But that's still... Do they think I can, like, set up my... I guess I don't know what my Pokemon do, probably. Do they think I can, like, set up my Mew next turn? Like, that must be, like, what they're thinking, right? It's like, well, they get the Mew next turn. KO my 2 Comfies. I don't like that. I guess, yeah. No, not the Artisan. Actually, that's kind of annoying. Damn. I'm gonna use that to get another Venonat, bro. What the heck? So we're probably just conceding the coin flip here to my opponent. If they get heads on the next turn, they just get the KO. That's fine. And the following... Actually, they did board lock themselves here. I don't know if that matters too much. But like, they have a board setup where we can definitely just like win the game by bossing up the Comfy's in the Manaphy from here. So this board state that we have in front of us here is we can get the job done with this. Definitely get the job done. We want to start item locking now though, because I'm not trying to get Sableye next turn. All right, so far not great. Follow up. I mean, we can item lock this turn. We go with like these. I mean, they can always get tails, right? And that's what I was saying. We kind of want to play towards. I think we're playing towards that tails here. I mean, I'm not gonna go the Manaphy route. I don't think. If they want to commit 3 energies to Greninja, well, I mean, at this point, I kind of have to be fine with it. We can try and like KO the Greninja through Alakazam, though. Maybe that could be our game plan. All right, we've done it. Items locked. What do they have for this? 5 in the Lost Zone. Shaman V. Yeah, a Tails would be huge here. Just giving us like an extra turn would be pretty sick here. Yeah, that'd be a huge deal for us to get +1 turn here. Play the Iono, just keep digging from there. Bit cautious. I mean, that has to be why they did it for sure. They're definitely cautious about my Mew copying their Greninja, and they're like making a. I mean, like the thing is if they know I can't, then they shouldn't. You know what I'm saying? If they know I can't set up Mew next turn, they should like wait. No, come on. I needed 1 turn. I mean, 2 turns would have been even better, but 1 turn would have been nice. All right. Okay, the energy's nice, but yeah, we're not. I should probably draw 1 card now because it's gonna be unlikely I can draw cards after the Iono. Nice, another Iono. Love it. I still want to keep up the item lock chain because I'm trying to avoid the Sableye happening. We did whiff. Well, now I think we just lose. Pretty big whiff. Not too much we can... Can we recover from this even? We just got the Venonat squad down and pass. Yeah, I guess. I guess it is technically recoverable, to be honest. Maybe the Iono puts them in, like, didn't really give them much to work with. I'm a little bit scared of them. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. Yeah. What's a Venomoth? Better play Manaphy. I mean, yeah, that's like a fair Yeah, it's just an emote, Soup. It's not. He wasn't coming at you. He wasn't coming at you. It's just a meme. That's funny. Yeah, if you don't have like you can't see the emote though. If you don't have you don't have the extension, then you can't see it, and you just see the word. But if you have the Twitch extension, it'll be a little bit more apparent. Damn, they actually get to 10 here. That's actually a funny interaction though. Venonat up. I didn't know if they got to 10 or not. They did. Unlucky. Yeah, it was a fun video to do, Force. It was a fun video to do. I'm glad he invited me on. Oh, they're not KOing something? Oh, they are. But they're going after the Tarantula. To be honest, I really like the new... Oh, wait. Why was that one different than those? That's interesting. Okay. Man, well, we can confuse it, right? But then they're just going to retreat. Dude, this is not good. All right, here we go again. They have 2 prize cards left. I actually think this is still winnable. It's tough. We're not in a good spot by any means. And wait, hold on. We haven't whiffed yet. Calm down. Actually, dude, I can't even draw a card here. Where are my moths, bro? Where are my level balls, to be honest? That's what I really need. I am down 2 of them. I do just lose now, right? Yeah. Jeez. Dude, where are me moths, man? I honestly felt like we had a decent chance to win that one though if we were able to stabilize. How do we chain moths better? Fell apart on the moth chain. I already play a rescue carrier though. Was that just like kind of unfortunate? I think that was just kind of an unfortunate game. I'm not gonna like change anything up. Yeah. Yo, what's up, horse? Hmm. Yeah, we were just not able to stabilize. That was it. We just weren't able to stabilize. But I don't think there was like, yeah. It was just kind of an unfortunate draw. We didn't see enough Pokemon. Yeah, we didn't see enough Pokemon. Found out you don't do any damage to Genesect V. Don't we do 10? Oh, wait, no, we don't. Yeah, we don't do any. Well, we could just like trap it in the active the whole game. That'd be the plan, right? We just trap them and then win by deck out, I guess. Yeah, big time unlucky. Big time unlucky. All right, let's see what my opponent's cooking. 1-1 Grottle for consistency. I don't think I have the bench space for it. Oh, well, we could put down the Grottle over the Mew, I guess. Maybe that would be better. Okay, I could dig that, actually. Instead of benching Mew, we set up a 1-1 Grottle. I'm kind of down, to be honest. We just hit the Mew matchup. All right, yeah, how is this going to go? This sounds tough. Why does Lost Box opt second in the mirror match? Because you're just kind of concerned with setting up, and if you get the first prize card, that can be enough to just win the game. You're more likely to be the first person to attack with Sableye if you go second than if you go first. And you're also going to get the first prize card with Cram as well. So, yeah, I could get behind a 1-1 Grottle. It might be better than the Mew. For sure, it might be. How much HP does Grottle have? It's more than 90, right? That's kind of unfortunate, but it's like 110 or something. Being able to level ball for Grottle would be pretty sick. Unknown V-Star sounds better than Grottle. I don't know. 100? Man. Man, yeah, it's gonna be hard to find then, I guess. We only play 2 Ultra Ball, but but I guess like instead of Ultra Balling for like the Spite Ops, we could Ultra Ball for the Grottle, and then yeah. I'm not sure. Toad, Vika. Yeah, it's kind of sad that we went from Toad to Vikavolt and now we have Venomoth. That's the state of item lock. From Toad, king of item lock. And then we went to Vikavolt, which is like, okay, all right. Vikavolt's kind of cool. And then we got to Venomoth and it's like, I don't know about this. I'm not sure about this guy. Why didn't they get Genesect there? Maybe they prize for. I mean, it seems like a bad play, but maybe they prize for Genesect. It's the only thing I can think about. Unless they know the matchup and they know my only win condition is maybe gusting up a Genesect. But we'll see what they grab off this Ultra Ball here. Igual was not that good, right? No, it wasn't great. It was like, okay. Because to be honest, if they just sat here with a bunch of Mew Vs, I don't know how I'd win. Because they could like retreat between them. Or they just wait to eventually evolve them, remove confusion, psychic leap, repeat. I would maybe just lose. I honestly would maybe just lose to like Quad Mew V in play. That would actually maybe just beat me. I'm not sure, to be honest. Yeah, Vikavolt was like all right overall. It was all right. It did win 2 decent size. It got a first and a second. The Vikavolt decks did. Okay. With the Iono. Okay, got some good options here. Let me just get like another Venonat here. And then should retreat with the double turbo so we can attach the grass next turn. If they KO my Venomoth, which they have a decent shot to. I actually don't know our win condition in this matchup though. It has to be just boss Genesect, right? Yeah, our goal eventually has to be boss Genesect, but we're a little ways away from that, and our current hand is not getting there anytime soon. We definitely need... I mean, I don't know. This is where the power of Mew is, to be honest. Like, okay, we got Iono. That's cool. Yeah, if we had Iono, like, or a Mew set up here, then we'd be, like, drawing 2 potential cards next turn. We can draw any cards that turn, I guess, but... I also need to actually find some Spite Ops, because otherwise the Genesect can just retreat with a double turbo. They did just go ahead and waste a path there, though, which is nice. So the boss on the Mew or on the Genesect next turn will be all right. Yeah, them wasting a... We don't... To be honest, no, there's not that much path in the Morph format. I was like, should we go up to 4 stadiums? I don't think we should go to 4 stadiums. I think 3 is probably fine. All right. Well, we got the whole Venom... Well, no, we don't. I say we had the whole Venomoth squad here. Maybe I should play 4 Venomoth, to be honest. That's like another... Like... That has come up as like a slight hindrance so far with... But we should just boss this turn. I honestly was not sure how I was playing out this hand until like I kind of looked at it for a second longer there. And the Fusion Energy stop Alakazam. It doesn't matter. We don't actually do any damage. So there's nothing... There's no damage for Alakazam to stop. Or for Fusion Energy to stop from Alakazam moving. I am now decking out first, actually. Maybe I should have thought about that a little bit harder. I do have Palpad and Super Rod, though. So I guess that'll help us in the end. Yeah, our goal is literally just to trap a Genesect in the active until they deck out. That is literally our goal at this point. So actually, I shouldn't have played anything there, to be honest, I don't think. I am decking out first, but like I said, I have Palpad and Super Rod, so that'll get me back ahead into them decking out first. So we should be fine here. 6, 7. I also have one more card in hand than them, but they'll be fine. Does Fusion Energy stop Spite Up's extra retreat cost? Oh, yeah, I think it would, right? Yeah, because it prevents the effects of abilities. Yeah, it would. Yeah. Oh, they're playing the game, though, actually. I thought they were going to... Oh, no, they're not. Okay. Yeah, it does. It does actually do that, yeah. I don't know if they're playing... They played 2 Pats of the Peak already, so they might just be playing a double turbo version, to be honest. They actually might not be playing Fusion. Hope they pull out the Pidgeot. Dude, that would be so cringe. No pads of item locked. Yeah, they don't have... I have access to pad, though. Does me play Silene anymore? No. Oh, did someone else mention Palpad? Oh, yeah. Do they play Silene and Palpad? Yeah, they definitely don't play Silene or Palpad. We're fine. All is just praying on my downfall. This is why they got the Muse. I mean, they got a Genesect, though, so it defeats the purpose of only... It 100% defeats the purpose of only having Muse if they put a single Genesect in play, which they did, so... Initially, they looked like they had, like, an idea of how to play this matchup to, like, a different level that... But it turns out in the end, they just, you know, put a Genesect in the play in the end. Yeah. Yeah, getting them putting 4 Muse in play, it doesn't matter if they put just a single Genesect in play, which they did do, so... This deck would just be better if it did 0 damage, right? I mean, the idea of pressuring your opponent with damage... You maybe prefer that? I'm not actually sure, Mello. It would be, like, matchup dependent, because, like, you doing 30 damage and moving with Alakazam does allow you to eventually take knockouts. But then sometimes you don't want to be doing any damage, and you'd rather just trap their act. I would say probably... No, the idea of damage isn't, like, a bad thing, I don't think. Overall, to be honest. I think the idea of damage isn't a bad thing. Temple in this deck? No, I don't think it's worth it. Too many decks play too many stadiums. Like, your Temple's not sticking very long. If this attack did 20 damage, it'd be better. Yeah, 20 damage would definitely be better, because then it would be cleanly lined up with Alakazam. But we can have a little bit of control over that with Double Turbo at some point. To be honest, I don't even know if I have the card in the deck here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8... 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So we have 15 card hand, they have 14 card hand, so I can play some cards. I kind of want to evolve with Spite Ops. Probably should evolve with Spite Ops. Actually, is there anything prized? I actually don't know. I'm going to evolve with Spite Ops. This does let them, like, now judge me, and then maybe I whiff the... Maybe I should put the double turbo on the Spite Ops as well. Why not get Spite Ops? Because it doesn't matter if they have Path in play. I don't have a Stadium yet to bump it. And then also, yeah, our win condition is... Well, no, our win condition being deck out doesn't matter about the Spite Ops. But currently it doesn't do anything if there's a Path in play. We do want Spite Ops to help us get to the deck out win condition. But I'm not trying to deck out. I want to. I don't want to put the Spite Ops in play when I should hold it as well. That's like another thing is if I should hold the Spite Ops because it is minus one card in my deck now. Why aren't they attaching energy? Because I think they're trying to just win by deck out. But they probably don't know that I'm gonna be able to shuffle cards back into my deck. Well, that's if Palpad's actually in my deck. Which to be honest, I don't know where my Palpad is. So if my Palpad's prized, then all of a sudden things do get a little bit weird. I do not play the Pidgeot, no. That's another thing with like doing damage is that means we don't have to have the win condition of never decking out. So that's the check. No, if it's not there, we lose. If it's there, we can win. So there's no point in playing any of the cards. Yeah, if Palpad's there, we win. If Palpad's not there, we lose. So I'm not gonna go check. It's just like either is or isn't there. I'm not gonna potentially lose the game because I played another card out of hand that loses me the game now that I played the card out of hand. So I'll just wait until I see if I draw it or not. Because if I play one more card out of hand, that's one less card that could be in my deck. So we just wait. Play Mew? No, I'm not gonna play anything. It's one less card in my deck. I'm not gonna play any card out of my hand. Grant will play the heavy ball? Yeah, probably. Oh, there it is. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna hold it. We're chill. Play Iono and start over. No, if I play Iono, I'm still decking out first. Playing Iono does absolutely nothing here. I don't think. Wait, they have 22. I have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. But then I play one. I go down to 22. Yeah, playing Iono literally doesn't do anything because it just keeps us at the same number. Actually, it means I'm still decking out first. So playing Iono does nothing. It does actually 0. What if they play Palpad? I'm item locking them. They can't play Palpad. That's why we don't want to play any cards. So that way we could use Iono at some point if we wanted to. Or if they play Iono, we're still having the deck out. They have no way to recover cards to their deck. Unless they play Silene. They could play Silene. It's possible. And they could like they could play 2 Silene. But like... They do. If they don't, they don't. We're assuming they don't. No one really does. So I'm not like stressing about that. Honestly, I could see playing 2 Recycler in here the more I think about it. That or maybe another Venomoth, to be honest. We could do another Venomoth as well. We always let them Iono us to want... Yeah, exactly. We want them to Iono us. Can we boss Mew V and genome hacking back to deck so we don't deck out or something? I mean, we can, but there's no point in doing it. All it does is let them use item cards. And then they could, like, switch out and Psychic Leap themselves back to the deck, so... Picking on Swim Freely seems bad. Maybe I should just, like, show them the Palpad. They seem pretty locked in on this strategy, so maybe I should just show them the Palpad to be like, alright, do you have anything that can beat the Palpad play? Or no, maybe I should wait until they actually get closer to decking out. That way they don't do any shenanigans, actually. Because, like, even if they play Judge... Well, it seems like they're the Path build, like I was saying earlier. So maybe they play like, 2 Iono. But I should wait until we get closer to decking out before I actually play the Palpad. Also, if they choose to play any other cards out of their hand, then I could like play one more card out of my hand if I wanted to. If they play a card, I can play a card. So I'll just like match them on that card for card. See, now that they did this, I might attach my Double Turbo to my Spite Op, so it can't be boss. Okay, they're playing cards. They're playing multiple cards. So I can go Evolve to Spite Ops. Oh, no! Now I'm just going to get Psychic Leap looped. Can I beat the Psychic Leap loop? Well, they only do 50 damage. Man, can I beat the Psychic Leap loop? And I gotta do a call real fast. Oh, wait, what? They went with Max Miracle. Hold up. Now I don't know what to think, to be honest. Everything's out of the window. A Broken Penny. The one Erica's Invitation? Yeah, maybe we should hit him with maybe we should play the Invitation. I'm down to add an Invitation, to be honest. It's a good spicy deck. A good spicy tech. I have a Venomoth in here. Dude. I think I want to put 4th Venomoth in. Like, this has come up too much where I wish I had a 4th Venomoth. Alright, so I can go Ops. Bump their path. Attach. All right, now I'm playing cards, but I think this is fine. And then Iono them. The ops. Can't believe they teched for this with Penny. That's what I'm saying. Like, what the heck? So cringe. All right, and I gotta do this call real fast. All right. Well, my hand sucks. Where were my Pokemon recovery cards as well? Were they just like prized? Dude, I just like prize. Dude, what? Did I literally prize? I prize. Dude, let's get out of here. I prize Super Rod, Rescue Carrier. Wait. Super Rod, Rescue Carrier, and Third Venom Moth. Pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. I mean, we probably weren't winning anyways. All right, so we want to add Erica's. I want a fourth one of these because I'm tired of this stupid moth. And then add an Erica's. So we're looking at 62. Oh, I'm already down to 2 of these. Yeah, I'm down for that, actually, to be honest. I'm down to cut a Tarantula. I actually want to add a switch. We're winning by deck out. Why not throw in the Pidgeot? We're not always winning by deck out. Yeah, the deck isn't always winning by deck out. Most of the time we win from prize cards, I feel like, actually. It's just like winning by deck out is an option. I would say more so than anything. If I did that, should I cut down to... I honestly, 4 of these and 3 of those actually might be correct. Because finding the Spite Ops is actually really hard. And playing Ultra Ball is like not very good. But honestly, I actually think a 3-4 line... The elusive 3-4... What I actually want to add... Oh, I want to add the 4th moth. Alright, maybe we do cut this. It's pretty important to set them up early, though. Actually, I don't know how I feel about that. I kind of want it back. I'm not attacking with 3 energy right now. Take 3 prize cards. That also might be tough. Beginner, please help. Do they want me to like add them and then like help them with how to play the Pokemon TCG, or do they want me to concede to them to like what kind of help are they looking for here? What do they want? They're asking for help, but how do they want me to help them, you know? Try add them after the game and see what kind of... Oh, I can't message them though. What, can you message on this thing? You can't message on PTCG Live, can you? Boost their ELO? Maybe. If we all got on and like hit them over and over, we could boost them up to... Arceus League, to be honest. A small loan of $1 million. I can't help them out with that, but... Do my part. Oof, this hand sucks. Right? We're just an Iono top deck away from cooking. It's an Iono top deck away. We're so close. So close. Come on. It just means don't play counter cards like Path or Sinnoh. Okay, yeah. They got that Arceus Leafeon. What the heck? They are cooking. Hand mix sucks. What's my active? Tarantula. Dude, this game I get both of my... Dude, the whole squad showed up. I don't know if I prized this Venomoth. I prized a Venomoth last game. It could have been this one, though, to be honest. Literally, prize them. What if that's how PTCG Live works? Imagine if that was a bug on PTCG Live, where whatever you prized whatever was in your prize cards at the end of your last game, you draw in your opening hand. There's no way that's actually how that works. Should we test that? No. Am I just like, I'm like overthinking this for sure. But what if that is how that works? Ivy Star? No way. Oh, do they actually have the V Star as well? That's so rude, man. That's so rude. It did make me think about it, though, because these are both in our hand. We did also prize a Venomoth. I don't know what the rest of my prize cards were. But I'm not sure. Man, we just got cooked. They literally cooked us up there. And Path. They also Path us. They just, like, literally everything that they usually Starbirth for, just had it. Dude, what the heck? This is actually crazy. This is actually cringe. I concede. I feel like PTCGO had a bug for a while where anytime you change a card in your deck, you drew an opening hand. No, that was just confirmation bias. I did like 10 games in a row and it didn't happen like... I think it happened maybe one of the 10 games. No, it's just confirmation bias. It's not actually a thing. Pokemon... It's one of the... Pokemon conspiracies. We did, yeah, the Ivy Star did come for us there. The Ivy Star definitely came for us there. Definitely did. 1 out of town sounds fair when you draw about 1/10 of your deck. That's true. That's what it was. I think it was 1 out of 10. I did it 10 times and it only happened once. Pokemon conspiracies. That is actually a good one. That's a good topic, Jonesy. For sure. Oh, Venonat. Appreciate that Prime sub there. VV Black Mage 04. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're fresh out of Yikes. We got plenty of, oh my gosh. Oh, Duo! Dude, I'm gonna juice them with by damaging that thing. Alright. It's fine. Literally part of the plan. All right, Artisan gonna go for the ops. I honestly think I should. I'm torn. I think I should play it. If it hits, we take it. If it didn't hit, then I get to draw 1 card off Mew. I'm actually not sure. No, that is correct, right? 2 outs at getting the supporter. I guess I could see a card that I saw off the Pokegear though. I think that is still a correct sequence there, though. I think it is still correct. I'm actually not sure on that one, to be honest. Because I could wait to play the Pokegear next turn, which would increase the odds of making it happen. I'm not sure about that, to be honest. Wait, did I have triple Spite Ops in my prize cards there? No, right? I thought for a second, though. I'm thinking about it. What does Dodrio have 90 HP? Yo, I'm gonna get Reckless Charged? Not that good, right? Yeah, does Doduo? Yeah, how much HP does that thing have? Also, what is the best way? Dodrio, kind of cool in that deck, to be honest. It is, yeah, it definitely is, actually. I agree. 100? Dude, give me some... Where am I freaking... What do I have to do for a level ball? A level baller? Okay. I kind of want to attach this. I kind of just want to Iono and draw into one until I can get more stuff loaded up through my Artisan, though. Okay, kind of got the gas here. I can't evolve any of it, though. That's fine. Artisan. Give me... Tarantula. Dude, now that I know the name, it's so funny to me. Tarantula. Because he's round. Get it? So I can go Venonat, Level Ball Venonat, Evolve next turn, Nest Ball. Okay. So I can go, yeah. Because I don't need the Alakazam this turn. And I can't think out low enough to use Mew this turn either. So we can just do this to get double Venonat. And then next turn this gets Alakazam. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, they're probably gonna evolve their active and punch me. You rewind the stream, or do I need to wait till it's done to see the VOD? You can watch the VOD right now on Twitch. If you click on my channel, I thought you were asking me to rewind the stream. I was like, what? Yeah, let me recreate everything I just did real fast. No, but if you click on my channel on Twitch, you can go to videos on my channel and then go to past broadcasts, and you'll see the VOD from the current stream that is being live streamed right now, and you can click on it and you can go back through everything that's been streamed so far and like look through it. Unfortunately, not good as good as YouTube's player. That's one of the things Twitch needs to do, is they need to make their player as good as Twitch's, or as YouTube's. They need to make Twitch's needs to become as good as YouTube's. Can I win this, dude? All right, I am having trouble finding the big spiders. That's why I want to play 4 of them. I'm gonna go back to playing 4 of them, to be honest, because that's also a problem, is like finding the big spiders. We don't just lose. I haven't just lost already, but we need big spiders. Definitely need big spiders. Honestly, this might be a situation where we like try and take knockouts on this thing. 3 is all you need. 3 of these, 3 of the Tarantula is all I need. I agree with that, but I think I want more of the Spidops, to be honest. This is not good, man. Not good at all. We're getting cooked. What do I even boss up here? I don't even know what to boss up here, to be honest. I mean, this thing. I mean, if they attack with Void Return, I guess we're chilling. Yeah, if they Void Return me, I guess I'm not like I'm not stressed. You can unjuice the bird with the Zam. That's true. You can unjuice the bird. Your bird is way too juicy, sir. We're gonna have to. Keep in mind to play a little bit of Venomoth with Torterra. Way more fun than this. I feel like without this thing, you're not winning games, though. I feel like just continually item locking is easy, but like, I feel like it doesn't win games. I feel like you need the retreat locking. I guess you go like a full disruption build. It could be like Venomoth, Torterra to continuously find your Venomoths, and then also play like, then you also just play like Crushing Hammers and like other disruption cards, I guess. But I feel like this one actually has a legitimate win condition, whereas the other one is just like, I win when they get Tails on Confusion a lot. That's cool, I guess. I don't know. I feel like the Spidops gives you a legitimate win condition. A roasted Dodrio would slap, to be honest. True. That would slap. Okay. I'm fine with that. What do I want to give them the KO on? Probably the Tarantula. Yeah, because I could do it on the Alakazam, but refinding the Alakazam could be annoying, so I don't really want to do that. All right, here we go again. Gonna draw some cards. Gonna hope for the best. Set up the mute. Got for retreat. I don't really want to play the boss yet, so I will draw 1 card before I play the Iona, though, because it's unlikely to draw afterwards. Okay. Spidops. Iono. Tarantula. Need grass energy. All we need is grass energy. Okay. Kind of cooking now. Level ball. Tarantula. Oh, wait, hand's gotta get hit up real fast. So I could KO their active. I'm kind of leaning towards KO in the active here. Now they could play a disruption supporter here, so I'm gonna go ahead and throw back Boss Iono. Iono, to be honest, I maybe shouldn't have taken. Maybe should have just been the boss. We have plenty of draw supporters left at this point. I think I am gonna KO their active here, though. Just remove it as a threat. It also like removes draw power. The biggest thing is it removes draw power from play. That's what I want to take away from them here. Decklist uploaded? Decklist is always uploaded. It's in the Discord. I do need to update it. This is not the most updated build is not in there, but Rosha Dodrio would slap, to be honest. I don't know. Do they have any meat on them, really? I guess kind of, right? There's no legs. You're not eating the legs. It's all in the body. I don't know though. Dodrios might be kind of like they might have nothing there, to be honest. It might not be that good. It doesn't sound like it's that good. Jet energy strikes again, bro. They stay striking us with the jet energy. Oh, I need a gnat, not a moth. Okay, it's still tough, but I think this is actually still winnable. I think we actually have. Let's keep punching my Venonats, bro. What the fuck? All right, I think this is actually winnable here still. I do want to continue the item lock. So, ooh, the Erica's invitation could be legit on like a following turn here coming up. Be a legit move for sure, for sure. But not as soon as next turn. I'm gonna go. Am I even item locking this turn, or should we hold out for a turn? Maybe we should wait for a turn. Does not seem great though. I think I'm gonna hope for a tails here more so than anything. Drio is all butt meat. I guess, yeah. All right, yeah, they want to pray for a tails here. Yeah, they also play the jet energy, which is just like so rude. All right, well there. Erica's not really making a difference here. Down 1 jet, 2 jet. Does this deck play 4 jets? Come on, bro. What about a tails? Could I interest you in a tails, perhaps? Okay. Not looking good. Not looking good. What are we doing? What are we doing? They still have like all their double turbos left as well. So even if I bring up a Zoroark. Go boss. Oh, I could boss the Mew up actually. Oh, we do have 2 Spite Ops in play. I'm like forgetting that I have like some retreat lock set up right now. I can't really afford to leave a 2-pricer in the active. I think I'm just gonna retreat to the Venomoth and hope that this thing is stuck. I guess it can just retreat with they can just retreat with the double turbo here though. Maybe they don't have it though. We can hope. We can hope. Maybe we get lucky here. I don't know. You gave me all muscle, not fat from all that sprinting around. That's what I'm saying. I don't think Dodrio would actually taste very good. Ostrich would probably. I've had ostrich before. I had ostrich one of the times I went to Australia. I think. It was no, maybe it was emu actually. Maybe it wasn't ostrich. I don't know if you can eat ostrich, to be honest. It was maybe emu. I think it was emu. I don't remember. It was some kind of bird that lives in Australia. It was like an emu burger or something. I also had alligator. There was like another one. Emu, alligator, and something else. Maybe it was ostrich. Maybe it was emu, alligator. No, I think it was kangaroo actually. Was it kangaroo? I don't remember. Some Australian animals. Oh wait, do ostriches not live in Australia? I knew about the emu war that Australia lost. I have heard about it, yeah. Dude, they got the bird squad out here, bro. What the heck? Honestly, that's kind of cool. Wait, didn't they have an escape route? They did. Why didn't they? Did they forget that they can play items? Did they actually forget? Didn't they play this Ultra Ball though? I think they played that Ultra Ball. Oh, they want to try and win this turn. That makes sense. Makes sense. Do they actually have the dub though? Nope. Well, I guess we don't lose. Not yet, anyways. How many boss do I have left? 2? They could all be prize for all I know. 1 left. I only have a 13 card deck left. I am winning the. I am winning. See, look how long that dude. We already attached. I already attached a retreat. Okay. How long that freaking thing takes to like do the thing. Oh, now I'm decking out first. I don't know if I should have done that, to be honest. That might have been incorrect to do that. Do they have another boss? It looks like it. I can't imagine they would retreat to Zork unless they had another boss. What's it called? Zooming draw. Zooming draw. What's this do again? 50. Start doing. Yeah, they came my Mew. They're zooming all right. Never lucky. Yeah, once again, we just couldn't chain Venomoths. Chaining the Venomoths was like the hard part here in this one as well. Maybe playing the Torterra makes sense. We're going too fast. This deck sucks. Yeah, but I still want to try and make it work. I'm like committed. Yeah, like for some reason I really want to try and make this thing work. And make it work the best that I feel like it can. I mean, item lock is just such a cool. Item lock is just cool. I'm a big fan of item lock. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why I'm like. I feel locked in on it. Still on Moth for now. We're gonna switch over to Colorless Lugia soon. I think Colorless Lugia is the next thing to jump to. Colorless Lugia. You know what? To be honest, I want to give Alakazam another try as well. All the Alakazam talk and chat today has got me wanting to try Alakazam again as well, to be honest. So I think we'll do some. We'll definitely go Colorless Lugia next. Colorless Lugia is definitely the next thing we're messing with. That's the next thing we're gonna try out. More Colorless Lugia. I'm a big fan of that deck. I want to try with the Nest Balls as well. Zorobox. I do want to do some Zoroboxing. But maybe not today. Maybe tomorrow. Make the same deck, but with Benetti X, more HP. Is Bennett better though? I don't know if Bennett is better. Wait, is Bennett not better? Oh, we have to playing it with Spite Up sounds not as good. But you have to do something, right? Is there hope for a Dodrio deck of any sort, or is it too held back by Lost Box? It's too held back by Lost Box right now, I'd say for sure. But it is cool. It's like almost there too, because like Dodrio can do like if you play with Bog and like the damage switcher stuff. Honestly, like the way that the Zorobox deck is built is kind of cool, but it doesn't seem like it's good enough for sure. Yeah. All right. Ostina seems tough, definitely winnable. We're gonna try. Infestart is nice. Don't have to worry about the threat of the Greninja. Although I don't know if they're getting like a turn 2 ninja off anyways, to be honest. Hand's alright. Grab a Venonat. I just hold the level ball to become a Venomoth, possibly. And then we're hoping our Pokegear can find us ideally an Iono, to be honest. Colress, like out of this hand, Colress is just like not that good. Colress is not seeing us a whole ton of cards to work with. I mean, it gets us 3 of 5, but that's like I want to see 6. I want to see 6, and I want to keep 6. So we'll see. Zorobox wins against Guardy with Wug Trio. Wait, what Wug Trio? The mill one? Doesn't Zorobox just win against Gardevoir just neutrally? Don't you just beat them? How do you ever lose? I mean, I guess like the deck isn't as consistent as Gardevoir probably. I think it is still like a... Despite like Sableye kind of killing Zorobox, another problem with Zorobox is that you... just aren't actually, the deck isn't like that consistent. But what's the record with this deck? With this deck, you don't want to know. This deck is actually just resetting my ELO for dude decks, to be honest. Dude decks are more powerful than this deck. Of course, I heard Zorobox hard. That was it. Don't you just kill it? It's just a 1-for-1 trade, right? Why is Cresselia that big of a deal? So would you ever do a stream for anything other than Pokemon, like different games or whatever? I have in the past, and I will if there's like ever a game that I like. I'll probably whenever, definitely whenever the second of, I forget the name of the game now. To be honest, it's been so long. But the Bug Kingdom game, whenever the second version of that game comes out, I'm definitely gonna stream that. But who knows when that's gonna be? What is the name of that game? It's like eluding me now. Hollow Knight 2. Can you challenge me when you play Lugia? Yeah, sure. I mean, if you're gonna ask if I answered your question, you may as well just ask the question again. To be honest, it's literally the exact same thing. I want to watch Azul play Evelyn in the jungle. It was a long time ago. Does this mobile client work? About as good as the desktop client. Yeah. We need a break, man. I need a break from this deck. Maybe I'll try again. How do I not get a supporter there, bro? I mean, I wanted the Iono, but like, how do I not get a supporter there? Like, are you kidding me? I'm switching accounts. All right, colorless lug time. Routine maintenance is scheduled for 23-10-4 to end on 23. Wait, what is 23 UTC to PST? When is this supposed to end? At 4 p.m. Pacific? But it sometimes ends before then. I'm still gonna start up the stream at the same. I don't know what we're gonna do tomorrow, to be honest. For the stream, if that's when it ends. That's tomorrow. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I know it's tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do. But it nearly always ends early. Yeah, it always ends early. So I'm still gonna try and start my stream up early. My goal for starting up streams is actually I'm trying to start up streams at like 11 PST. That's like the goal, but I haven't been able to like read that. Well, this morning I had to bring my car into the. I had to take my car in to get it smog tested and stuff. So that's why I was a little bit late on starting up the stream today. I wanted to start up the stream earlier today, but I had to take my car in to get smog tested. And I got to restart this real fast. You guys can't hear it, but whenever I log in and out of PDCG Live, it messes up my audio. Smog tested, haha, Cali issues. Yeah, literally. It's so weird. It's so weird going from like in Boston, living in Massachusetts. You had to get your car inspected like once a year or something. And then was it once a year? You definitely had to get your car inspected in Massachusetts. Indianapolis, you didn't have to do anything. Like if your car could drive, that was it. Like you're good to go. And then in California, there's a smog test. The smog test is also your car getting tested, I think. Yeah, you have to get registered every 2 years. Yeah. Yeah, Mass. I think Mass was tougher on inspections thing, but Cali has like it's the inspection plus smog test. The smog test is also an inspection. The same thing. So I had to take. That's why I started up the stream late today, because I had to take my car to get for the smog test. But then, like literally in Indianapolis, you don't have to do anything. Emissions test. Yeah, that's what the smog test is, but they call it a smog test. It's like called a smog test. That's what people like advertise it as. Weird, yeah. Yeah, literally in Indianapolis, you don't have to do anything. You just have to like get your car registered. Like in Indianapolis, like if your car can drive, that's it. Like that's. But you do have to have like if you have like a headlight broken or something, you can get pulled over for that. Or if you have expired plates, you'll get pulled over for that. But literally, if your car drives and there's nothing apparently wrong with your car, like you're chilling. Verdict on the Moth. It felt pretty bad, to be honest. It wasn't even like a it didn't even feel like a good / fun bad deck. It just felt like bad. It just felt bad. Yeah. All right, Colorless Lugia it is. So now I have the nest balls on here. I did want to try cutting an energy though as well, but I'm more trying to fit like the double reversal. What would I cut for pumpkin? I don't know. Maybe this. Give it pumpkin now. You can cut a boss as well. I like 4 boss, but I think going down to 3 is fine. I play Battlegrounds. It's been a while, but yeah. Did you ever watch Dog? No, I used to watch Dog back when I used to like play Hearthstone, like competitive. I haven't watched Dog in a while. Only 3 saying that pumpkin feels bad. I mean, it depends how afraid of path you are right now. I'm not that afraid, but I might go up to the 4th or the 2nd collapse now. I do want to kind of just like try 15 energy to kind of stress test it. All right, this is looking sick. This is looking gross. Broken deck, broken list. What can I say? I've done it again. Don't talk to me. All right, good enough, good enough. I might try and go back to Great Balls as well, to be honest. I'm gonna see how the Nest Balls feel. When you get a challenge, is it best of 1 or best of 3? Best of 1. Best of 3 for subs. Best of 1 for non-subs. Not enough Professor Burnett. True. We maybe are missing some Burnett's. The 4 Burnett. Is it time for 4 Burnett Colorless Lugia? Maybe. You might be right. You might be onto something. That could be the route we should head. Beautiful deck. Beautiful. 4 Burnett, 2 Palpat, just in case. Just Burnett chain. I kind of like it, to be honest. The Burnett chain. Just thin out the deck of all the bad cards. It makes sense. 4 Ultra Ball, that thins the bad cards out of hand. The Burnett's thin out the bad cards out of the deck. Genius. Genius. You love to see it. I'm convinced. Lock it in. Probably opening Snorlax is usually just correct because we don't know what we're up against. Can be a little bit tough to deal with some. Yeah, Snorlax as an attacker into Tina is super good. Against Lost Tina, your initial attacker wants to be the Snorlax. It's always a good time when Snorlax is attacking. It's like really hard for them to deal with it. You usually have to make sure that you have a Lugia around that can have 4 colorless energy, so that way if they go for the Shred knockout, you can just return with Lugia V-Star KO. You have to make sure you have that available, and then because like they don't really have a great even going Lost Impact into a Snorlax is like awful, literally just like terrible like lineup for them. So they don't want to be doing that. Sometimes they're forced into it, but my hand is not great. Ugh, not too much changed. Okay, I'm gonna bench this. Ultra Ball for an Archeops, Ultra Ball away the Archeops, or I could do. Alright, I'm gonna go for this. This feels terrible. Well, is Burnett even in here? Yeah, jeez. I mean, this just feels awful, man. I mean, none of this feels good though. I could have gone for a research play, but then the thing is, I burned the stadium. I kind of want. The thing is, like, I don't want to lose the stadium. That's what I'm thinking here. This all just feels bad. It's fine. So we're gonna get rid of these 2. Next time we go Ultra Ball for V-Star, collapse, bump the path. Whatever. I'm gonna rock it. What was the best food you had in Peoria last year? Man, I don't really remember Peoria too well. Sheesh. I don't know if I really went out to many places to Peoria. I don't remember, to be honest. I'm not sure. Oof. Are they just going with the Abyss Seeking, though? That'd be good for us. There's the path, as predicted. And, okay, Abyss Seeking. Pretty cool. I would like to... yeah, I mean, Thumping Snore into the Snorlax or into the Tina here isn't, like, that powerful. But... there's nothing else to really do, right? We just go for that play. Yeah. No other play to really go for. Locking it in. This is like okay, like I'm not like overly complaining. Like this is like nothing to complain about. Like compared to like what they're like, they didn't have like a super aggressive start or anything like that. We're kind of chilling. Okay, price 2 double turbs. Man, I prized a lot. How many energy did I prize, actually? 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I priced 5 energy. What the heck? I'll go with just a gift to the Lugia right now. I don't think I have to, like, I don't, is my Archeops ever getting boss KO'd? No, they only have 2 in their loss zone. I'm never getting boss KO'd. All right, we'll just let Daddy Lax swing on him for a little while, see how it goes. You have to go for gift there, right? Oof. Good point, actually. I could have put the gift on the Snorlax there. That is a good point. Well, I don't think my Snorlax is dying next turn, though. They only have 2 in their loss zone. Yeah, I don't think my Snorlax is dying next turn. I think V-Guard into Lugia was good. Yeah, it would have been, but it's prized. Yeah. Would have been pretty cool. 4, 5. If they go Bump Stadium, Comfy, 6, 7. Yeah, maybe. I just don't think they're getting there, to be honest. Yeah, I just don't think my Snorlax is dying here, actually. It's on hit, though. It's on hits, though. Punch. Do you know what gift energy does? You're trolling, right? Gift energy is when you get KO'd. You're thinking about lucky energy. Is it called lucky energy? What is it called? Am I wrong? You're wrong. Yeah, gift energy would be broken if it was on hit. What? That would be a 4 of in every Lugia. Like, can you imagine just like, oh, dropped. Oh, you punched my Lugia, dropped to 7. Are you gonna troll like that? What? All right, we can put. I think I do put a gift on it now, though. Maybe I should have actually just thrown 3 colors on it last turn, to be honest. You could have been. You might have been right, though. I probably should have just thrown triple colors on my active because I do want a gift on it. I'll throw a reversal here. Just want to get a little bit ahead on the energy attachment. I don't want to like run out of energy into the late game, so I don't want to like get too many energy in play. I should have gone with triple colors on the active, though, to be honest. Okay, Ultra Ball's nice. Double Turbos, whatever, really, to be honest. The Ultra Ball's like the good card, the good hit here. See what we can do. Yeah, I really don't like playing Pumpkaboo and Lugia. But it's like if there's enough Path to the Peak in the format, you kind of have to play it. And it's possible right now in the current format there is enough Path to the Peak to warrant it, to be honest. I'm not sure. Like there's Tina plays Path, Miraidon plays Path. That's really it for the most part. There's like a couple Paths and a couple other like really fringe decks. And Force Stadium still gives you a decent time against most Path to the Peak decks. Like Force Stadium is still a lot of outs. And generally how you want to be tackling Path to the Peak anyways. You don't want to actually put Pumpkaboo in play. You want to use an actual stadium to bump Path, so I don't know. Mew, I mean, Mew's not like a deck. Like when I'm like building decks, though, I'm like building them as like for like I'm thinking about decks like how I would play them in a tournament. And I mean, Mew technically exists, but I would 100% be fine with taking an auto loss to Mew at like Peoria, for example. So Mew would not be on my list of reasons to play a deck. Yeah, they got the Lugia KO. Would have been nice to have the V-Guard there. We still get the gift trigger, though. Drawing with the gift here is nice. And I think we're just going to punch him with Snorlax, right? Yeah, punch him with Snorlax. Got another Snorlax. What else do I set up here is also another question. Only one guard. V-Guard seems tough. No, you only set up one Lugia. You only need one V-Guard. Playing 2 V-Guard in here is trolling. We could put the Luxray down next turn, actually. So I want to set up another Lugia is the question. Do I even care about setting up another Lugia at this point? Charizard's a good option as an attacker. Not yet, but like coming up soon. My Lugias can just like get one hit KO'd as well. Like I think I just go the one prize route at this point, right? Lugia or Mew could be a good option soon, but I don't want to put it in play. Go for the Charizard, I think. I can just go ahead and throw a Luminous on there right now as well. Oh, wait, I prize double Luminous? Perfect, bro. You love to see it, to be honest. Let me think for a second. Okay. Running out of gift here kind of sucks, but oh well. Just get him with a punch. Sure, that's fine. We're probably just following up. Well, I want to follow up with a Luxray hit, to be honest, but yeah, we'll see. because I haven't played Lugia since Gift came out. I mean, it's fine for you to not know what the card did, but yeah, Gift would be absolutely broken if it was on hit. You drew until you had 7. That would have been absurd. Definitely absurd. You return KO. But once again, I just don't care about the Mew matchup. Literally, just not relevant to how I'm building a deck right now. Also, with Drapion in this build, I think you're just favored against Mew no matter what. You don't care if they one hit KO you. Like if they one hit KO you, you're okay with that lineup pretty much every single time. Like with Drapion and one prizers, I think you just win the prize trade almost every single time against Mew. I like actually ran out the math in that matchup, but also it's like a matchup I'm just like don't care about. Like if Mew 100 owed me, if I didn't play Pumpkaboo or another V-Guard, I wouldn't care. It's like not a deck that I'm concerned with right now. You can beat me all they want. Well, this thing has the gift, so I feel like I'm setting up the Snorlax here. Is that correct though? I have no idea what they're doing on their turn. What if I set up? I don't want to set up the Charizard. I could set up the. I should send this up. I mean, they're just gonna start Requiem me though, right? Like, what are they even gonna? I'm just gonna get wrecked. They're gonna get around my gift. So maybe I should have sent up something else. Like, maybe I should have sent up an Archeops, to be honest. I maybe should have sent up an Archeops. That might have been actually the better play here. That might have been better. So actually, the Lax is immune to Rec. Oh wait, that's true. I completely forgot about that. That's right. We are immune to Requiem. That's insane, actually. Oh yo, that's dope. That's actually super dope. I completely forgot about that. The unfazed fat. Yo, do you think they're going to go for this? Dude, that'd be funny if they go for the Star Requiem. So yeah, we can force them to give us the gift energy trigger then. Actually, that's dope. We can force them to give us the gift energy. Oh, Snorlax is so good against them. If they can't even Star Requiem through a Snorlax. Dude, in my head for how this matchup broke down, I was like, okay, they Star Requiem us. Because, like, using Lost Impact is really, really bad into a Snorlax. Because it's like you're doing 280 damage to get one prize card and lost only 2 of your energy. Like, that is not worth a Lost Impact. But Sableye can't hurt your Snorlaxes. Greninja and Cram can, but that's still a lot of investment to utilize both of those Pokemon. Dude, what the heck? This matchup is so good. This matchup is so good. Yeah, oh my gosh. Are you saving Mew for the last Tina? Oh my gosh, Mew can also one KO Tina as well. Dude, what the heck? This matchup is gross. Oh my gosh. That's insane. Oh wow. Dude, what the heck? I don't think I had a good way to get Mew into the active here. I could have benched it though, to be honest. Dude, what? I could have benched the Mew already, yeah. Damn. We solved Lost Tina. Bro, the more I think about this matchup, the worse it gets. Oh, they did it, bro. They used Star Requiem. Oh, let's go. Dude, you love to see it. I can't believe they did it, man. They did it. Let's go. I honestly did not realize how good of a matchup this is. I like whenever I calculated the matchup before, I was thinking Star Requiem. I always forget about Unfazed Fat though. The Fat is OP. Remains unfazed. Oh, I see what you're saying. I thought you were talking about the V-Guard energy still. Lax. I thought you were talking about the V-Guard energy against the Mew matchup because that's what we were talking about before. That's what I thought you were talking about. I was like, I don't know. But I see what you're talking about now. I see what you're talking about. I see. Yo, chat. Someone just tweeted at me like another like control deck thing, like the checkmate deck. Toy Catcher in there is actually kind of sick. It's called his favorite against Guardy. They're favored if they have Sinnoh. They're unfavored without it, I think. Yeah, I think it just comes down to the Sinnoh if they play Sinnoh or not. They have Sinnoh, Guardy's favorite. If not, dude, open Luminion. Let's go. And the hand sucks. Let's go. Oh, my bad, Ninja. I got you. We can play our game after this one. Did you see my reply to... Yes, I did, Del Cookie. I sent the information along where it needs to go. Alright, this is... rough start. We can make something of it, though. We can make something of this start for sure. Hey, they played the optimal Pidgey. And we have the turn 2, like, boss knockout something, so... Yeah, we have the boss KO Pidgey next turn, so that's good for us. But that's all we have cooking. But that we will have some time to work with for sure. The problem is, like, I won't be able to load up a bunch of energy on the... I won't be able to get a gift on the Lugia, though. How's that the optimal Pidgey? That shit is that. What do you mean it has Call for Family? This is, like, actually definitely the optimal Pidgey. Oh, but what if they Sableye your Pidgey and your Charmander? Bro, if you didn't candy out your Pidgey to a Pidgey out turn 2 and they Sableye any of your Pidgeys, you're losing the game. Like, you're cooked anyways. I don't want to hear that shit. It's also Chi and Pow. I actually don't even want to put... Brother, if you are using Call for Family against any deck, you losing your cooked... That's just not true. Bro, if I'm going second and I use Call for Family plus a VIP pass, I'm fine, bro. What? You're actually... Look at them. Look at them just call for their family there. They had no family. And then, bam, Call for Family. And now look at their family, bro. They got the whole fam over there. You're trolling. Oh, nice. All right, so I'm going to go for... Ooh. Oh, wait, we got the play, baby. Let's go. Dude, got him. Absolutely cooking him here. At first, I was just going to go... I think just Snorlax KO Frigibax was... I thought Snorlax KO Frigibax was good. But this play actually goes insane. V-Guard shouldn't matter in this matchup. We're about to be so far ahead in the prize exchange. I don't think we're ever using Luxray, so I'm going to go ahead and use a reversal to retreat. I'm not convinced on the Luxray at all, or 2 reversal to be honest, but... Oh, I could have restarted for 3 as well, dude. All right, you know what, actually? This is so good that I'm going to go ahead and give I'm not even going to go for the... I could have drawn 3 cards as well. I could have drawn 3 cards as well. Let's go. Well, you know, this play is so good. I'm going to give them something to work. I don't actually, you know what? This is on purpose. I actually did this on purpose. Is gift better than V-Guard there to refill the hand? I'm not getting KO'd this turn. Oh, but I see what you're saying. Like, eventually. Yeah, you're... Either I'm using Mew to copy Greninja, then the gift would be nice, or I'm not. Yeah, I think you're right, actually, to be honest, Omar. I probably should have thrown a gift on there. I think so, yeah. Because then either later in the game, either if they go over Chase my Mew EX, I have a gift on it anyway, so then I draw cards, or I draw cards. If Call for Family is so good, why didn't you just copy it with Mew? Honestly, I probably should have. I think that was actually the better play, Peter. My bad. Actually, I misplayed. You're right. I should have hit him with the Call for Family there. That's actually, yeah. True. Did they get tails there? Yeah, we just bopped them, right? They're just cooked. Yeah, they're definitely just cooked here. They have anything else? Well, I haven't used Greninja yet. Okay, no, they're not done yet. I mean, they're not attacking this turn. That's for sure. I can tell you that much. They're not attacking this turn. Dude, I should have used Restart. I should have used Restart. So Lugia has actually become like our main attackers in this matchup from this point on. Because we're like ahead. So we can just like Tempest Dive and KO through the Chi and Pows that way. More family. Dude, if they bench double Frigibax here and we get another boss, bro. Oh, so good. I'm ready for it. I'm so ready for it. I hope they get yeah, I hope they get it, to be honest. I hope they get Frigibax. Maybe double Frigibax and a Pidgey. We get a couple options there, you know what I'm saying? I'm here for it. I'm there for it. Top deck boss. Boom. Clean them up. Could also, we have second Lumineon in the deck, so we can Luminate. Oh, yes. But 2. Get another one. What if I have boss KO on that with Tempest Dive. You got to get another Frigibax on your bench here. Energy Retrieval. Love to see it. Okay. There's no point in actually getting Manaphy here either. If they have Manaphy 1 Frigibax, it never doesn't... Oh, okay. The Unexpected Rotom. That build, the Rotom build is interesting. I don't think it's as good as B-Barrel, though. The Rotom for Sealstone, I think it is worse than having B-Barrel. Like, your late game just, like, falls apart so hard. I don't know, not a fan, to be honest. I don't think I'm a fan. They're cooked. Luminion. And then we obviously have plenty of boss. Back it up. Get him out of here. I have plenty of energy left. Okay. Double turbo. Mezagoza. What would I even want off the Mezagoza though? Well, I mean, I got a head, so I feel like I gotta take something. I feel like it's like disrespectful not to take something here. I don't really want any of that. I don't know. No, I should have taken some. I don't even think that I would get a bench space eventually. We're definitely staying ahead in the matchup, so we can blow the second reversal here. And here we go again, boss. Oh, wait a second. What am I doing, bro? I'm like... Yeah, I don't need to do it like this. I could just boss KO the Frigibax with, like, a normal attacker. Why am I, like... Alright, restart for 1. Oh, actually, I'd rather draw the 1 card here, to be honest. Okay. Alright, cool. We got the dub anyways. Yeah, I could just, like, attack with Lugia there. Because Mew is fun. True! Mew is fun. Very, very true. Very, very true. Let me peep the list again. Let me just get some... Let me think. Dude, I kind of want to... Alright, so the thing with the stadiums, though... The thing about the stadiums is, like, Double Collapse is so good. I really like Double Collapse, but I kind of want to cut a stadium. But then I guess at that point I could cut a Mezagoza. Make sure I don't leak the Alakazam. I'm leaking that after this. We're going to play some more games with this, and then we're leaking. Yeah, I'm literally leaking right after this. Only 1 therapeutic I'm not a huge fan of as well. Or maybe we do this. Definitely a therapeutic fan. I'm just like not that concerned about Path to the Peak right now. Like it exists, but like I don't think it's like that big of a thing to be. I guess Miraidon's still around. Yeah, I really just hate Punkaboo as well, to be honest. What about Radiant Jirachi? No, Radiant Charizard's better. 4 Burnett's? Now we're cooking. Honestly, I could see 4 Burnett being the way, to be honest. Dunsparce? Nah, Dunsparce is whack. Super cringe Pokemon. Play the Electro Rotom V-Star deck? I definitely plan on doing it eventually, Monkey. I don't know if I'm going to do it this week or not. 4 Burnett's? The 4 Burnett build? Could be the move. It generally feels like it's not correct, though. Yeah, generally feels like incorrect. Should you take almonds or beef jerky to Peoria? I would go with beef jerky personally. Lost Vacuum? No, you'd never play Lost Vacuum, I don't think. The potential for the stadiums is too high in this deck. So you'd always do like stadiums or Punkaboo. But you would never do... You'd always do stadiums or Punkaboo. You'd never do Lost Vacuum, I don't think. I mean, you could do Lost Vacuum if there was like enough tool cards where you want the option to remove tool cards. But like currently, you'd never do that. You just increase your stadium and Punkaboo count first, I think, always. Because like Collapse is super powerful in the deck. Mezagoza is super powerful in the deck. And then Pumpkaboo can be searched out by Ultra Ball, which neither of the other things can, so... Does the Miltank fit in this deck? I see the S. Oh, my bad, Ninja. I got you on the next one. I got you after this next game. I'm sorry. Just slips my mind. After this game. Too deep in thought about Colorless Lugia. Ooh, pretty good hand. This hand is actually disgustingly good. I haven't played against this matchup yet, but I do think it is a good matchup. I don't think I actually do anything else. I think I just pass. Yeah, I haven't played against this deck yet, but I do think it's a good matchup. Because like the Mew gives us so many plays around like Gmax Rapid Flow. And like to begin with, you already line up pretty well into their attackers as well. We only have one V-Guard. So that makes things like a little bit more sketchy in terms of like slowing them down potentially. But I think you just want to set up. Actually, I probably should have played one of the Aroma. Well, actually, that's not true. I still shouldn't have played the Aromas. We do want to set up multiple Lugia in this matchup. Lugia and Mew are like our attackers in this matchup. There's another Lugia. I don't really want to play Iono anyways. So now we just get like Luminian. We get Luminian for a research. Yeah, yeah, exactly. We can use Mew to copy. I could grab the Mew now, but I kind of just don't want it to be a target. I'm just gonna thin out like the. Oh wait, we can use Drapion in this matchup as well. I didn't even think about that for like an early hit going second. Interesting. I think we just thin out the Drapion though. Maybe we should have thinned out. Snorlaxes also aren't that good in this matchup either. Luxray is really good too. Weird Ear. I do not have Weird Ear in here. We might play the Weird Ear. I don't know. Lux is really good too. Lux isn't great because we're usually ahead. Like Lux isn't bad. Like Lux is not bad, but we're usually ahead on the prize exchange, so we usually don't do it. So yeah, Luxray is not bad, but it's usually something we don't use because we're usually ahead. Huh. That was not a great draw, to be honest. Like, I wanted a boss. No boss. All right. Double turbo on this one, I think. I don't know though. I don't have a boss to begin with, anyways. Huh. I want to leave one open with just colorless energy though. We should go for reversal gift, I guess. I mean, I guess I could still have the Luxray could still be used. It's just unlikely that I'm gonna use Luxray, I guess, at this point. I don't know. I'm kind of content to not go get it. All right, that does give us Ultra Ball. Yeah, maybe the active one still should have had. Well, I need to get my double turbos in there somewhere, I guess. I don't know. Probably better on the Mew though, I guess. Why are you playing a deck strategy like this? Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by that, boy. Does it count as weakness or just normal damage from a copied move? You use your Pokemon. So, like, if I use Mew to copy Gmax Rapid Flow, I can do 240 to the active. And then... So, yeah, so I'll do 240 to the active, and then I'll also do 120 to the bench. If I hit the active, or I can just do 120, 120. Yeah, Mew's typing is counted in the outcome. So we can actually go boss KO in this situation. I can go Ultra Ball for Luminian for boss KO, what other V they put on their bench. If they put another V on their bench, I guess I don't have to put another V on their bench, but I'm just kind of assuming that's going to happen. And then we can go boss KO Luminian to win the game after that, after they KO my active and the gift triggers. And they just bedroom. Let's go. Dub. Big dub. Big dub. Let me see. Yeah, I got you, Ninja. Thank you for the reminder, actually. I was probably going to forget again. I'm not going to lie. Luminian V in the list. I don't know. It doesn't really decrease your odds of opening Luminian that much. You'd rather open your one prize a lot more than what's it called, anyways. I don't know. Opening a two prizer is about the same thing, no matter what matchup you go up against. I guess it's like a little bit different against like Zard, but I don't know. I don't think it makes that big of a difference. My concern is just like not opening Lugia as opposed to potentially opening the Luminian. Like having a third nest ball gives you more flexibility overall, so I think I'd rather have the flexibility of the nest ball than opening the other thing. Okay. I mean, is that sarcasm? That's just like, it's like there's sarcasm and then there's just like saying something stupid. I feel like that falls under saying something stupid, to be honest. Like, I don't, at that point, it's not sarcasm. It's like not everything you can't just like conceal something as sarcasm when it's just like making a stupid statement. You know what I'm saying? Is it sarcasm at that point? I don't know about that. If they get escape rope, as if they get escape rope, I could push Entei. I kind of go with the. I want to get another Charmander down though, kind of. Like obviously, sarcasm in general is just like making stupid statements, but you know, I don't know if I really need to stress getting another Charmander here. They also could be playing Lost Box and Turn 1 Greninja, both my Charmanders, which would kind of suck as well, to be honest. I just don't know what we're up against here. I'm just kind of assuming it's Miraidon, but... Calling everything sarcasm, that's stupid. When you say something stupid, calling everything sarcasm is the same thing as like calling everything bad in Pokemon spicy. It loses its value. Revolving. Getting creative because you can't say. Wait, what is are all the R words banned in chat? Like rotated, rotation, rotates, rotate. What about the Vadal's list? It's a couple cards different. It's not the exact 60. I don't know. I forget what I changed though. It is the Miraidon though. Okay. They have no way to. Oh no, they can KO an Entei turn 1. They didn't get the Zapdos though, so now they can't. We should be we can hit him with the Entei ourselves next turn. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have actually said anything though, actually, because now y'all have the. I still have to like ban all the words, I guess. Oh well, that's fine, I guess. What seems better post VIPs? Gather the Crew Basculin or Bombardier EX? Well, because the other one's an EX that I assume finds Pokemon, I would say Basculin if anything, but we'll just have to wait and see, to be honest. Yeah, I can't really tell for sure until we know what else we have access to, because we're gonna have two more sets before we actually. Yeah, we're gonna have 2 more sets before anything actually happens. So we can't really tell until we know what those sets are. Have to wait and see. I actually can't. We got the Mander squad though. I can get Candy. Okay, hold up. Can I get Candy Pidge, Candy Charizard now? Yeah, now I can. Okay, that's a good one. That's what I was looking for, to be honest. I just need one of the pieces, and then I can go Candy. Wait, what if I prized? I mean, I guess if I prized double Pidgeot, we did not. I didn't think about that though, to be honest. I guess if we had done that, we would just like search out a research or something there. So then we could like research on the next turn. Do you ever carve pumpkins around this time of year? No, it's been a long time since I carved a pumpkin. I did go to like a. Yeah, I mean, I don't like really do anything festive for like Halloween. 2 years ago now, I think. Me and Lorelai did go to like a fair. I might go to that. We might go to that again this year. Although wait, what is like the Halloween days land on 30th? Wait, where are we? October 31st. Wait, is Halloween always? Halloween's. Wait, is Halloween always the 31st? Is that how it works? I actually just don't remember. It's so long since I've done anything around Halloween that I actually just don't remember when the holiday is. Is it always it's always the 31st, right? I can make you a custom ban generator on Python using Oxford Dictionary for database, and it will ban all existing words, like all existing words ever. Bro, old Nucci moment. True, definitely a Nucci moment. It happens every year. Well, yeah, it happens every year, but I just like don't. It doesn't like affect me anymore. Always the 31st. Thank you for answering the question, Scavenger. I appreciate it. I'll take my rat costume to the fair. Probably not. No, probably no. I don't think I will. Not this time. Banning all of chat. Yeah, every single word. Just ban all the words. You guys will have to talk in code from now on. Come up with words that are not in the dictionary. That'd have to become that'd be your new task. Yo, appreciate the prime sub there. Orbit Tsuki. Welcome to the Rat Pack. A lot of grapes, so we got plenty of meltdowns. Go away, Clyde. There was petitions to make it last Saturday, but it never went anywhere. Wait, was there actually lock? Was that like for like school reasons? Do I speak Spanish? Nope. Have you ever taken Lugia to an event? Yeah, Vancouver Regionals last season. Fully regret it. We'll never do it again. At least it was like the broken build and it's not like playing one of the other builds currently. I could just bench this now. I could save it open for a Pidgey. I don't know, Pidgey's pretty dope, so I'm gonna try and go for the Pidgey play. But I don't even think we need it, to be honest. I think we just win on board effectively from here, so. Did find that Pidge, though. Yeah, took it to one tournament. Well, I could have attacked with Charizard here, though, right? Oh, okay. I guess I should have attacked with Charizard here. Yeah, so parents take their kids trick-or-treating on non-school days. Yeah. Oh, this is a diff deck, though. I mean, I guess technically, yeah. But they just asked Lugia in general. Yeah, I definitely should have. Yeah, I should have just attacked with Charizard. Charizard got the knockout there and has more HP. I don't know what I was thinking there. I was kind of trolling, to be honest. I mean, keeping my Charizard around for this turn. Well, actually, am I trolling? Because if they KO my Entei, Charizard KOs anything of theirs. But if they KO my Charizard with Raichu. If they KO my Charizard with Raichu with a Bravery Charm, Entei wouldn't KO it. Actually, to be honest, maybe it was correct, actually. It was maybe actually correct to attack with Entei. Thundershock? Cringe. Do I have my escape rope? I do. So it is possible to get out of the heads on the Thundershock. I don't know if this ever wins them the game, though, to be honest. I mean, obviously, it's not doing a whole ton for them right now. Is there any chance to Marion to win this match from here? I don't think so. They would need, like, a miracle. I don't even know what the miracle would be. It would honestly have to be, like, I can't find my escape rope. They Thundershock heads me until I have 10 HP left. No, but they don't even have room for a Raichu. And then they could go, like, boss this, KO with this Raichu at the same time they Halucha this. There's honestly just, like, no way. No way that I see anyway. We did get the escape room. Dude, what? I was fine with just not winning this turn, to be honest. I was like, okay, that's fine. We don't have to win this turn. We're in like a great spot here. We're in an incredible position. And then I just like fleet-footed into the escape rope. We literally can't lose from here. And then it's like, all right, we won anyways. At this point, the PTCGL devs are just trolling everyone over at the late night. They specifically moved late night to Wednesday to avoid Tuesday maintenances. Now they're releasing the patch on a Wednesday. Yeah, Trust should probably just tweet that. Yeah, I wonder if the late night's going to switch back to being on Tuesdays, because that actually is funny, to be honest. I mean, kind of. I don't know. That stuff is like, at the end of the day, it's still funny. I don't want the late night to have to suffer, but like, I don't know, PTC. It's like another thing that's like, well, PTCG Live is like such a mess. Here's like another thing that is like annoying that they do that, or that has happened, I guess. That's obviously not the reason that they're switching their maintenance day, but add it to the pile. To be fair, it's a relatively small patch. Oh no, it's just funny that it doesn't matter how big or small the patch is. It's just funny that what the outcome was. What actually are they update? What do they have? They actually said to wait a whole week to apply the patch. Just really? No, I'm not. No, June. That's not the. That's literally not what I said. You're literally creating a whole new sentence. Thoughts on town store Guardy? I have no clue, to be honest. No idea. Have not tried it. Have not thought about it. I'm just saying it's just like it's just funny. The coincidence is funny. Like it's just like another thing added to the list of things that PTCGL and the devs and TPCI have made it harder on the community who's just trying to play the game. You know what I'm saying? It's just funny. That's it. Thoughts on Lost on Gudra? Terrible deck. Apparently Toad School is being fixed. Apparently, yeah. Funny coincidence. Yeah, it's not like anything to do with this week specifically. It's just like in general. I didn't think about it before, but then Pilot tweeted about it because they've been releasing patches on Wednesdays for a little bit of time now. But that's like why the late night switched from Tuesdays to Wednesdays was to avoid the patches, because patches were being released on Tuesdays and now they're being released on Wednesdays. By the way, the advantage of Bombardier EX over Basculin is that Bombardier can attack on your first turn. Bombardier? Dude, who the fuck is wait, is it out? Is the card out yet? Wait, not this thing, right? You said Bombardier EX. Yeah, I don't know, but it's a 2-prizer in your active. It doesn't sound very good, to be honest. Yeah, 2-prizer in your active does not sound very good. Also, wait, what's the attack cost? If it costs an energy, then it's just not good. Because you like the power of the Basculin is that you can like hard retreat it. Yeah, let me read this card real fast. I'll tell you if I think it's good or bad. Yeah, it costs a colorless energy. If you go first, you can use it. Yeah, this card sucks. It's like you have to get it into the active on your first turn, and you have to be like a setup based deck that wants to find a bunch of basics. So you're putting a 2-prizer in board on the board in your active. And you have to have had something in the active that has free retreat. To be honest, I guess if you're like playing a deck that just like randomly has all your like main attackers have like free retreat, then I guess it could work. But it's yeah, Basculin probably is just way better. For sure. Basculin doesn't rotate as well. Basculin sticks around. Yeah, if Basculin's still around, then Basculin is definitely the that's a move. Boy, I thought we weren't. No, I can say whatever I want. I can say whatever I want. But you guys have to get more creative with it. See, like, Monkey had, like, a good question, and then I was like, I don't know what the card does. And then Monkey told me what the card does. Like, oh, okay, cool. I'm fine answering, like, this question, because, like, yeah. But yeah, Basculin will probably just be the better of the two, for sure. All right, well, all right. These are the kind of questions I don't like. Will Basculin be more popular, or people try to live without VIP or replace it more? Like, there's no such thing. Don't you like? We've been talking about a lot about deck building today, and like habits you want to have and thought process you want to have. Don't think about replacing something with something when you're like deck building. Just like I guess that's like one way you can think about it, but just think about like what do I think is the best way I can make this deck, and then make that deck that way, if that makes sense. Like, you could be like, yeah, you could like put like a Gardevoir deck together after rotation and be like, okay, build it without Battle VIP Pass, and then be like, okay, play some games and be like, well, I need to find more Pokemon on like my first turn of the game, especially going second, because like if you go first, you already have like an extra turn to set up with. You're like, okay, what if I played Basculin? It kind of I can use it. I can go get it, bench it, you know, switch into it, get 2 more basic Pokemon. Okay, let's try Basculin. Then play some games with Basculin and see if it's good or bad. And just do that all with the idea that like it's either correct to play Basculin or not correct to play Basculin, basically. But I don't like the idea of thinking about terms, and I don't think thinking about things when rotation hits. I don't like the idea of thinking about things in terms of like just like replacing stuff. I think this is a bad way to look at it. Yeah, so like Battle VIP Pass rotates, and it's like, okay, just like take your deck and be like, okay, is this, first off, does your deck just rotate with a bunch of stuff so it's not even a deck anymore? And then at that point, you just go find a new deck. But like if you take the deck, I think there's no answer to Mew, but I doubt it'll show up if people play Zard anyway. I literally have a Drapion in what? I literally have a Drapion in my deck. What do you mean? Listen, you have this card. It 1-hit KOs the Mew. You have this card that 1-hit KOs Mew VMAX, but I don't think it's gonna work out. I think it's gonna be an L. I'm gonna have to give you an L on this one. Good luck in your tournament. Yeah, just like make your deck. Like rotation hits, what cards leave, cut them. Like, and then just ask yourself like what deck, like let's say we're playing going into rotation, let's say you're playing, is Lugia still around? Does this thing survive? F? Maybe Lugia's not a great, let's say Lost Box. Because Lost Box stuff, basically all stuff exists still. They're gonna take 6 cards before you do that. Realistically, that's just not true. If you actually map out the prize trade against Mew, Lugia actually wins the prize trade. I'm pretty sure every single time. Or just about. If you map out the prize trade, Lugia can literally win the prize trade every single time. First, Lugia can win first like every single time. It's not gonna happen that way every time because like Lugia's obviously not gonna draw perfectly every single time, but it depends what you start with and they start with and what they attack with first. Meloetta hits first, but hitting first doesn't mean you just win the prize trade. If I have a Snorlax on my active and a Meloetta kills a Snorlax, then I can go Lugia, Drapion, Boss KO, Genesect, and I just win the game first. Like, it depends on what they KO with the Meloetta. And if they can respond to my Lugia. Like, if they go, even if I have Lugia V, and they go Meloetta KO, Lugia V, if I go Lugia, attach, if my response is Lugia, put the V-Guard on, knock out the Meloetta, and then they can't KO my Lugia, and I don't have another 2 prize in play for them to chase, then I can just win the prize trade from there. I can just go, okay, Drapion, Boss KO, Genesect, win. Or Boss KO, Genesect, Drapion, win. They play Horn? They don't, though. You just said something that's not true. They don't play Horn. No, like, almost no Mews play Horn right now. Wait, let's go look. Maybe I'm wrong. Go here. I'm going to go to Limitless. And then I'm going to scroll down. And I'm going to click on this. And then I'm going to go to Fusion Mews. I could be wrong here. Let's see how many of them play Horn. Echoing Horn is in 14% of Mew decks. All right. You're saying that you set up without Fish. That's not very likely. Yeah, but you're saying you're saying they play Echoing Horn, which is also very unlikely. Like, what do you want from me? Some are even playing 4 catcher. I literally gave them the first 2 prize knockout. I literally handed them the first 2 prize knockout in my scenario. I literally handed them the first 2 prize knockout. They don't need a catcher. I literally gave them a Lugia V, and then I still beat them because they don't play Horn. Because only 0.14 of them play Horn. I'm not saying it's like an auto win, but like it's that I don't think I'm losing to Mew. Like, I think the Mew matchup is probably fine. The Mew matchup is definitely just like probably fine. It's like about the same thing as, it's not the same thing. You do have to come up with the difference between this and Single Strike Lugia is this build of Lugia has to come up with a boss KO. You do have to come up with a boss KO on a Genesect at some point. To be ahead in the prize exchange. Yeah, you do have to come up with a boss KO at some point. Either Mew copy Genesect, or you could use Lugia or Radiant Charizard as well. Is prop 50-50? Yeah, I would probably say it's 50-50. 14% playing Horn means it happen maybe once per tournament. No, 14% playing Horn means it'll probably happen like it'll happen like you probably just won't play against an Echoing Horn. Like so it'll happen like. Yeah, what is the average? What is the time that you'll get Echoing Horn? It'll matter in a tournament run. It's even less than the actual number of Horn because it's possible that them playing Horn doesn't actually affect the game. Kind of like Choice Belt. Choice Belt's okay. You just can't find it. I don't know if I don't like it. You just can't find the card. I guess you could make an argument to like play Arvin, but I don't think that's probably not correct. Like one choice, you could play 2 Choice Belt as well. I've seen this with 2 Choice Belt. Then I think it makes a little more sense. But I don't know if there's enough scenarios. I don't make the rules, Sherman. I'm just following online Mickey trends. That's fine, bro. If online Mickey trends, wait, are you talking about the Echoing Horn thing? I literally looked at online tournament results to figure out the Horn count. If you hit 8 Mew rounds in a row, it will show up once. Yeah, exactly. Like the chance that you actually hit chance that you hit a Mew in the Echoing Horn actually affects your run is probably like 1 of every 20 tournaments or something. If you like simulate the tournament 20 times. Yeah, and catchers. That's just what you literally. So what you did, Rainbow, is you looked at one person who won one online tournament and they played 4 catcher and Echoing Horn, and then you're like, this is every Mew deck. That's what you did. Which, listen, if that's the way you want to test and decipher the meta around that, that's fine with me. But yeah, all you did was take one online tournament and you're like, this one online tournament was won by a Mew deck with 4 catchers and Echoing Horn. Now, that could be the best way to play Mew, but that's also just one Mew list. Like, that is such a terrible analysis of the meta to be like, oh, this one deck this one time won this tournament this one time, therefore every deck now plays these cards. It wasn't one? Well, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it result in any other tournament. I've seen it in the one tournament. They won that one late night. I haven't seen another result from it. They have to get rid of it, draw more cards, and discard the cram. Well, I'd say 50% that, or 50% it doesn't affect the board state. Like sometimes them getting access to Horn isn't possible for it to affect the board state. Or you can play around Horn. Sometimes you can just fill your bench, and then Horn isn't even a factor. That's also like a possibility that can happen. Mix City. Now you got me looking at tournament results, and there's like 0 Mews in any of the top 8s. Now I'm looking at tournament results. Now I'm not looking at all tournament results. I'm not going to look at a tournament result that doesn't have at least have 100 people. Anything under that is just like irrelevant data, for the most part. The only thing you can get from like an under 100 person tournament, I would say. The only thing I mean, even 100-person tournaments, sometimes there's not that much to get from them. But the one thing you can look at is under 100 tournaments is just like individual lists and see if there's anything cool in them. But once again, looking at one list and seeing one cool thing in there isn't like the way the meta is trending. I don't know, someone else mentioned on Mel's podcast as well. That's fine, Rainbow. I'm not saying these things you're saying aren't true, but it's not like, oh, now all of a sudden when you go up against, it's not, I'm not saying these things you're saying are not true. It's just the way you're interpreting them and their potential and what you think, how you think they impact and affect the meta into how decks should respond to it, I think is incorrect. That's what I'm saying. Like everything you've said so far is true. But like it just also like doesn't mean you should like be, that should be like the expectation, you know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. Like it doesn't mean you should be like expecting to play, like when you play against them, you shouldn't expect catchers and Echoing Horn stuff. That's all I'm saying. Am I running reversal for Luxray? No, it's just I got him in here for bait. No, we have 1 reversal. Oh, actually, do I have 2 still? No, I have 1 reversal right now. I had 2 in there earlier, but 2 feels a little heavy for how often the card actually probably gets used. And there's another question I was going to answer now, but then I got sucked into the, I got one guide. Bluff the Luxray. Yeah, we played just the reversal, no Luxray. I was doing that before. I actually don't even think that's bad because sometimes you attack with Archeops. Actually, no, I got 2 guide in this one. It was Rainbow and Slacks. Fuck, I was answering another. Oh, what was the rant I was going on? Oh yeah, when rotation hits, listen, because I know you guys, I'm gonna get a lot of questions like this in the chat. When rotation hits, just, I just feel like when rotation hits, don't ask me, because it's just gonna piss me off when I hear it sometimes. Don't ask me, what do I replace my Battle VIP passes with? If you feel like you need more Pokemon search, I mean, obviously maxing out Nest Balls, put some Artisans in, just go play some games of Pokemon. Just like be like, just rebuild the deck from the ground up and be like, okay, I still want to play Lost Box. Well, Battle VIP passes are gone. Got to max out Nest Balls. Does Artisan become the best stadium? Got to find our basics. All right, let's go with 4 Artisan, 4 Nest Ball. Let's go play some games. But yeah, just go play some games. I'm down to talk about rotation stuff, but just asking me, I hate the question, what do I replace this card with? I hate this. You just gotta go play some games. You got, well, we lost Pokemon search. Put some Pokemon in search in there. Let's go play some games. I'm down to talk about rotation when rotation gets closer and stuff, but just don't ask me the question, what should I replace my Battle VIP pass with? What do I replace Acrobike with? Bro, that's the one. That's actually what killed me. Is the amount of times 2 rotations ago, the amount of people who asked me what they should put in their deck over Acrobike. I'm like, I don't know, bro. You gotta play some games. I've tested as much as you in this new format, or thought about decks as much. Yeah, that's the question that put me over the edge. Yeah, that's actually where I lost my mind. The amount of times I got asked what people should replace their Acrobikes with. That's when I went from a super chill streamer to an unhinged streamer. When the person asked me for the 99th time, what's I cut the Acrobikes for? Yo, appreciate the 9 months there, Star Char. True slap. Artisan implies playing single price basics that lose to Iron Hands. What's the point, Azul? What's the point? Yeah, we're just gonna do it having hands mirrors. Oof, this hand we lose a lot of energy on the research. That kind of sucks. Oh well, we'll have to be fine. Ooh, we actually have a Lug mirror. I have no. Well, actually, hey, that Luxray is about to come in clutch. Let's go. I'm down. I'm down. We're about to body him with the Luxray. All right, let's see. Start with these, I guess. I've been practicing a lot. I put in Spiritomb 4-path, 1 Temple, and I'm struggling to Colorless Lugia with Lost on Tini. Do you have any tips? Well, it sounds like your deck just sucks at that point because it's just a clunky mess. I usually need to cut back on all that shit. The Sinnoh is fine if you want to focus on that matchup. Dude, actually, this I'm gonna I'm gonna try and get a Lugia so I can put a gift energy on it. But you just need to like you gotta like stop the overteching for that match. You're like overteching for this matchup. By a lot. Like, you need to cut back on that stuff and just play some consistency. Sometimes playing games is the most powerful tool a deck can have. No, don't give the stadium. No, putting my stadium in play here is definitely correct. You're just wrong. Like, I don't want to put Mew in play here, though, do I? I can get a Lax. I want to get Mew, though, because it allows me to pivot into the Luxray. Only one Lugia in the deck, Sheesh Azul. I'll be fine. They don't have any chops. They're not boss KO in my ass. Because I want to pivot into the Luxray next turn. But putting the Mew on the bench can't be worth it, right? That can't be worth it. Sonics is kind of chill, so I'm down to put that down there. But I think we just pass now. Yeah. Yeah, I don't care about getting an energy into play out of all those. I had 3 energy in my hand. That's so much energy. Definitely getting energy in play is there is correct. For sure, for sure, for sure. 100%, 100, 200%. And plus, they're gonna get tails anyways. Temple isn't that useful against Lugia Colorless? It's still pretty good. No, the Temple is pretty good. The point of the Temple is to get through gift energy. The point of the Temple is it's still solid for sure. Like Roxanne plus KO. Yeah, they didn't even need it, bro. They didn't even, dude. They're actually gonna boss KO my dude. No way, dude. No, are they actually gonna boss KO my dude? No way. Maybe they mess up and put a double turbo on the active. Oh my gosh. I don't think I ever play around this either way, though. To be honest. Jesus, man. What? Wait, both my other Lugias are prized, right? This is such a. Dude, please get a double turbo. You can do it. Put a double turbo on the Lugia. Couldn't play around it. Yeah, I don't think I would have, though, to be honest. Was benching Mew worth of us discarding energy? I don't think so. Putting a free 2 prize knockout in play is not worth it, I don't think. This is so cringe, to be honest. This is like insanely cringe. What is happening right now is the most cringe thing. Yeah, the Temple also can help against the V-Guard energy. But having like another way to not trigger gift energy is like the big thing, the big value you get in the matchup, to be honest. I guess we just concede. Cool. Dude, what an absurd hand. They had the nuts, bro. But yeah, Sinnoh's good in this matchup. I think Sinnoh might even be worth it in Lost Tina. Lugia's looking pretty good, pretty powerful right now. So I'd say play the Sinnoh. Just like two path and a Sinnoh, I think is all you need though. Like that's the matchup's tough though. To be honest, the matchup is just a bad matchup. But see, that's an important thing to identify. So like one thing you need to take notice of when you're like trying to be like, okay, how far do I tech in this matchup? What you want to do is you want to look at it and be like, okay, I could tech more for this matchup, or I could just, do what I can against it. Do the little bit that I can against it, and then, I'll just like, I'd rather just be consistent against other matchups, right? And that's, to be honest, Colorless Lugia, after like playing that one Tina match and thinking about it a little bit more, talking about chat a little bit more, Colorless Lugia seems like an impossible matchup for Lost Tina. Now, I would want to test it with a Temple of Sinnoh. I think if I was playing Lost Tina right now, I would just play 3-path. And I probably wouldn't tech for Colorless Lugia and chalk it up as a bad matchup. I think that's probably fine. You can't have 4-path and 1 Temple, though. That's way too much for Lost Tina box. I mean, there's no such thing as you can't. It just probably is incorrect. Like, yeah, you definitely can. The question is if it's correct. And I think it's incorrect. Like I'm saying, I think it's incorrect. I think this is a better way you want to like think about it and phrase things too, though. It's like there's no such thing as something being wrong. Nothing's wrong. But what is best? That's what we want to think about it. There's no such thing as anything being incorrect. Nothing is technically wrong, but what is best? That's the way we want to think about it. What is the best thing to do? And I think 5 stadiums in Lost Tina is not good enough. 5 stadiums in Tina is not it, like, for sure. I think you just take an L to the Colorless Lugia matchup, and I would just play 3-path, to be honest. You just take the L. And taking the L is fine. Now, I would say, if I was, like, set on trying to, like, make Lost Tina work as the best I could, I would test the Colorless Lugia matchup with, like, 2-path, 1 Temple and see how that feels. But I would never go past that stadium count, I don't think. Do I like Sablezard? Not really. I think it's pretty mid. So that's how I would start, to be honest. I would go double Temple, 2-path, 1 Temple, and test against Colorless Lugia and just see how it feels. And if it feels like it's still like an impossible matchup to win, which, to be honest, the more I think about the matchup, the more broken the matchup just seems for Lugia. Like, like, I would say just scrap it. Just be like, all right, I have a bad Colorless Lugia matchup, and that's fine. And that's like a really important thing to just understand and come to terms with. Like, if you got a bad Mew matchup, even if you play 2 Drapion in your deck, you should probably just take the bad Mew matchup and just be more consistent against everything else. You know what I'm saying? So he's gonna have a rough time at Peoria. Honestly, it might, if Colorless Lugia is really that popular. I didn't really think this matchup was that bad for Tina, but the more I am experiencing this matchup, or experiencing this deck, and specifically up against Tina, this is a bad matchup for Tina, it feels like, for sure. Like, sheesh. The deck is just, yeah, you have so many options. You just have like such an absurd amount of options in that matchup. It's tough. Might not be. I don't know. It's tough to say it's going to be a bad time for Tina, though, because Tina has like a good Charizard matchup. That's why that's tough to say that Tina's going to have that bad of a time. Like, it's just maybe a rough matchup, and besides that, Tina's going to be fine. But yeah, it's definitely tough. But yeah, it's hard to say Tina will have like a terrible time, because like the Charizard is a good matchup, so it still has some good matchups for sure. But it felt hard still. Yeah, definitely. That's what I'm saying. Definitely, it's hard. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's probably still hard, even with those. It seems tough. But I would start there. Like, if you're set on trying to like figure out the matchup, you should definitely try and tech for it. You shouldn't just like let someone tell you, no, it's a terrible matchup, you can't do anything about it. You should be like, okay, let me see if I can do something about this, and then try, and then see if the tech is worth it or not. Or you can just take them at their word and then move on, which is also like a fine thing to do to like conserve time theoretically as well. So it's not like a bad thing to do that. It's not like a bad thing to like just take someone at their word and be like, all right, I'm gonna spend my time somewhere else and I'll just take their word on it and play this way or that way from here. It's like not a bad thing either. So, all right, up against the fish, or the rapid strike, I should say. They open the fish. Luminia starts bad, but in this matchup, it doesn't matter too much, I feel like. The matchup's like, bro, they're immediately coming out with the... I literally opened a Luminian, and they're still like, nah, I'm going to cheese you with my Spiritomb. Come on. What? What? Dude, do they just like hate Lugia or something? They're just like, fuck you. Dude, like, what? They hate Lugia, bro. They hate him. I need to find something to actually get rid of. Oh, and I got another one. Let me just grab a Lug. Oh, actually, I don't know if that's the correct. We're gonna go with I want to get an... Oh, no, if I get an evolution here, though, I want to keep it. Interesting, actually. So I kind of messed up here. I should have held this. All right, so I'm going to Lugia, get rid of a Lugia. That's fine. I only need 2 Lugia. I mean, 3 is actually definitely an option, but they'll probably kill my Luminium before I'd ever use the 3rd Lugia anyways. But I should have done this. I should have got a Snorlax and just like read the window of Snorlax and held the... I should have held the... Whatever that other card was that I had. Dude, that's funny. What are they thinking? How could they possibly come to the determination like, okay, I open Remoraid? But maybe the one thought process I can think of is like, this matchup is so bad, I need my opponent to literally dead draw and go get Spiritomb. But I don't think this matchup is... Actually, it might be, to be honest. I'm actually not too sure. This matchup might be that bad. I wouldn't... Yeah, I'm no scientist, but I'm no expert on the matchup, but that does not seem like the correct play. Yeah. No expert on the matchup. I have no words. I have nothing. I thought I had something, but I have no words, to be honest. I don't know what that play was different. What do you think? Teching in the old Spiritomb against Lugia, the one that shuffles back Pokemon in this discard pile? No, it's bad. As soon as they... I mean, yeah, that's just no shot, no shot. I thought I whiffed, and I was about to be like, maybe they just knew. We did not whiff, though. All right, now they concede, so I can go pee. Now they should concede, so I can go pee and go with some advance. Oh, wait, I can't. I clicked Tempest Dive, and I was like, oh, shoot. But, I mean, I can't attack, so it's fine. Imagine if that would, like, that's how IRL was played. Like, if you attached. What am I saying? If you touched the card, like, you have to, like, touch what you're doing. You by accidentally, like, IRL misclick. Then mechanics would be, like, a thing, IRL. Mechanics would actually be, like, a thing, IRL. You're just like, oh, that's it. Yo, I think I was talking about this with Chip on the podcast. Does anyone in chat have any experience with competitive Pokemon Go? Like... Oh no, I was talking about this on chat, like mechanical mishaps. Do mechanical mishaps? We were talking about mechanical mishaps on the stream for Go, and it has happened sometimes. But generally, the mechanical aspect of Pokemon Go is like basically a non-factor, right? It's just basically the prediction of their move set and their moves and stuff like that is like the big thing, right? Also, if anyone in chat actually has played competitive Go at all, what do you think about open team sheets for Pokemon Go? Well, the question I want answered, and I'm not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing one way or the other, but is it a higher skill ceiling with open team sheets in Go or a lower? Is it a lower skill ceiling or higher skill ceiling with open team sheets in Go? Does anyone have any experience in that? I showed the Zard deck? No, that one's a big secret. It's probably in the Discord, though, if you want to check it out. If you announce Tempest Dive IRL without the Archeops and Energy, would you have to just end turn? Yes, you would have to end turn, yes. Actually, that's not 100% true. If you announced Tempest Dive while taking the 2 Archeops out of your discard pile, so it's obviously you were implied that you were using Summoning Star, then I don't think so. But if you said Tempest Dive and acted as if you were using Tempest Dive, then you'd be locked into Tempest Dive, even if you didn't have the energy for it. But if you were like, I'm pretty sure if you said Tempest Dive and then took 2 Archeops out of your discard pile and tapped one to go use it, I think the ruling would rule based on intent. Like, it's obvious your intention was to use Summoning Star. But if you said Tempest Dive and then went to bump the stadium, or put 220 damage on your opponent's active Pokemon, and only had 3 energy, then your intent was to use Tempest Dive very obviously, and you can't use Tempest Dive. Therefore, you're in the attack phase. You have no other attack that you can use, so you're locked into no attack for the turn. But I think if you said Tempest Dive and then went to go take Archeops out of your discard pile, the intent is obvious you're using Summoning Star and you just said the wrong thing. I think the ruling... Now, I don't know the current rules on that kind of stuff because I haven't had actually a judge ruling around like that in until like before COVID to be. I can't even remember the last time I had to have a judge ruling like that ever be called. I definitely had to in the past, but in the past, it's definitely been ruled on intent before, where it's like, oh, okay, you are obviously using Summoning Star. And V-Star marker, it was obvious that he was using V-Star power. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah. Like, if you make it very obvious. Yeah, if you flip over your V-Star marker and say Tempest Dive, it's very obvious you're trying to use Summoning Star. Summoning Star. So it's all based around... I haven't had that in so long. I've been wondering the same if intent is relevant. I'm pretty sure intent is still very relevant, for sure. Yeah. That's why it's obvious if you intend to use an attack, but you can't use the attack. Well, it's like you meant to, and now you're in attack phase. It doesn't matter if you forgot to attach return or something. Can players recall their attacks after they announce, and then after I tell them they didn't knock out because of XYZ? Had the player to do that to me? No, they can't. No. If you let them, if you're like, yeah, that's cool, you can take it back, then that's fine. So yeah, just so anyone in chat knows, if you're in tournament and you go to use Summoning Star and you flip your V-Star marker, or if you say Silver Tempest but you flip your V-Star marker and then go to take your Archeops out of your discard pile, if your opponent tries to tell you you've used Tempest Dive, you can be like, no, it's obviously my intent was Summoning Star, and just get a judge over and solve it. You're not allowed to give takebacks on stream. I think you can give takebacks on. I'm actually not 100% sure, Paul. It's been so long since I've seen the scenario come up, and it's like if you're not involved in the scenario, you're not allowed to give takebacks on stream. So there are times off stream where if a 2-prize penalty normally would have happened, if you and your opponent are both cool with it, the judge will just like look away from the situation. Like let's say my opponent draws an 8th card off research, and I'm just like, just put it back on top of your deck, and a judge sees it and they're like, what happened here? And be like, he drew an extra card, but I don't want the prize penalty. Then the judge sometimes will just turn away, right? But you can't do that on stream. That's not what would happen. It would be a double prize penalty. As far as takebacks go, I feel like they've gotten more strict on not allowing like takebacks. Like if I attach my energy for turn on a Pokemon and I want to change it, and I like, ask my opponent, can I change that? On stream, I'm not sure if they would let you or not, to be honest. I'm actually not sure if they would let you. I'm actually not sure. I don't know. When game state is broken, you can't allow takeback. I mean, you can off stream as long as you don't care. Like, it's fine for you to not like force the judging. But on stream, I don't know if you can. Oh, when game state is broken, you can't on stream for sure. Yeah, when the game state's broken on stream, you won't be able to take anything back. But I don't know if it's just something as simple like an attachment. Like if my opponent attached to the wrong Pokemon, then they asked me, can I change that off stream? Like if we're at normal tables, I could say yes, and then they could. But I'm not sure if they would allow that on stream, to be honest, right now. They've definitely gotten more strict about keeping things uniform on stream and consistent to the rules. But I'm actually not sure about that one, to be honest. I have no clue. When is the energy fixed on the Mon when you're not touching anymore? Yeah, as soon as you stop touching it, I think that's when it's like considered like 100% there. If you're still touching, if you're like holding it, if it's like under the Pokemon but you're holding it, then you can like take it off and put it somewhere else, I'm pretty sure. But as soon as you like let go of it and it's obviously like attached to the Pokemon, then yeah. Judge can't turn the other way on stream. Yeah, but well, yeah, for broken board states proto. But like me attaching an energy to a Pokemon and then wanting to move to a different Pokemon, and my opponent saying it's fine, it's not a broken board state, you know? So I'm not sure about that. But yeah, for broken board states, yes. I don't think they on stream. I'm fine if they don't, to be honest. I'm just not sure how they do it. Like if on stream they're like, no, even if your opponent's letting you change where you put your energy for the turn, we're not allowing it. I think that's fine if they want to enforce that on stream. But I'm just not sure if you can or not. Yeah, I'm not sure. You appreciate the 3-month resub there, Megan. But for rules, I know for sure they don't. Irreparable, I guess? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Proto. For irreparable, they won't let you change anything, for sure. Or they'll enforce whatever the penalty should be. I remember you trying to give a take back from double prize penalty as they drew their deck instead of take prizes because they replace the opposite. Yeah, I tried, but yeah, for dude, who was I playing against? Dude, why is his name escaping me right now? Yeah, appreciate that prime sub there, Grunner. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're out of orange juice, but we got plenty of marble countertops. You can't repair knowing the top card. Yeah. Proto, I'm literally, I don't know. I feel like you're talking past me right now, Proto. I agree. With an irreparable game state on stream, they won't let you take it back. I literally gave the example of like if my opponent attached an energy onto a Pokemon and they asked to take it back on stream, I don't know if you'd be like if you'd allow it. Obviously off stream, you could be like, yeah, go ahead. If a judge caught it, they might say something and be like, no, you can't do that, and that would also be fine. Yeah, it was against Cameron. That's right, Cameron should know. I was like, it starts with a C, and I was about to say Corey, but it's like it's not Corey. I don't know why I had Corey on the mind. I was like, yeah, Cameron. When I played against Cameron, yeah, I don't think Cameron should have gotten a broken state versus irreparable. Well, broken state and irreparable state are the same thing. I'm pretty sure broken and irreparable are the same thing because you can't repair seeing an extra top deck. Same thing as like if you play a second draw support and shuffle your hand into your deck, you can't repair that theoretically. Like the gate irreparable and broken board state, I'm pretty sure it's the exact same thing, just two different terms for it. What's a random card that you will miss? I'll start the D block. We haven't had D block Oranguru for forever. What is happening to the card? I thought you had to pee. I do have to pee. Yeah, I gotta go pee still. I think Magic allows land take backs now as long as the other is it in Magic. Can't you just like literally take back your last action? For some reason, I thought that was a thing in Magic, where it's like literally you can in Magic you can like literally almost like take back your last action, as long as you haven't like done anything with it. I could be wrong. Like if you play a card but haven't like triggered the card fully, like tap the mana for the card, you can like put the card back in your hand. Am I trolling with that? Or like if you play a land in Magic, if you play a land and you're like, actually nah, like that's fine, right? Or am I trolling? I'm learning so much on the stream. Got top 40 at Curitiba Regionals. Just want to say thanks, Azul. Of course, I'm glad you're able to use my rambling and rants for. I'm glad you're able to apply my rambling and rants to results in the real world for sure. You def untap mana. You def can untap mana. There's no official take back thing except on stream. Like on Magic streams, you can officially take back stuff. Is that what you're saying? All right, I'm gonna go pee. You're half trolling, so that means I'm like half correct. Anytime you pass priority to your opponent, you cannot take back in Magic. Yeah, but if you like played a land down, can you just like pick it up, put it back in your hand? Like if you play a land, don't tap it. On stream, you can't do shit except untap. Oh, so you can tap mana, but if you don't play a card that actually requires those mana, you just can untap them. You can take a land back. You can't put a land down and pick it back up, but you can like tap on tap as much as you want. Being able to tap and untap is probably correct, just so you can like math out your lands real fast. So instead of thinking there, if I use this many lands and that many lands, you like tap them in the big. Okay, that works out. You cannot pick up a land up. No, okay. Once you cast it, it's official. Okay, so yeah, once you play a card that eats up the mana that you've tapped, can you take back playing Magic the Gathering? No, right? You get all the years back that you spent playing Magic the Gathering. All right, chat. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee. See ya in a little bit. 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 5 minutes probably, because I'm gonna run to the kitchen and get some advance as well. was already said that this is just a more feels bad way to lose. Yeah. Someone put it actually really well. The volatility and RNG of colors of Lugia decks in general is just more apparent than other decks. Like, you just see how the RNG affects. It's just more pronounced because you're flipping a coin. But it's not like the only thing that matters is win percentage. It doesn't matter if you flip a coin and you lose on the coin flip or win on the coin flip sometimes with Lugia. Because the only thing that matters is win percentage at the end of the day. So if Lugia has the highest expected win percentage in a meta, then it literally doesn't matter if you're flipping coins or not flipping coins. It doesn't make the deck more RNG or more high roll or more low roll or less consistent or more consistent. It just means you're flipping coins. It's literally all it means. So the RNG of the deck like Lugia is just more pronounced and more visible because it does have deck cards that flip coins in it and a decent amount of them. But it doesn't make the deck. But that doesn't really matter at the end of the day. The only thing that matters is your expected win rate. And if Lugia just has the highest expected win rate, then it just has the highest expected win rate. And literally everything else is just irrelevant. Oh, shoot. I thought I priced all my Lugia V-Stars. I guess I would have also priced all my Archeops. Which is not possible. This next could be a Lugia V. Dude, I'll time you out. Alright, we're chilling. We have open Luminian like a decent amount already, though. I'm not gonna lie. And I'm not against putting another Lugia V in the deck, to be honest. Isn't 4 Lugia a necessity given how crucial it is to get it turn 1? I mean, playing a nest ball is the same thing as a Lugia V on the first turn of the game. It's like literally the exact same thing. You just like mulligan a little bit more often because you have one less basic. And you are more likely to open Luminian or Drapion if you have less Lugia Vs in the deck. But also opening Lugia V isn't as good. Because your deck isn't as aggressive. I'd rather open Snorlax or like Radiant Charizard more often. Or even the Mew, because then the Mew can become a Snorlax in the active, but I could be wrong. It might just be better to play the 4th Lugia V at the end of the day. But also the flexibility that Nest Ball gives us later in the game is good as well. The flexibility we gain from the Nest Ball is also good, because then that instead of like being another Lugia V, which is literally useless after turn 2, now it's a Nest Ball that can find us Charizard or Snorlax or Mew or Drapion or like any of those. So, I mean, if your Radiant's Charizard lived the turn, you just won the game anyways. That's not what you just said there, Slacks. I'll give you a chance to delete your own message, to be honest, because you said it way too confidently. If I hit with Charizard and it doesn't die, I'm good. If I have to pass for a turn, I'm chilling. Like, I'm chilling. That's all right with me. Like, we won the game. Like, it's okay. That's okay, bro. And then on top of that, we also do have 2 Jet Energy, so we possibly could attack on the next turn again. But yeah, if I'm punching with Radiant's hard and they didn't knock it out or take... If they took a different knockout, they probably bossed something. The only situation that could come up is we attack with Radiant's hard and they somehow snipe our bench. So that's the only thing that could come up. But I would say probably we're not using Radiant's hard in those matchups that were going to be as relevant. So, well, that'd be the only thing. All right, let's go through some aromas here. Let's see how this goes. Heads. Ooh, because I could take an Archeops. 2 Lax is more sus than 3 Lugia. I'm a big fan of the 3 Lax, I'm not gonna lie. Lax is a pretty sick attacker. Pod, if I cut the Lugia for a Nest Ball, I have the same chance of drawing into that 4th Lugia V as the Nest Ball. They are the same card. And they both do the same thing. Now, if I cut the Lugia V and I put in another energy, that'd be a different story. I'm gonna go... I honestly don't know. I'm gonna go with the Archeops. Theoretically, the Archeops is better because it could lead to me using research, but that is what I did, Pod. That is the adjustment I made. Archeops, I guess, again. I need a Tails here, to be honest. Dude, I don't stop. All I get is heads, bro. All right. I guess I do go Mesagoza. Dude, every time. I just needed 1 Tails, bro. That's so unlucky. Unfortunate. Can't use the luck word around here. Saying unlucky is cringe. All right, now we could get Path, and now we could really be in trouble, to be honest. Damn, bro, that sucks. The triple heads. Usually, you do want the heads on the aromas as well. Dude, that would have been too much. I couldn't have mentally handled them getting heads. I couldn't have mentally handled them getting heads there. That would have been too much. That would have been too much. Mentally destroyed after that. So what can they do here? What am I afraid of? I don't think I'm really afraid of anything. I can knock out the Giratina with Mew, possibly. They could knock me out. I think I'm fine with that, I guess. Like, I can respond. They can respond to my Mew with Snorlax, though, which kind of sucks. What's up, David Dale? What's up, Leo? I think we'd want to go Mew, knock out the Tina. Honestly, if they just pass from here, which is possible, classic lost Tina turn could be them just passing here. We can just boss KO this with, like, Lugia here, which is fine. Sounds good to me, to be honest. I'm down. They were pretty hesitant to do that. Oh, but they had the V-Star. Okay. Yeah, why were they so hesitant to make that play? It's like they didn't want to do this play. But this play's pretty good. I don't know. I don't want them to do this play. All right, so like I said, we can get the Lost Impact Return KO with Mew, which would be pretty good. If we can get that off, I'm feeling like okay still. This is like the ideal turn 2 for them. It's like turn 2 Tina V-Star, knock out a 2-prizer is like a pretty good. I think that's pretty good, but they have no backup Tina, so that makes this a little bit more fragile for sure. So I can push up Lumineon, attach the V-Guard to Lumineon. They're already at 10 in the loss, so I'm like Star Requiem gets around my V-Guard anyway at this point, so I don't think it really matters if I lose my V-Guard to the Lumineon here. I need to top like an Ultra Ball though. Research is good though, or research is good. Research is fine. Do I ever not research for some reason? Appreciate the 2 months there, Slacks. No, I think we always research here. It doesn't feel great, but can we get a? We need a Tails, to be honest. Can I get a Tails? Dude. All right, let's grab the Luxray, I guess. All right, can I get a? Oh, I messed up though, didn't I? No, I definitely missequenced that, actually. I missequenced that for sure. Because I should have Mezzagozed first. Because if I get heads, I get the Mew, and then I thin energy out of the deck with the... I guess it doesn't change. It doesn't really change the odds of me getting to the Mew, though, does it? Yeah, I guess it doesn't really change the odds of me... Dude, God. Alright, we're chilling. I honestly don't even know if the the triple is in there. I think we're still in a fine spot. It's just obviously not great. How much is hit for? 180? Hitting with Lugia seems like incorrect here. I'm okay with hitting with this Luxray though. Luxray? Dude, let's go! It's fine, it's fine. What do we do? Help! They still have the star. You see, this is why I want to run double reversal. So like I can just use the Luxray when I like more consistently. All right, I'm putting the double reversal back in. This is tilted me now. Okay, sure. Maybe we should have gone like 2 double turbos there, to be honest. We should have gone 2 double turbos. I actually don't hate double turbo there. I don't think the gift is that good here either. Yeah, using the gift here is just like not that good. All right, we're gonna need big comeback here. Big comeback. Yeah, I'll get rid of it. I don't want them to have access. Me getting access to it this turn doesn't seem like it's that valuable. So, well, not looking good. Not looking good, Chad. Not gonna lie. Star Requiem for sure. Yeah, probably. Maybe they whiffed the Psychic Energy. I guess that's like the one of the things we could hope on, but it's not likely. We will have the Iono KO. Like, we will Iono, knock him out. What do we knock him out? I guess I could knock him out with an Archeops, to be honest. I actually might knock them out with an Archeops. Knockout with Archeops. They will have the Snorlax response, but I own it down to 2. Can I still win? Yeah, of course. Definitely still win this. Do we use Jet Energy instead of attaching with Chops? I already attached return to the Luminian Horsey before I did the thing there. Man, the Snorlax is already ready to swing back too. That sucks. Yeah, let me think. Do I want to attack with Archeops here? What's left in my deck? I have a double turbo and a gift in there, right? I think so. I could attack with the Radiant Charizard. They KO this KO's Radiant Charizard though. I could save the Radiant Charizard to actually respond to a Giratina V on the bench. I should bench the dude. This just sucks. All right, they can whiff energy for my own. I mean, I think it's fine if they get the energy. Like if they get it, they get it. Primal Turb. I don't know if I should burn another gift here though. To be wait, are both my Luminous Energy gone? One's prize, dude. I can't catch a break. All right, hit him with the Iona. I could get it off the prize cards, of course, so that's like a possibility. All right, I can burn some cards here. Should I set up another? Should I set up a Lugia V for a V star? Probably, right? What do I have left for attackers? Mew's also a good option here, though. Mew's like a really good option, actually. Because Mew could copy Greninja to take out double Comfeys. But if they're taking this out with Snorlax, then Mew's not as good of an option because it dies. I have to deal with the Snorlax. Then I can't use my Charizard anymore. I have to just be okay with that. No. Dude, did I do this to myself? Did I discard my Lugia Vs? I did discard one. No, they KO'd it. My third Lugia V. Dude, all my good cards are prized. Oh, I need to keep the stadium there. I'm trolling for not keeping the stadium there then. Because then I could go with Charizard. No, Charizard KOT doesn't work either because they reactivate the Snorlax. I need to respond to their Snorlax. I guess I can respond to it with Mew. It's like the same thing, right? It would have been better to respond with a Lugia, but I could respond to it with Mew. Okay, fine, whatever. We're locked in now. We're chilling. No, yeah, because Tina that didn't even make any sense anyways. Kind of don't want a double turbo on it. Dude, this is hard, man. Because I want to be able to maybe copy Lost Impact if they like set up to that point. Sure. We're chilling. I mean, if they get, dude, it'd be pretty funny if they have Energy Boss here. I'm not gonna lie. We do just lose, and losing's not cool, but yeah, I don't love the idea of losing, but Lax their Lax. Laxing their Lax is like okay, but me using my own Lax gives me less options on following up. So, all right, let's see how good of a turn they have. Well, it's a good start. That's a Tina. I have no way to KO it. That's Cram. Okay. That's interesting. Where are their Tinas at? Nothing here? I don't know. I don't know. I don't see any Tinas. Interesting choice. Pokestop. Okay, also unexpected here. Pretty aggro. They have the energy for the Snorlax in the deck. Looks like they got something. They have 2, just 1. So they also need a way to move their active. If they whiff a knockout here, I'm not feeling too bad. Cram take over a Tina is really interesting. It makes me think that they play like a 2-2 Tina and that a second Tina is like prized. Then a 1-1 Tina would be weird. Dude, this is still just like not good though. Dude, come on, man. They actually got it. That's so gross. Love to see it. Would I concede IRL? It depends on the game. If it was game, no, I don't think I actually would have conceded at any point in that game. Dude, I want to put the second reversal in because this is like if I'm gonna play the Luxray, I want to be able to use the Luxray. Yeah, if I play the Luxray, I want to be able to use it. Let's try. No, I gotta cut something. I honestly want to cut a Mez. Um. No, we should probably keep the 4 stadiums. Honestly, I almost like never use jets, but I'm playing like a really low count of jet right now, so it would make sense that I don't actually jet that often if I'm playing such a low count. Man, the second Luminous? No, that would be this. I'm playing 2 Luminous for the exact same reason, so I wouldn't cut a Luminous to add a second reversal. That doesn't make any sense because they're both doing the same thing by trying to play 2 of them, just to make sure I can use each of the attackers. If you cut all Jets, you lose them all while. I mean, I don't care about losing them all while. It's literally not relevant. But Jets are just kind of good in the deck in general to play, to have as an option for other situations. But that wouldn't be like a reason why I would keep Jet. Yeah, but you don't really want to put Mew in. The problem with that A-Share though is you really don't want to put Mew in play like at all. Mew is just like utilized as like an attacker at some point, but you don't want to have it like you generally don't want to just have it sitting in play. 4 boss versus 3. You should literally just have boss more often. That's like it without having to like use Luminian. I just feel like boss is like really good to have. Yeah, but in theory you can get. Well, it's not just about prizing it though. It's about like researching it or something like that as well. It's not just prizing. I guess that is fair though. I guess that is fair. So it makes prize cards not a factor, but research is still a factor though. I guess yeah, remove like less of a factor because of prizing is less of a factor. So maybe that does make sense. Like you'd always play 2 reversal. That's fair. You'd always play 2 reversal before you'd play 2 luminous. I guess if you're gonna play the Luxray. The Luxray just might not be worth it. It might just like not happen often enough. Well, it would have happened in that game if I just hadn't prized it. Yeah, playing the I guess we'd always. Yeah, I mean the Luxray still just might be too inconsistent. But if there's enough mirror match, I guess it is worth it, right? Like that's like a big question. If there's gonna be enough other Lugia, I would want to play it if there's like more Lugia decks. I don't know. Good against Pidgey too. That's only, but once again, it only comes up if you're behind. If you're ahead, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm not sure. With Rillaboom VMAX and Spiral Energy when? I literally just saw that that tweet. Who tweeted that? Probably never, but 4 mulligans? What are we up against? What the heck? Dina. All right, sure. I'll take it. Dude, our hand is just stupid. It's just so much. Too much. It's too much. All right. Nest. I could top deck a jet. If I top deck a jet, then I'd rather have a therapeutic here and then jet this in the active to take the knockout. And then we just pass. I don't really need to do anything else. Yo, appreciate the tier 1 sub there. Jewish Kid 22. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're all out of marbles. We got plenty of skyscrapers. Attach and no concealed cards. That was definitely an interesting choice from them, yeah. Not using Greninja, but attaching was definitely an interesting choice. They could have theoretically done a lot more there. Drawn to like Jet Comfy, switch card Comfy, or maybe just Comfy in general. They're going with that Abyss Seeking though. Okay. So I think here, like benching Mew is probably fine. I think I should probably bench Mew here. Because if they go Tina to KO my Lugia next turn, I want to be able to respond with a Mew knockout and just like stay ahead in the prize exchange. So I'm gonna play this. Tails, Mew, heads, Lugia, V-Star. Attach to the active and then play research. Opening Drapion kind of sucks. Maybe, I don't know. Now I'm kind of coming around on the 4 Lugia V, to be honest, a little bit more. Because opening... That's not opening Lugia V kind of sucks. Or opening these other things that like, kind of sucks. I'm coming around on Lugia, the 4th Lugia V a little bit more. Okay. Fine. We're okay. Do I read the wind if I whiff? Or do I retreat to a Snorlax? I think retreat to Snorlax is probably the better play. They're never boss KOing my Lugia here. Luxray is there. Playing a stadium though, and then like if I we gotta go for it. Getting this far ahead would be just like too good. Come on, give me one heads. Oh, thank goodness, bro. I was like, all right, prize 2. That's fine. We're probably not using the Luxray this game. Is my V-Guard in here? My V-Guard isn't here, so we're gonna get really far ahead here. I feel like would have been stressed. I don't know if I should have taken a Snorlax there though, because I already had another Snorlax, so I shouldn't have taken Snorlax. I probably should have taken a Lugia V. Actually, no, because I have my Luminous Energy in my hand. I should have taken the Charizard. That's what I should have done. I should have taken Charizard there, because now my Luminous is going to float. And it's going to get discarded, which is not great. All right, V-Guard. I'm about to get really far ahead, so I don't think the reversals are ever going to come up. Okay. I don't want to... no, I already attached Return to the Active anyway, so I can't do that. Should I just go ahead and commit the other reversal? Is there a possibility for it? Probably not. Just go ahead and throw it down. I could have hit with Drapion there. But I want to try and get the value out of my V-Guard while I can, right? Yeah, I could have benched one Snorlax there as well, but keeping the bench for someone for Illumine is probably better. Yeah, we do want to discard the stadium. Yeah, because I can go like Lumini and boss KO that with Mew next turn or something, to be honest, and that'd be fine. You could run Ditto, turn into a Mew, retreat it if you have access to a Lugia. Also becomes a Lugia. That's actually interesting. I actually don't hate that, to be honest. Mudfish. It would give you like all the options. But it would only be if you open it. But then past there is just a dead card. But I guess maybe that's just better than the 4th Lugia V though, right? Wait, I have to read Ditto real fast. Is that just always better than the 4th Lugia V? Everyone think you should bench Mew before you need to attack and trolling? 100%, yeah. I mean, I think in this scenario it's correct to bench it because like their only response to us is Tina. But honestly, Tina's not a good response here either. But we're just so far, we just win this game. I just don't see how we ever lose this game, to be honest. Yeah, is Ditto... Ditto might always be better than the 4th Lugia V. I'm going to read Ditto after this. It only works in the active, right? That's true, so I guess not. Because then if we play a draw supporter and draw into Ditto and not the Lugia, then that kind of sucks. That's true. It's not just objectively better. Yeah. That we're always winning that game anyways. We're always winning that one. That's interesting. But it's probably not better, to be honest. Alright. So far, I'm not a huge fan of the Luxray. Luxray's not feeling great. And the... Hey, let me put the updated list in the Discord. If you open Snorlax, Ditto is a dead card. That's true as well. You'd have to like, you could jet it. Does it keep the cards that are on it or no? You could jet it up and then, nah, that's just not it, right? No way. If you play for Ditto, yeah, the Ditto is not as good as I thought it was. At first I was kind of hype on it, but then the more we've thought about it, it's not great. Discard your energy when transforming. Yeah. The initial idea was cool. I liked the initial idea, but yeah, the more... Yeah, if you play an Iona or you play a Research, you're not trying to draw into Ditto. It's only if you opened it, yeah. Do you ever just cut the Lux for a 3rd Lax? I mean, that would be the change, yeah. That's what I changed. I cut a Lax for the Lux, but... I'm not sure which one I prefer. Theoretically, the Luxray has a higher. The way to think about it is like Luxray is more powerful. It's more powerful to have the option of Luxray than not. But if we use it only like one of 100 games to have the option of it, then it's not. It makes our overall our deck is because like a third Snorlax or a Luxray, like one of them is like the options are always more powerful. So like having the option theoretically gives us more like better, more powerful options, but it doesn't make up for the fact that if we never use it, then it's not probably better than a third Snorlax. 3 lakhs is good for more collapse plays too. I mean, Luxray theoretically does the same thing if we can get it out, but yeah, we have to be behind on the prize cards. So no, I'm definitely dude. Let's go Drapion. Dude, this hand sucks. I'm about to research away 2 Lugia V-Stars. If I prize my 3rd Lugia V-Star, bro, let's go. No out to Lugia V. All right. Show me the money. One time, Goza. Damn. Fine. We are going first, so now we're just like effectively going second. But I guess if they're like playing a lost one, I can get like a free cram hit on this. That's not great, to be honest. If they get like a free cram hit on this, it's not great. Yeah, what Slack said. Did they get the heads too, bro? You love to see it, to be honest. All right, is it T? My guess would be a. Oh no, it's not Tina. I guess I was gonna say my guess is gonna be a Cena, but not Tina. Okay, sure. So it's probably just like Lost Box. Could be Kyogre. And to be honest, opening Drapion against a Kyogre build would not be great. This is already feeling kind of rough. But we'll see. Just need to set up some Snorlax. They open the Manaphy, so that like takes away our potential to like ever pull off the Greninja play, like the Mew copy Greninja play. So whether or not they would have played around it would have been a question, but that's not really a question anymore because they open the Manaphy and it's just in play. So Blocklack's kind of nuts. I'm pretty sure that thing just sucks, to be honest. I don't think it does anything. Blockslax is kind of butts. They just boss around it and then retreat. They don't know that. Yeah, it just seems bad. Unless you're talking about the deck itself and not just the tech in Colorless Lugia. Yeah, so definitely Lost Box here. It's interesting that they got out 3 Comfies. I'm kind of a fan of that personally, to be honest. I assume the Nestwall is going to get Greninja. Wait, well, I guess they could be. They might be Sablezard, to be honest. Oh, it might be actually. Sablezard that literally turboed out their Charizard. Do they just like have Mirage Gates in hand? Why would you ever get out the Charizard this aggressively unless you had like wait, lightning? Dude, I have no idea what is happening. I don't know what's going on anymore. You only get these hands online? That is just not. I can't handle that. Someone talk about Wise Goose. I can't handle that, bro. It shouldn't annoys the crap out of me. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and use this, thin out a Snorlax. Iron Hand Sablezard? Yeah, maybe. They're already like teching ahead. These Iron Hands. Grab Snorlax. Check V-Stars. We have 1. Research versus Iono. I think I got the Iono. But the bosses aren't going to be that effective. Just plus 1 card. But I get to keep the Collapse, which could be a pretty big deal later, to be honest. Yeah. Even the Collapse round is probably a pretty big deal. Now we just win? Yeah, easy dub for sure. I'm in. I could retreat. Try and collapse it later. This definitely has to go get me a Lugia. I think it's just attached to the Snorlax, to be honest. I don't know about this one, actually. I think I probably should just attach to the Snorlax. We'll just like swing next turn. It means I don't have to like get out Lugia next turn, I guess. Has there ever been a stream game where someone lost box donks for win turn 1? Yeah, of course. Many times. Many times. Yeah, so there's no Sableye threat, but they do get the free 2 prize cards on my Drapion, which is not super cool. I also just don't want to put this Luminion in play, but I don't actually know what I'm supposed to do here, to be honest. Yeah, I'm just actually not sure what I'm supposed to do here. We could just go... I just don't want to put Luminion in... I guess I can just go Luminion for Burnett, Artisan for another Snorlax, and just take the knockout. We'll just chill. You just hard draw the Burnett here. Well, the thing is, I don't have to be super aggressive, right? Like, I have the attack with my Snorlax. I don't need to get out my Archeops next turn. If I put Luminion in play, then we're really going to be looking for the collapsed play at some point. Dude, another Lightning? What are they playing? 3 Lightning? Bro, I don't think they play Sableye. They do play Mirage Gate. I don't think they play Sableye. Yo, what's up, Could Be Davis? All right, the Zard's online sooner than... Oh, they do play Sableye. Okay, confirmed Sableye. They do have Psychics. They have 3 Lightning Energy in the Lost Zone. I am playing Lugia as well. What do they play? Do they play... Maybe they play Luxray. And they also play Basic Lightning, so they don't have to rely on Reversal Energy. But they do have to rely on falling behind on the price to actually use it, I guess, still. That's like the only thing I can think of. They're already testing for Iron Hands. Raikou, maybe? Yeah, it could be Raikou as well, I guess. Maybe it's not... Yeah, maybe it is just Raikou. Maybe it's not the Luxray. I think I've seen Luxray in Sablezard more than Raikou. Dude, the Charizard's just good. It's good to go. It's cooking right now. I want to boss KO the Charizard now. That thing is like too ready to go. They're an energy attachment away from KOing my Snorlax back if I attack with Snorlax. I hope if I top deck boss, I think I boss KO the Snorlax here. And we'll see what our top deck is. Loading up that Zard this early? I don't think it's terrible to load up the Zard this early, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think it's terrible. I might just play the Iono here. I really don't want to put Luminion in play. Although maybe I should just Luminion for Burnett, play the Burnett. I don't know if the Burnett's in the deck, to be honest. I should be checking my prize cards, but... And I can save the Iono for next turn. Maybe that's better. They are going to Charizard, knock out my Snorlax. They have 3. It goes down... Iono right now. Kind of want... I mean, I got to set up the thing at some point. If they have... Okay, well, hold up. What if they have Boss KO? I mean, if they have Boss KO on my Lugia, that's still not that bad. Do I just play... Can I play a full Snorlax game from there? Maybe. I mean, yeah, because I don't really want to Ultra Ball this. I want to save the Iono for next turn. Yeah, because they could have attached to Zard, boss my Lugia, and then I just... I mean, I don't guaranteed lose. That doesn't feel good, though. I would then go get a Lugia Iono. They're down to 2 prize cards at that point, though. That I have, like, a lot of knockouts to take to win the game from there. Would not be feeling great, to be honest. All right, we'll let them cook this turn. Hopefully they don't have the boss play at the very least and just have to go through my Snorlax. Even them having the Charizard to immediately respond to my Snorlax, though, is, like, pretty annoying, to be honest. That is still annoying. Yeah, they've got a wacky... A little bit of a wacky Lost Box build here. Definitely something different. Do they even play, actually, Battle VA? No, they do. Okay, yeah. I was like, what do they... There's a boss in the Lost Zone. That's good. Wait, did they just put that in there? How does it order the Lost Zone? Is this the most recent card to hit the Lost Zone? It is, right? So this has been in here for a while. Hey, what's up, Samson? There it is. Pokey, give him the boss, bro. To be honest, at this point, no. Dude, the Zard... Give it to him. Give him the boss, bro. I want him to get the boss at this point. Oh. I'm down for them to have it, to be honest. They've done all this work for this Charizard. Just give them the play, bro. I feel like they deserve it at this point. I think that's fine. I think it would have been fine if they got the play there. They put in the hours. The Charizard's put in the time. Hook the Charizard up, man. Sableye's ready to go. They do have 10 in the Lost Zone, so they could attack with Sableye over. No, the Zard's coming up. Yeah, makes sense. I think I actually attack with Lugia here because I do want to bump the Artisan. I don't want to let them use the Artisan infinitely. Jeez, I thought they did so much already. I thought they had already... That's actually not true. I was like waiting for them to hit the boss, to be honest. I was like, I thought they'd already played a supporter, but... Yeah, so I think I actually attack with Lugia here, just so I can bump the Artisan. And, like, the Lugia's not under threat of getting punched back by Zard, because this is only my second prize card. So, they can't just, like, claw the Zard, bench it, punch me, so... Did they gate to the Zard? They gated to the Zard twice. You're on collapsed anyways. I mean, I do. Yeah. Yeah, they gated to the Zard multiple times. They've been building this bad boy up. All right. There's the boss, a little bit late. That's fine. Do I ever need a non... Dude, I just don't know what they're playing, though. That's the problem. Oh, maybe I am. I don't know. Am I scared of the... They have 3 lightning energy in their discard pile. I don't think I am scared of it, right? I don't think there's anything to get off this either. Nope. I need to find my Charizard so I can combo with the collapsed. Yeah, do I need to put, like, the... I mean, I may as well put the... Oh. Do I? No. I thought about it for... Do I actually? No. I thought about it, though. Yeah, do I play around anything? Like, do I get the V-Guard? Do I not put a double turbo? I probably do put the double turbo, though, right? Maybe may as well put a V-Guard as well. And I guess if they do get the knockout, I should throw a gift up on the active as well. Because I want to put this therapeutic here, for sure. I could have actually played the Iono first here, maybe, and searched out therapeutic double turbo for this, and then attach the energy that I drew into. But I also really want to draw into Charizard Collapse to get rid of this Luminion, because it's kind of a liability. Just a little bit of a liability. Just a wee bit. Not get the collapse. Definitely want to bump their stadium as well. To get the tails, so I can get the Charizard. It does bench lock me. I don't have to bench it yet. They do play Echoing Horn. They are down it. It is in the lock. They could, like, I don't know. It's so hard to, like, make the read on this. Like, do they play a second Echoing Horn? Like, I mean, having Mew in play is not great either, though. I should just throw this down. I do lose the possibility of, like, benching Luminion now, though, to, like, go search a different supporter out. Which, like, even though I know I'm trying to get Collapse to get rid of the first Luminion, like, it doesn't mean, like, it could still be correct to, like, want to have access to that second Luminion. For sure. We'll see. Maybe the Luxray? That's what I was thinking, Luxray. But, I mean, yeah. I was thinking Luxray, but it could also just be they could just play a Raikou, I guess, as well. And then maybe play 4 Sealstone with it. That could be their combo there. They are down 3 Mirage Gate. Do they play 4 Mirage Gate in a Charizard build? It's possible. They are down also, like, they're down 3 Lightning Energies. I don't know if do they play 4 Lightning Energy? No way, right? Most inefficient play possible. I mean, there was potential for more efficiency with the Charizard, but it was probably the play they made there to KO the Snorlax with the Zard was probably the correct play. Yeah, the play they made, I think, was probably the correct play, but it doesn't mean you couldn't have attack for less energy on the Charizard. It's just like that's what the way it went. I mean, Boss KO Sableye seems pretty good here to me. I don't know what you think, chat, but Boss on the Sableye. I am not closer. The problem with that play, I guess, is I'm not any closer to. Would I ever try and utilize Luxray? Oh, it's prized. Cool. Wait, where is it actually? All right. And do I go with the boss here? I'm gonna go ahead and get the Luminous for the Charizard here as well. Just gotta make sure, yeah, give to the Snorlax. And I could research, but Boss KO Sableye seems better here, to be honest. They didn't do anything last turn. I mean, them not doing something last turn doesn't mean too much. I could retreat and attack with Snorlax instead, to be honest. I'm not feeling like my Lugia's under, like, much threat. Oh, no. The problem with this play is I don't have a way to get to an Iono next turn. The problem with this play is I don't have a way to get to an Iono. So, if now all of a sudden my play next turn becomes I want to disrupt my opponent, I'm not going to have that as an option, unfortunately. Which is definitely something I might want to do. I might want to be able to disrupt my opponent here. But yeah, not going to be an option now, so... That's like the only reason to play the research over the boss there. But based on their board state, the boss is more impactful immediately, but I have less options for next turn now. Because, like, if they had, like, nothing in their hand previously and didn't get off, like, a Sableye attack, then... Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, it's a Crave, dude. I was like, oh, the Charizard's coming back. That's sick. Nope. All right, that's cringe, but the idea of the other play was sick for sure. I was like, oh, dope. What a sick play. And then it's like, crap. All right, so I'm going to retreat this. I guess I attach this here. I'm not going to leave this in the active anymore, I don't think. That was so disappointing, to be honest. Damn, bro, I cannot find these collapsed. They're in there though. I know they exist. Okay. I should have just discarded this then. Oh, I did prize one. Okay. I could have Ultra Balled away that plus that. I didn't know my prize card count left though. I don't think I'm gonna take anything off this. I could put one more energy here. I don't know. I'm just not feeling like it does too much. I could just get it set up ready to go though, and thin out the deck by a card. I mean, that can't hurt. Just gonna go for it. I don't think I'm gonna need the reversals anymore at all, so I'll go ahead and thin that out. Hit him with the snore. Yeah. So the best prize card here probably is gonna be that collapsed, just to have the option of it. I mean, my board is not feeling like it's under too much threat anymore. I'm feeling like we're in a pretty good spot. I got the option on Boss and Iono next turn, like, so I don't really see how we actually ever lose. They have hit us with a couple surprises so far, so they could have like another kind of surprise here that I'm not expecting, but I'm feeling pretty good right now. That's for sure. Definitely feeling pretty good. We'll see if they got any other shenanigans possibly that we're not expecting. They could have some weird stuff, that's for sure. Oh, they're cooking, they're cooking. What do they got? What do they got? Is it that bad of a flower selecting? Yeah, I think I might put the 4th Lugia V back in, to be honest. I'm kind of feeling the power of, like, I feel like, I don't know if I want to commit to it yet. I kind of want to put the 4th Lugia V back, but I'm not, like, unsure. What is Jake's never type lowercase mean? I'm so confused. Does it have to do with the EX? The way you type EX? Lost Box is body by Lax. It's actually not that bad for Lost Box. They just, what you do basically in this matchup is Lost Box is you Greninja Sableye the 2 Archeops, and then you go into something like a Dragonite afterwards. Because there's not that many options for this deck to actually KO Dragonite besides like a Weird Ear. But if you respond to Dragonite with Weird Ear and you don't win the game, then they can go respond again with a Dragonite on your Weird Ear, and then all of a sudden you have no energy in play. So I'm not sure, to be honest. Oh. I didn't get that. I didn't see that before. You XKO Dragonite? Well, it's only if you have the energy for it. Like, you have to have the energy to play ahead of time. But if they KO both your Archeops, you have to like put the energy ahead of. So like what can happen is if they KO both your Archeops and you bench Mew EX ahead of time and put energy on it, they can be like, okay, I'm not going to use Dragonite. I'm just going to Sableye your Mew now, right? So I do think the matchup is. It does feel like this matchup is overall favorable. I think I'm just going to go ahead and play the Iono here. Cause yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and play the Iono just because it's. I don't know. I don't see any play where they can ever draw 3 prize cards in a turn, but just in case, I guess. And I kind of want to draw into Collapse as well, I guess. But yeah, I think this matchup overall is probably favorable for Colorless against like Lost Boxes in general. This is like Sablezard or whatever, but yeah, Lost Box players definitely don't know how to play the matchup correctly either. Like, you just like go after the Archeops. No one plays the Serena, so you can do the Greninja Sableye play that's really, really good against Lugia decks. And then from there, assess their board state, and then approach it appropriately from there. Like, if they don't have a way to 1-KO Dragonite, just swing with Dragonite for a couple turns. If they do have a way to KO Dragonite, like the Mew on the bench already prepped with energy, then just Sableye or Greninja the Mew at that point. So you definitely have outs. Definitely have why did Lug stop playing Serena? It's just Colorless Lugia. It's a little bit less relevant because you don't just lose the game to Lost Box if they do that play, because you can set up a bunch of energy ahead of time and play on stuff like Snorlaxes and stuff like that, and you have like Radiant Charizard as well. And also Radiant Charizard is like a very strong attacker. And then yeah, it's just like the Serena is like less necessary. Like, it feels like the single strike build without Serena just not just loses to Lost Box, but struggles a lot more for sure. Whereas the Colorless build doesn't seem to struggle as much. And then the Radiant Charizard is like a really good attacker. You can only play 1 Radiant. But like Single Strike Lugia still has been playing. Single Strike Lugia still been playing the Radiant Serena. Like the 2. Let's see, the 2 players that got top 8 at. I'm the highest placing list at Curitiba. Ooh, they maybe didn't play this Serena actually. But if you go look at Pittsburgh, I'm pretty sure Rahul and Hedrick both had Serena. Yeah, Hedrick had it. Rahul had it, yeah. So it's just like Single Strike versus Colorless. Like, Colorless Lugia has not been playing it. Single Strike's still been playing it, though. Teacher with the V-Guard is kind of good against Turbo. I mean, no one ever said it wasn't, though. I might want to go back to that fourth. Well, I've yet to get the Luxray cooking, to be honest. We might cut that thing. His hand was almost really good. Well, you know, that hand was actually just sick if we had a basic. Dude, come on. All right, how many games in a row now have I opened Luminion or Drapion? That's annoying. How many games in a row have I opened Luminion or Drapion? It's like 3 or 4 now. We're definitely on a streak right now of opening bad 2-prize Pokemon. Now they opened Medicham, so I guess I'll take it. Okay, Luxray. To be honest with like how slow of a start this is, the Luxray might be good. But I have a hard time. Probably give up a double turbo plus the Luxray. I kind of want to give up the Luxray here. They've given up the double turbos, but I should give up the gift. How much do double turbos feel? Double turbos are definitely pretty good in this matchup. Gifts are gonna be less good probably. Luxray could be good though, so maybe I should hold the Luxray, but then I have to give up 2 energy. So I want to keep the collapse for sure. I don't like the idea of giving up 2 energy. Maybe I can work it though. All right, we'll try it. We'll try it. I might regret that, to be honest. I might regret giving up double energy. But the Luxray, if we do fall behind, then the Luxray is actually really, really good. I guess if I draw out of this, no matter what, I want to be in the active off the jet. And if I don't draw out of it, then I'm going to be using jet. Or I'm going to be using Read the Wind with the jet. So I should just jet up now in case they like Iona me. Because then I've already jetted into the active. Have you ever considered Ditto just to go into the Lugia V or Snorlax? We talked about that earlier. I don't think it's worth it. I don't think that Ditto's worth it. We went over that earlier. I think you'd rather just play 4th Lugia V. It's not just about starting it. It's about like drawing into it as well. Gotta go Mew EX into Yoga Loop. I guess that is an option. Luxray 1 hits a VMAX. Yeah, but just like we're usually ahead in the matchup, so it's usually impossible to get Luxray into play. It's usually how it goes, so it usually doesn't matter. Could always bring it back with Lugia V-Star. Wait, what? Alright, so Burnett. Rid of the chops. I think I'm gonna get rid of the Luxray here, to be honest. Yeah. They're not drawing prize cards for forever. Yeah, I'm gonna give up the Luxray here. I don't think it's gonna be. I don't think I'm gonna get the bad of it. Okay, pretty good. We want to be able to boss KO next turn, so this is pretty good. Unfortunately, we won't be able to use the collapse. We're a ways away from using the collapse, but boss KO on one of these Vs next turn is like the play for sure. They could G-Max Rapid Flow here, but they're doing like no damage to our active, so I'm not really too scared of it. Yo, they're cooking. Oh my gosh. All right, that is pretty annoying. I might even have to go boss KO. Oh, sheesh. Yeah, I might be looking at a boss KO Metachamp play here. Has Luxray been used a single time in the stream? Nope. We have yet to use the Luxray. Yet to use the Luxray. Yeah, I think I'm looking at a boss KO Metachamp play this turn, so they can't just loop my Luminion next turn. I'm definitely not loving this situation. This is definitely... Yeah, I would have liked them to hit my Lugia, I think, there for sure. Like I said, we're a ways away from actually being able to collapse away my Luminion. Even like if we top like a basic here, we still can't collapse it away, so it does not feel great. But it's probably fine. I guess if I top decked Mew here, though, I could go for the G-Max Rapid Flow and like just punch the Urshifu and take out the Octillery. Because KO and Octillery is really, really good. I don't know. See what this gets us. And then they could just loop us. We get a basic. Maybe I get Mew just so I can draw some cards. Dude, I actually don't know what I should do here. Definitely, dude, this is tough. Drawing some cards with Mew. I'm kind of down, so we have more options. G-Max Rapid Flow seems good. It's like okay. Yeah, it's okay. I don't love it. If I can collapse with Luminion, then I'm a bigger fan. I think I take the Mew no matter what. Evolve, bench, attach active to retreat, boss this, try and draw to a basic off this retreat, collapse it. Or just boss KO Metacham and stop the Yoga Loop on my Luminion V. I'm actually not sure. Dude, what do I want to do here? What are this deck's bad matchups? Lugia's? I'm not sure, to be honest. Like, Colorless Lugia's got a pretty good matchup spread. Dude, what do I do here? I kind of want to go for the G-Max Rapid Flow play, but it doesn't seem that good. Taking away the Octillery is so good, though. Is it that good, though? Or should I just KO this with Lugia? Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm just going to go for the KO on the Metacham, I think. We'll see how that plays out. I'm not sure if it's the correct play or not, but I'm just going to go for it. Oh, I can't put a double turbo on this, otherwise I wouldn't be able to KO that. I thought you could double turbo to the Mew to KO. For some reason, I thought this did 130. It's been so long since I played that card, I guess. And we do not have a lot of energy left. I should have restarted first. I mean, I'm always doing this play, I guess. But if we can restart into a basic and bump this Luminion, that'd be sick. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's actually insane. Holy smokes, that's crazy. No, I'll keep that. I think actually, I'm not sure. Should I have bumped it there? I kind of like the idea of keeping that bench locked, but it might not have been worth it, to be honest. That was definitely big. Yeah, we'll see where it goes from here. It's still close. It's still close from here, I feel like. Well, I don't know. We're ahead now, right? All right. No, we're pretty ahead here. I do want to KO their Octillery, though. Man, moving my Lugia next turn is not very convenient. Yeah, I'm not sure about the Marauder. The Marauder matchup isn't... Oh. Very cool play. Luminion's back, baby. Let's go. Just as planned. Okay. Should I just replace the stadium, punch the active then? Dude, if I top deck collapse... Well, I wouldn't collapse yet, but top deck and collapse would be funny for sure. What is the play here? Definitely replace... Oh, I could just bump their stadium. I could, like, hold them as it goes, actually. I just don't have that many energy left either, so I don't really want to put anything in play yet. We just hold the energy. I could put one double turbo on a Snorlax, I guess. Because they could go like G-Max Rapid Flow, Intelligent G-Max Rapid Flow KO, I guess. So I'll just put this here to have it as an option. Seems fine. And then just bumps. I could like burn these too. Well, are they going to KO anything that has a gift energy here? Maybe not. Maybe I shouldn't have done this, actually. I definitely want to like set up another Lugia in this matchup, actually, to be honest. I just never had an option to bench a Lugia V, though, I guess. That's what happened, right? Yeah. I guess we just swing and bump Stadium. Yeah, I don't really have like another play, to be honest. Yeah, I don't really have an idea for another play here. This seems like the only thing we really can do. Seems like it's going to be close from here, though. Well, no, I can do like the... Oh, I can win with G-Max Rapid Flow next turn, actually. Holy smokes. Yeah, because I can like... I punch this. So if I bring this up, I can Mew, G-Max Rapid Flow, KO Inteleon, KO Octillery. Okay, maybe we are in a good spot, actually. Yeah, I didn't even like think about G-Max Rapid... Okay, that's what I was expecting. I was expecting the Cheryl. I didn't think about G-Max Rapid Flow winning me the game this turn. Or on this next turn. But it would, yeah. That's actually kind of crazy. Yeah, the Mew actually goes insane in this matchup. I knew it was good. I should know how good it was going to be, to be honest. I'm just going to go ahead and throw this gift here. Yeah, I knew it was good in this matchup. I should know how good. But seeing how this game is like breaking down, it's good. The Mew's good for sure. The Mew's insane in this matchup. I probably don't want it in play like I have it in play right now. Because it could like actually get KO'd here. Yeah, but the thing is, if you don't put the Mew in play ahead of time, They can KO. So you just want to be the aggressor. You want to get the Mew play off. Yeah, because they could actually KO my Mew here with G-Max Rapid Flow, right? 120, 120, 20. Yeah, they could get there, I think. So you definitely just want to try and be the aggressor with the Mew as soon as possible. And try and get the knocks out. They did put Luminion. I'm putting Luminion. See, Luminion is like such a powerful card in that. Yeah, they can get there. It's weird that they Ultra Balled away the Nest Balls and didn't get Alakazam, but I guess Alakazam could be prized here. If 6 yeah, this is not looking great for me, to be honest. Because if I don't, wait, does that work? Cesario, does that actually work? What does super effective glasses say? I'd have to read it. Wait, did you just one hit KO everything with? Yo, okay, now you might be onto something. If that's actually how that works, I should have no clue, to be honest. All right, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Dude, I think we're cooked. So it looks like Alakazam is prized. Otherwise, why wouldn't they have gotten the Nest Ball for it? 120, 120. So they can't KO the Mew this turn. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to win before them, to be honest. Dude, no. Well, maybe they just don't. No, they have to have the Alakazam here. No, but that doesn't make any sense then. They had 2 Nest Balls, and they Ultra Balled away double Nest Ball, right? Yeah, they Ultra Balled away 2 Nest Balls, didn't get the Alakazam. Yo, this matchup is really interesting, though, actually. This matchup is really interesting, though. Actually, I don't like... Maybe it's not that bad for Urshifu. Or it just, like, depends on how long it takes him to pressure the Archeops. After all this, Sammy, I mean, I don't. If he has like an idea or wants to discuss a deck, that's one thing. But just saying Alakazam EX over and over and over again just provides zero anything. It just provides zero. And then they just like fed us the dude. This was gonna be a really cool game, and then they just threw. This was gonna be a really cool game, and then they were just like, actually, you know what? I don't like playing Pokemon. You can beat me now. This just wins the game, right? Unless I'm trolling. I mean, it's cool that we get to do this, I guess, but I think dude. I mean, they almost wait. Couldn't they have Luminion? Couldn't they just have Luminion for? Well, maybe they priced Heavy Ball and Alakazam actually, because they could have Luminion for Irida for Heavy Ball, right? But maybe they did. It is possible that they just like priced it, I guess. Yeah, yeah, sure. Any merit to the Jinx EX with Drowsy? Nah. It definitely isn't good, no. Jinx is definitely bad. There's just no way. It takes too much energy to set the thing up. How does Unknown work? It has an attack for 1 colorless energy that says as long as it stays in play for the rest of the game. Yeah, as long as it stays in play for the rest of the game. Some don't play Heavy Ball. Wait, actually, Alakazam and Metacham are way too important. There's no way people aren't playing Heavy Ball, right? That would be big trolling. You've got to play Heavy Ball. Yeah, literally prizing Metacham or Alakazam goes from auto win to like auto loss in so many scenarios. This is definitely this is definitely the best Mew EX deck for sure. I don't even think it's close. This is by far the best Mew EX deck. Water Energy, Battle VIP Pass. Not sure what they're playing. Oh, it takes 3 colorless energy to use that attack? Oh, never mind. That thing sucks. Well, I thought it was 1 colorless. 3 colorless? 3? Dude, that card sucks. Don't have any Yellow Swallow? You just stop making Pokemon content. 3 of them, bro? Are you kidding me? Garbage. That's funny. Gosh, bro. So you'd have to play double turbos, and your first 2 attachments would have to go to it, and then you still have to get into Alakazam later. Dude, pack it up, bro. Pack it up. Now that shit's smelly. All right, let me think for a second. Do I ever just read the wind on the Archeops and that's it this turn? Like, they can't KO my Lugia if I don't bench anything, right? No, that's not true. They could, like, Chi and Pow. Should I just play it safe? And go, like, Lugia, Lugia, read the wind. I could bop him with, like, the Luxray play next turn. Let me check my V-Star count, I guess. I have 1 left. Sure. As it goes... No, I can do it afterwards, actually. I can do it afterwards because, like, I want to be able to, I can read the wind it away. There's the reversal play. Heads. Yeah, because I guess I could get Chi and Powed, right? I should probably play around that. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm not going to bench any more Pokemon, though. Well, if I bench one more, they can't KO me with the Palkia all of a sudden. Wait. 160, 200. Yeah, I could bench one more here, actually. What do I want on my bench, though? Probably a just a Snorlax is probably fine, right? Maybe I get the Mew to have the... putting Mew is such a liability. I don't really want the... I don't know how this prize trade is going to break down either. Just go with the Snorlax, I guess. Sure. I wouldn't mind having a Snorlax around. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool, dude. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. That's a lot of energy. Play around Belt? Nah, they don't really ever play Belt. So I'm not going to play around Belt. If they played it, I would have played around it, but no one really plays Belt and Palkia. They also need, like, a lot this turn. Even if they play Belt, they need a full bench, Belt, but no one really plays Belt, so I'm not going to play around it. Thoughts on Chi and Pow being good into Zard and Guard? It's definitely good into Zard. I'm not as convinced about Guardy, though, to be honest. The Guardy matchup, I'm actually not sure about, to be honest. I would have to test that matchup more. I did test it the other day with Grant, and the Chi and Pow deck was just falling apart. It literally was just, like, not able to function, so... I don't put too much weight into that as far as the matchup goes, but I think that's more of just like a telling of the how good the Chi and Pow deck is more than how the matchup goes. Where it's like I just don't think the Chi and Pow deck is good enough, to be honest. I think it doesn't have that good enough win percentage, so yeah. But its overall guarding matchup, I'm not too sure about. Definitely have a good Zard match. You definitely have a good Zard matchup for sure. The Zard matchup, very very good. What do you think is better, Zard or Luxray? I mean. Okay, I think you should play Zard. Luxray, I'm not sure about. I think you should play Zard. I'm not sure about Luxray. It definitely does not have to be one or the other. You can do both, but I think you probably should play Zard, but I'm unsure about Luxray. I think the Zard is just too good for the Miraidon and... what's the other matchup it's really good into? Oh, Chi and Pow. It's really good in the Chi and Pow matchup as well. Like, it covers, like, those just, like, big Pokemon hitting each other matchups. Oh... I have to worry about that, I guess. But doesn't this get around it? It does, right? They hit me for 200. How do I approach this? Because I could go... Dude, alright, hold on. Let's start with this. I could go Boss KO a 1-prizer. Could Boss KO their B-Barrel or even their Greninja. I could also retreat this... We just have too many energy in the hand, so I'm not trying to, like, research my hand. Dude, I have no idea what I want to do here. 'Cause I kind of want to use the Luxray, like, get the Luxray lineup into the Palkia. Yeah, how do I play this? How do I want to play this? Okay, Boss KO 1-prizer. They go Palkia. I could just Boss KO the bench Palkia V. They go attack with Palkia V-Star, but then I don't have anything to do after that. So maybe just go remove their Greninja from play and take that away as an option. I can't want to KO their active. But if I do this... If I retreat my active to this one... I think I do, right? Because it just gives me more time to play the game. Maybe. I'm actually not sure about this. This is weird. I don't know how I want to play this. So I'm going to throw like, I don't know, V-Guard. Double Turbo here. Attach the Therapeutic. I could have attacked with Snorlax as well, I guess. I think I should attack with Lugia. I don't actually know. I just don't know, to be honest. I'm lost on this one. I don't know what I want to do, what I should be doing. Where are we going? What are we doing? I'm just like uncertain, completely uncertain as to what's going on here. Sure, just punch, bump the stadium. I don't know, man. I don't know. This is fine for now. Jita gives you the turn 2 attack with unknown. Not worth it. I am not playing Jita. Jita on out of here. Thoughts on Dunsparce and Colorless Lugia? It might be worth the inclusion if Miraidon's popular enough, but yeah, Miraidon would have to be pretty popular to warrant including it, because I don't think it does a whole ton against Lost Zone decks. Like, it does stop the Raikou KO, but then it just gives you a Sableye target. It just gives them a Sableye target to get like a free prize card off of. So, yeah, I don't think it's worth it, to be honest. No. Oh. See, what do I do now? I got the collapse, which is nice. So now I can go like this. It lacks. Dude, I thought they were gonna tackle. Oh, it does 10 damage. I thought tackle did 20 and they were gonna boss K my Lugia attack. So they hit me harder. Okay, I guess that's fine. Whatever. I guess we're just in lax country now. Like, is that just what we're doing? Just laxing it up? Chillaxing? Don't want to use the therapeutic. Don't want to use the jet. Don't even want to use the gift. What do I want to use? I still have a reversal. I could burn the reversal, I guess. I'm just punching. Then I get the Luxray down. Punch KO. They go down to 2. They go to 3. They want to be tied on prize cards. Can't even use the Luxray. The Luxray might just not be a thing. I mean, it's a thing, but it just might not be real. It's like fake. I could have retreated here, but I think I want to get value out of this energy. Like, I'm still ahead on the prize exchange, so I think it's probably fine. Man, yeah, I'm not sure. The Luxray feels fake. It feels like to get value out of the Luxray, we not only have to be behind, but our opponent has to be like almost like a step further at. We have to be behind, but it's more than being behind. It almost feels like it's like a. It just feels like it doesn't happen. I don't know how. So yeah, it's like not real. It's like fake. Not actually fake, but it's fake. You know. I don't know. It doesn't feel like it actually happens. Should I go Luxray KO here? The way this lined up was just so weird, where it's like I can't even. Maybe I should have just gone for the 2 prizes when I had the chance, and then I'm always like super far ahead, so I don't really care about the Luxray. Right now, I feel like I should do the Luxray play to at least get some value out of the card. Well, now I got the boss, so I can boss KO this with Luxray, which is what I wanted to do, to be honest. That's a pretty good top deck. All right, we'll take it. We'll take it. I mean, that is what, yeah, I mean, that's the play, right? It's a pretty good top deck, I guess. Because I get to get, like, full value out of the Luxray. What am I retreating with? Probably the Jet. I want to keep the Therapeutic around to play around. This thing is still a stinker. Like, that thing, he's chilling, waiting. He's waiting for his opportunity to go in. Just biding his time. Waiting for the moment to strike. So I want to make sure I can play around that. Although I don't know how that ever leads to them, like, getting ahead, maybe. I mean, like, they get to paralyze me with it, but if they can't actually take advantage of the paralysis through, like, Yoga Loop or something, I guess it doesn't really matter too much. Yeah. I feel like I want to get the value of the Luxray while I have it, so. Yeah, honestly, the Luxray just feels. It's a Luxray, man. Like, it's a Luxray. I don't know. It's so hard to make work. It feels like it's not worth the space because it also eats into our energy count as well. Not only is it a dead card when we're just ahead, we play 1 less, or I have double reversal in here because I'm trying to like get value out of it when it comes up, which I think is like probably the right way to play it if you're gonna play it, is to play the double reversal. But like so much, like I'd like having more access, like more jets, more gifts, stuff like that. Even it eats into our luminous count too as of right now. I don't know. Yeah. It's good in mirror match when you fall behind initially, but yep, just exclamation point playlist. Struggle. Schnurgle. Appreciate the primes up there. The Angry Lynx. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We are stressing about this Luxray. And we are also all out of refrigerators. Appreciate it. Be warned, it's like 3 months long. It is a long playlist, but it's all good songs, so how can you go wrong? They are going with this Articuno play. But that's why we saved the... So now we can just run into a Snorlax and take the knockout. We can just go Therapeutic Active. I guess, yeah, Therapeutic Active, retreat it. Gift to Snorlax, knockout, chillin'. I don't know, man. Yo, appreciate you. What's up there? Mr. Bisco. Welcome to the Rat Pack as well. We're all out of sheeshes. We got plenty of yikes. I can KO this and then boss this to win, right? Like, that's my win con here. Bench just the Charizard just to have it, I guess. Therapeutics in there. No Jets left. Okay, so we can go Therapeutic Active. Heal the Paralysis. Bench Charizard. Attach Luminous. What was left, actually? Is there a gift left? Oh, but I could have shuffled the gift to the bottom. I mean, okay, we got it. Because I do want something in the active with a gift here. Bench Charizard, attach Luminous. Guard down. Luminous. Treat. Therapeutic. Swing with the Zard or the Lax with the gift. I also play the Ionos. I mean, they have an 8-card hand. They weren't really doing too much cooking, so I don't have to hand disrupt them here, but I don't know. I kind of want to get the card out of my deck. I'm super far ahead at this point, so yeah. If the KO are active, we can proc our gifts. We have both Luminions in deck. We have 2 boss in deck as well, I think. A boss or 2 left in deck. I'm actually not sure how many boss. Got a couple. You appreciate that Prime sub there. DF. Welcome to the Rat Pack as well. We're all the cereal. We got plenty of lawnmowers. Double colorless and a psychic energy for the unknown repower. I know. I'm not trying it though. And to be honest, it's a cool meme, but that's all it is. It's definitely terrible. At first I thought there might have been something there, but I thought the unknown V-Star's attack was... I thought it was 1 colorless. It's 3 colorless energy. I don't know. Are the cards a little blurry or is it the encoding? The cards are a little blurry. Like in the hand and on the bench and stuff, they are a little blurry. Yes. Like when it pops up, it's a little bit blurry. It's PTCG Live. It's not me. I'm streaming at like maximum possible quality. So if they weren't blurry on my screen, they wouldn't be blurry on your screen. But unfortunately, PTCG Live is just built different and we have to accept it for what it is. And it's a little blurry. Extra Lugia? I mean, I don't know if I'd add extra... I'm not going to add extra Lugia DF, but yeah, I think I agree with you. I don't think it's worth the space. I think I agree with you. Yeah, I'm not adding extra Lugia, I don't think, but... We still might put another Lugia V in, but I would like I'd go back up to 3 Snorlax, and then I would add in some more of the other energies. Maybe Weird Ear makes its way in there as well. I haven't really tried out the Weird Ear, but the Weird Ear could make its way in there as well. I think honestly could give him an Archeops here. Keep all my attackers around, because if they get down to 1 prize card, I could theoretically use Luxray at the end of the game. Like, who cares about who cares about Archeops at this point, right? Like, it just doesn't do anything anymore. We've cooked. Oh wait, but all right. I mean, this Archeops doesn't have a gift energy, I guess, but also who cares about it, right? Yeah, I don't really care. This doesn't mean something to do more damage, Weird Ear or something. I mean, it doesn't have that. It doesn't mean it needs it though either. So far, I've been... All right, I probably shouldn't have sent up the Archeops. I take it back. Okay, I mean, that's fine. I mean, we're not winning yet, but... We'll research. Okay, we're close. I do not want to play Collapse. We'll have 2... I could play Collapse here, actually. I don't want to hurt too much. Oh, is there an evolution left? I don't even know. I think it auto loses to Charizard EX Arven lists. No, I think it's fine. All right, that's what I expected. Yeah. Your Charizard matchup is fine. You just swing with Snorlax and Radiant Charizard over and over again, and then you have like Mew EX at the end of the game if you need it to 1-hit KO the Charizard EX. I don't even know if the Weird Ear actually ever ends up being used, because I don't think you want to use Weird Ear early to KO a Charizard, because then you just literally run out of energy for the rest of the game. Probably, maybe not. Maybe it is fine, but. You could go Lugia into Weird Ear 1-hit KO. Like, it's possible. The Luxray has not been hitting. That's for sure the Luxray has been off. I like that game right there. I did use Luxray, but I played super hard into it when I like didn't need to, I don't think. Well, yeah, I didn't need to, and I still probably would have won that game. I didn't need to play as hard into Lugia as into the. But I like forced the Luxray in that game, which is I think was a misplay. Like I should have played it differently for sure. Play Shaman V, broken. I'm in. No, I think our I think our Charizard EX matchup is fine. With or without Weird Ear, definitely fine. Wigglytuff here? No, Wigglytuff is terrible. Opponent's ELO is what 1500? Yeah, we're climbing up to the heavy hitters. Dude, I need to get up there. Wait, did they reset? Did the ladder just reset not that long ago, right? Or wait, did it literally reset on Sunday? I think it did, right? Sunday or something like that? Dude, I gotta get up there, bro. I gotta climb up here. Well, it's gotta be definitely not opening Luminion. Jeez, this hand is crazy bad. All right. Even if I get a Lugia V off this, though, like... And I didn't. I'll pass. So what are your thoughts for next regionals? So thinking Guardy or change your mind? I mean, Guardy is still, like, I think my like, if I didn't, like I said before, if I didn't talk to my team at all before picking a deck, Guardy or, I mean, my top two decks right now, I think are Guardy and Colorless Lugia, for sure. I think those are my top two. I don't think there's much else that I put over those. Maybe Rapid Strike as well. I am a fan of Rapid Strike as well, but I'd have to try out the Colorless Lugia matchup a little bit more, because I think it's a little bit worse than I thought it was, to be honest. At first, I was like under the impression that the Colorless Lugia versus Rapid Strike maybe not, and it might actually not be that bad. I'd have to play the matchup, to be honest. That's a matchup I'd have to play to know how much of a fan of Rapid Strike I am. Because I think there's a way to play it on the Rapid Strike side where it's not that bad, to be honest. Like, the Mew's very powerful, but I think you can make it work for sure. You can make it work for real. If only you got more than 20 LP a win. Yeah, they should have some, like, win streak. They should have, like, a win streak thing for sure. At least for, like, the lower levels or something like that. No love for DT Mew. It's just, I mean, Charizard's just good, man. DT Mew might be the best way to play Mew, though. That's possible for sure. DT Mew might be the best way to play the Mew deck right now, I guess. Like, maybe Path Judge gives you a higher win percentage against Charizard than just turn one attack with Meloetta. I could definitely see that, to be honest. Definitely see that being possible. Yeah, maybe that is the best way to go. And if that is true, if you do beat them, then if it does give you like a 50-50 or even like slightly unfavored, what does that mean, Charjo? Am I going for a tutorial? Fat Judge Grabber? Yo, the Grabber too? Yo, I'm kind of down. Now you're like, now I want to like try this deck out. Grabber too? Yo, I like the idea of the Grabber. Alright, I don't know. I'm gonna go with an Iono. I think this is like too much good stuff to lose. Maybe attach one no, I should attach out of the next hand, I guess. Yeah, because I might want to jet up a Lugia and use like read the wind or something. Oh, I can't even read the wind. Alright, bro, please don't let me down. I need a Tails, bruh. Come on, bro. Do not do this to me. If we won this game, like if we get a heads here, thank goodness. If we got heads here and still come out, like somehow came back and won this game, that'd be insane. All right, we're cooking a little bit here. I mean, effectively, we're just like behind. I mean, not exactly. They've had like an extra turn to like go through their deck with like a draw supporter, but we're not out of it yet. We're not out of it. That's for sure. Do I feel like Zard needs to prove itself more? No, I think it is a solid deck. I think Charizard is just a solid deck. I don't think it's my video with Rain on the channel. He has a lot of players to teach him how to play their TCG. No, I don't have any plans to like teach him how to play. He's played a little bit of Pokemon before, he told me though. Honestly, that sounds kind of cool. Like Judge Path Mew with Grabber. I want to kind of try that out, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think Zard needs to prove itself anymore. I think Zard is like, I think we can pretty much call Zard like a solid deck right now. Yeah, I'm comfortable with calling it a solid deck. Dude, you're not giving me anything here. Okay, that's still a pretty good draw though. I'm down. Is it Lost Tina? Is it Lost Tina's using MewEX? Are Lost Tina's using MewEX? Not really. Not that I've seen. Thoughts on Alolan Vulpix versus ZardX? I mean, seems pretty good to me. Does Zard even really have a good answer to it? I don't think they do, right? There's nothing. No one's playing anything right now that answers it that I can think of. So if you set up your Vulpix, you're probably just beating them. Oh, they have Escape Rope Boss. That's what they have. They have Escape Rope Boss. That's like the one. But, oof. Yeah, they have Escape Rope Boss. That's what they have, actually, I guess. UT Mew dominating Peoria. I could see it. If you actually can beat Zard, I could see it. I don't think it's bad. Also, Zard just stabilized twice. Only one escape rope. Yeah, but if you KO their only Vulpix, I don't think I think you're fine. What are they? Oh, they are using. Oh, they're gonna Moonlight Glow my Lugia. That is kind of annoying. Mew is cooked with Zard around. I don't know. Mew, Grabber Mew might work, to be honest. Judge Path Grabber. Be something there. How does DT Mew beat Zard? Judge Path. If they can't recover from Judge Path, you can win for sure. It's definitely possible. All right. I'm gonna go evolve. What do I want to attack with this turn is a question. I could. All right. I could Luminion for Burnett. And my board is so bad. Oh, I kind of want to attack with a Snorlax here though, so I think I'm just gonna hope to get not lucky, but get a way to discard an Archeops. I can get rid of these two. Maybe I should have kept the therapeutic. Actually, I'm not sure. What do we have in here? Okay, so where do I put this double turbo then? I need to retreat the active. I could throw it active. Assuming I get another Archeops in the discard pile. I need to find another Ultra Ball and Archeops. Sure, whatever. And then retreat active, attack with Snorlax. So this should go... It doesn't matter where it goes then, right? One of these? I guess I'll attach to Snorlax just to like get Snorlax more set up. Because if I whiff here... I did whiff. Dude. Am I just gonna get boss KO'd here? Like, what even happens now? I mean, I think I just pass and hope it doesn't happen. I maybe should have just gone Luminion for Burnett, to be honest. That's so bad, though. I don't even know. It's so bad. Yeah, I don't even know, man, to be honest. We'll stick it out. We're not like a... Yeah. MewEX is the answer to Alolan Vulpix. That could be an answer, yeah. But I don't know if you want to play MewEX and Charizard. But I guess, yeah, man, that'd be a fine option. MewEX and Charizard is kind of interesting, though. I definitely don't dislike it. You can, like, copy Greninja against Lost Zone decks. It definitely gives you... It definitely has options, for sure. You can also use it against Lost Tina as well. Ooh, maybe it is worth it just for, like, Lost Tina play. Against Colorless Lugia. Maybe it's not doing anything against Colorless Lugia, but... Yeah. It would also give you an option to the Vulpix. To use Mew. I like it. Yeah, that's kind of cool. You feel like De-Evolution Beam Aerodactyl would be interesting meta choice since so many decks use Rare Candy. I mean, not that many decks use Rare Candy, so like right now it's not very good at all. I don't think it's like I mean I played in Zorobox, but Zorobox isn't a good deck, so. Now you're making me want to like test DTE Mew, to be honest. Like you're making me want to try out DTE Mew. Thinking about like Judge Path Grabber. That's just like I'm just like kind of in. While being thinking Zard for Guardy. I mean, it has been, yeah. Yeah, it can be a thing. I mean, it can be, yeah, it could be. All right. We are finally attacking. It's taken us a while. But we are here. Oh, the stupid stadium's in play, though. Oh, my gosh, man. Oh, did I get rid of my... I don't know why I thought I discarded my Drapion. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why I thought Drapion was in there. I really want to spend 4 energy to attack with a Snorlax. Or should I just attack with Lugia this turn? Maybe I should just attack with Lugia this turn, to be honest. Okay, sure. Alright. Lugia it is. Lock it in. I haven't benched Manaphy yet. Oh, yeah. I forgot about that, to be honest. I couldn't really have taken advantage of it right now, though, right? I don't think so. I did not notice that, to be honest, in the moment, though. I kind of want to... I have the option in hand currently. I want to, like, thin these out. But then if I grab the Mew, I kind of, like... Maybe they're just not... But actually, I want the option of Drapion or Mew. Shoot. I maybe shouldn't have played this, to be honest. And I'm locked in on this Mew. I probably should have just held the hand, to be honest. The hand was fine to hold there. It wasn't that big of a deal. Fringe, through, throwing, throw. V-Guard. I don't think it's going to matter later. I'm just going to go and get rid of it. Might regret. We'll see. One reversal. One jet. Sure. Yeah, I just need to attack with the Lugia here. I don't want to put 4. I don't want to attack with a 4 energy Snorlax. Oh, but I guess I'm attacking with a 4 energy. Maybe it doesn't really matter. Nah, but I get to get rid of the stadium, so I don't have to like worry about it with my follow-up Snorlax. Just like get the stadium out of play, bro. Oh, I didn't put a gift here. I should put a gift here. What am I doing? For some reason, I thought I had a gift there. Yeah, I don't know what I'm thinking. All right, we got an Ultra Ball. So that can lead to other plays. Nope, free retreater on the board. Makes it awkward to get into anything reasonable, though. I'm just going to go for the Lugia knockout. Can I even get the Drapion set up? I mean, if they don't evolve the Curlias, I'm definitely going to go Mew Greninja play for sure. I'll definitely do that. Yeah, we'll see. Grabber is bad. The cards you want to snipe are path bumps, not mons. I mean but there's not like you say that Omniforce, like there's a card we could play over Grabber that looks at their hand and takes away path bumps, but there's not. So, I mean, your statement just is just, I don't know. It's just nothing. It's like sure, but it's not like we can play something that does that. Like, there's no card that exists that does that. We could, but looking at their hand and taking away their Pokemon could still be cool. Like, we path them, we judge them, and then, hey, maybe there's a Pokemon that they want in their hand that we take away. Sounds like if you make Mew bad, you can beat Zard. I mean, maybe. But, like, Path Judge DT Mew was already, like, a play. Like, that was already a deck before. And it was, like, okay. So all we're doing is maybe adding, like, Sydney does. But you can't Path Judge and Sydney. Maybe Sydney Path is better, possibly. I think Judge will probably be a little bit more effective, but I would say they're about the same, but Judge is just a better card overall. Maybe against Zard specifically, Sydney Path is better. I don't know if it is though. Yeah, you can't Sydney and Judge. I feel like Judge is still probably better. They got like a 6-7 card hand. I'd rather Judge them than Sydney them probably. All right, we got punched. We do have the Drapion return knockout. We're down so many energy, though. I don't even know if we can win, to be honest. Retreating here is just so bad. I feel like I gotta go for this knockout here. All right. Do I even have? I don't even know. I'm gonna throw it down and see if we have the energy for this. Nope. I just don't. I just don't have the energy for this. And I'm putting this double turbo. Well, when did I put that double turbo on the Snorlax? Charizard kills? They're at 4 prize cards. I can't use Charizard. Dude, I'm gonna let this one go. We're gonna go next. Came across a Fusion Mew with Zardiax earlier on ladder. Yeah, I've seen that before. All right, I'm gonna cut the Luxray. I think Luxray's it's just like too much. Thoughts on Tina with Justice Gloves and Cobalion for the OKO? That's a lot. That's a lot. I would say it's probably better just to take the unfavorable matchup. That's a lot, yeah. I'm gonna get rid of the Luxray. Goodbye, Lux. Let's just try 2 Snorlax and 1 Charizard. I'm down to like run that lineup and see how that feels. Instead of going up to the other locks yet. What should I play if my locals is 70% Guardy? Rapid Strike. Your Grabber is meaningful disruption against most. My point is more that grabber is meaningful disruption against most Zard hands. Wait, what do you mean then? What do you? Wait, it is meaningful disruption or it's not meaningful disruption? Reversal. Yeah, I'm working on it. Let me cook. Weird Ear maybe? I'm still not sold that Weird Ear does anything. I'm not gonna add Weird Ear yet. Did you work my bad? No, you're good, Nuxum. Relax, yo, chill. I'm gonna run with 2 for now. Isn't Cobalion only basics? Oh yeah, true. It only boosts basics attack, yeah. So the answer is no, it's probably really bad. Back from locals, went 1-1-2. Sorry, good next time, Kate. Second MUEX? Nah. Not sold on that yet. I feel like whenever I use MUEX, I just win the game. So I feel like I don't need a second one. I mean, I'm definitely increasing my jet count by at least 1 here. Wait, I mean, I could go to 4 jet. Well, I maybe want to go to the double luminous so I can use Charizard more often. Should Lug play its own Sinnoh so luminous effect is turned off and then we can use it to own... Oh. Pretty genius there, Slapper. What if we just like played an obnoxious amount of Nest Ball? But at this point, should they be 4 Great Balls? Ooh, well, we have gotten to the point where all of a sudden we have room for a quad Great Ball. Have we done it? Will they hit enough cards throughout the game? Or will I just wish that there are... Well, I end up just wishing that these are Nest Balls sometimes. Or too often. That's the question. A comical amount of ball search. All the balls. Two MUX is overkill for sure. I could actually see 2 second MUX not being bad. But I definitely haven't... second MUX makes a counter Duraludon. I do not care about Duraludon. If I hit a Duraludon in any tournament, I'm already 0-4, so it's like fine. The Venomoth, it was not great. Nest Ball is Lugia 100%. That doesn't matter, Pod. That's not how it works. Why would I play Capturing Aroma? This never 100%s anything. Just because something 100%, just because something is a guarantee doesn't mean it's better than something that is not a guarantee. If the other thing gives you different options. If your answer for why you're playing one card over another is one thing guarantees one thing and the other thing doesn't guarantee it but only ever tries to replicate what the other thing is doing, then at that point it does make sense. But I'm not only trying to use Great Ball to see Lugia V. Great Ball can do so many more things than... Great Ball can do so many more things than see Lugia V. So the point of playing Great Ball isn't just to see Lugia V. If all I want to do is see Lugia V... then I play Nest Ball. If your only reason is like Nest Ball guarantees Lugia V and Great Ball might hit Lugia V, and even though all the other things Lugia V, your turn was crucial, that's just not a good enough reason, Pod. The only thing that matters is what is best. And if you don't try out some things over other things that you think are reasonable to try out, like that, just like your statements are just nothing statements, back to back nothing statements. The value isn't spread equally through every turn. What do you mean? Return 1 is crucial, but it doesn't mean that you don't have a... But like also getting Archeops into the discard pile is crucial, which Great Ball can find Archeops, Nest Ball can. So if I sit there with a bench of 4 Lugia Vs and then draw a pass for the rest of the game because I can't get an Archeops in play, like then all of a sudden, like, boom, there's an argument for Great Ball. But Great Ball can also find Lugia V. One thing I will say, though, is playing Great Ball without 4 Lugia Vs feels kind of sus. I will say that. Now, you can make this... I think both statements you made on... You could say you just think Nest Ball is better. But your statement of Nest Ball guarantees 100% Lugia 100% of the time, it's true, but it doesn't mean it's better. And then your follow-up statement of your turn 1 is crucial is also true, but it doesn't make it better. But if you're like, overall, like, end result is like you think it's better, then that's different. But like, both the things you said are true, but both the things you said are true, but it doesn't mean that Nest Ball is better than Great Ball. But if your statement was just like you feel like Nest Ball is better than Great Ball, that's like more valid than those like the 2 reasons. Or at least it's not enough to convince me to like play Nest Ball over Great Ball. Like I'd be like, well, I'm still going to try out Great Ball. Is there another colorless 1 prize or a 2 prize attacker we could play? Weird Ear. I don't have Weird Ear in here, but it's like the only other colorless thing that I don't play that could be played. If the Great Ball makes our turn 1 and turn 2 better, that feels more important. Well, it has the potential. Slacking as well, yeah. And listen, I'm not even saying that I think Great Ball is better than Nest Ball. I just think it's worth to try out Great Ball. That's all I'm saying. How sweet do you start with this? Yeah, I'm not even saying that I think it's guaranteed one is better than the other. I'm just saying I think it's worth to try it out. We living off the top deck? Oof. I could live off the top deck, or I could grab the V-Star and then discard that to get the basic. And then I'd be rocking Solo Chops. Solo Chops is so bad, though. I don't know. I wonder if I should sequence that differently. Should I have not played Great Ball first? No, I always play Great Ball first there, right? I think so. I'm pretty sure they're playing Zard. They mulligan one, so it's Zard. They could Iono us here. That is true, yeah. Yeah, it is Zard. They did mulligan. We saw Zard. All right, well, we hope for a good top deck. We do have a decent amount, right? Ultra Ball, Luminion, Research, Iono, Lugia V-Star, Capture Aroma, Great Ball. I guess Mew is okay, although I would prefer not to top deck Mew. Mew would be like a top deck that does something. Jet Energy wouldn't be terrible either. I can read the wind at the very least at the beginning. What about Ditto? Is just a worse Nest Ball? I think Ditto is just a worse... Yeah, I think it's worse than a Nest Ball or a Lugia V. Alright, Mew something. Show me the money. I'm not going to say it, Pod. You know what? I'm not going to say it. I could say it. I'm not going to say it, though. But also on my initial sequence, Nest Ball would have been better. But on the follow-up sequence, Great Ball would have been better. Doesn't Ultra Ball for Luminion hold until hold the hand? I don't think so, no. I don't think so. Are you onto something with that? No, I don't think you are onto anything with that. I think. I'll say it. We got bailed out by Great Ball. But hold on. It's a funny meme that the Great Ball bailed me out there. But actually, in my initial hand, in the initial sequence, if this Great Ball had been a Nest Ball, and I still hit heads on Aroma, the Great Ball being a Nest Ball was better than it being a Great Ball. So it did bail me out in the after part of it, but yeah. Yeah, I definitely don't like Ultra Ball for Luminion because I feel like that just like is playing to like potentially just set me behind for the whole game and just lose. I think we always like play for the top deck there, like we kind of did. Oh, actually, you know what? I did misplay though. Oh no, I didn't. I didn't play an S Ball. Yo, appreciate the 27 month resub there, Trudy said. I thought I played a Nest Ball for the second Snorlax, but I didn't. I Great Balled into it. Silly me. It's another reason to like play another Snorlax though, to be honest. Another reason to play another Snorlax is that so we can our Great Balls hit them more often. But that's another reason to play a fourth Lugia V as well, so I'm not too sure, to be honest. Luminion for Bost. Boss. Ooh, should I have collapsed away the Mew here? Because they are going to go kill my Mew here, right? That kind of sucks. I do not like them killing my Mew here. I didn't collapse it because I was like, they're not going to boss this turn, right? There's no way they ever boss this turn. Dude, what? Do they have Candy Pidge? Dude, that is so disgusting. Do they literally have Candy Pidge, Candy Zard, Boss KO Mew? Dude, that is gross. That is absolutely disgusting. I don't like this. That is so gross. I think Guja V-Star could be well positioned in Peoria. Thoughts? No, I think Guja V-Star sucks. Is it worth to play 3 lax if you only play 2 therapeutic? No, yeah, you don't need a therapeutic per lax. If you like attack with a lax and your opponent doesn't boss KO something or KO your active lax, that's usually good enough to just win you the game. So, and you do play 2 therapeutic and like jets, so you can like save a therapeutic in the deck for when you whiff potentially, or you can jet it up, jet it around or something like that. Maybe they go after the Archeops. Yes, dude, I think that is So bad. They should have definitely gone and killed my Mew there. I think they 100% should have killed my Mew there. Well, maybe not 100%. It feels like my Mew should have died. It feels like my Mew should have died. I'm definitely getting my Mew off the board right now because I don't think I'm going to be able to use it. I think they're going to boss back-to-back Archeops here. I think I need to get this thing off the board. And I want to attack with Lugia right now. Yeah, I'm going to get my Lugia off the board. Or my Mew off the board, excuse me. And I want to draw into an energy, so I'm going to do this before I use Archeops. I whiffed an energy? No, that is so bad. Okay, that's really bad. I really wanted to hit an energy there. Put a gift on active. Sure. I guess I'd leave him board locked. I shouldn't bump the collapse. I don't want to like bench something for free. Yeah, that's pretty dumb. That's pretty dumb. Okay, they only have a 2-card hand. If they go for the Pidgeot for the boss on the Archeops, they might not be able to candy out a Zard next turn. Oh, they'll probably be able to. I don't know. They have quite a few cards to work with. If they don't boss Archeops here, then it was a misplay to boss Archeops last turn for sure. So, yeah, if they don't boss Archeops here, they definitely just, like, threw last turn by not bossing Archeops. Or by bossing Archeops. I don't know, man. I can't play for them, man. I'm doing all I can over here, but I just can't. I can't do it all, you know? I can't play for them and me and everyone else, so. Why would you boss Archeops? Dude, that play was so bad, I can't even describe it. Like, this sequence of play here was so bad, I can't even describe it. That hurt to watch. That hurt. Oh my gosh. This matchup is really not Lugia's thing. What? This matchup is fine for Lugia. This matchup is 100% fine for Lugia. For Colorless Lugia. For Single Strike Lugia, it's not that good. Yeah. How do I KO Pidgeot? I don't need to. You just hit with Snorlax over and over again and you just win. You just punch with one prizers. If you just punch with one prizers, the matchup's fine. Well, I guess I'm gonna bump the stadium. I'm not gonna leave it in play for them. I cut the Luxray. The Luxray's not in there anymore. Man, I really wish I had a third Snorlax, to be honest. I'm no memes. Like, third Snorlax here would be pretty sick. Yeah, we might need to play a third Snorlax, to be honest. I'm already that kind of feeling that I wish I had third Snorlax. Whereas, like, the Luxray, I guess, kind of fills that role. In other situations. I'll take this. We also whiffed another energy out of hand here, but they didn't boss KO this, so it just, like, doesn't matter, I guess. I guess I only have 3 attackers left for the rest of the game anyways, though. Maybe it doesn't matter. Yeah, maybe it doesn't actually matter. Yeah, there's just no point. If they were gonna boss the first Archeops, you always boss the second Archeops. If you're not gonna boss the second Archeops, you don't boss the first Archeops. And then you just go KO the Mew instead. I don't know. It's a really bad play from them. You appreciate the 10 months there, Digi Jones. Heading to Peoria this weekend. Excited to put Glamora EX on the map. I would love to see it, Digi Donuts. Best of luck with that for sure. The boss Chops play was so silly. Yeah, it was really bad. Boss KO Mew was really good there. But back-to-back boss KOs on Chops was also solid. I don't know if it's better. And boss KO Mew was also a solid play from them. And then they did neither of those, and they boss KO'd into Penny pick up Luminion. Also, Penny pick up Luminion instead of boss would have also been fine, to be honest. Because you basically, what they could have done there is just boss around my Lugia until they can one-hit KO the Lugia. And then they just didn't do that. So then they 2-hit KO my Lugia, which I'm, like, content with. And this, like, puts me ahead in the prize exchange for the rest of the game, basically. Or potentially. I guess not 100%, but I'm feeling pretty good. I don't have the Mew to close out the game at the end, unfortunately, but I'm still feeling pretty good. We'll see. It's still possible to lose this, though, for sure. I can still lose this. If I am able to just chain bosses, though, from here, we should just win. Yo, the Justified? Wait. Is that the move? Is that better than Defiance ban? The Justified for the mirror? Could be kind of sick. All right. Oh, I do need to get a hitting with a tripled up lax actually. We should send this one up. Colorless Lugia against Mirai. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I know a lot of people think, or people in chat have been saying it's not great, but I think it's fine. I honestly want to go with the research here because I just need bosses from this point on. So I kind of just want to go with the research. I do lose Illuminium, but I only need Illuminium at the end of the game, and I can still get one of those. So we can like Primal Turbo, grab this. Oh, I have Jets left as well, so like Falling Asleep is not a problem. Throw this. Oops. Throw this here. I may as well play the Collapse as well to like bench lock them. Like yeah, Iono doesn't do that much either. They got the Pidgeot, so I think just research makes it. I guess I could take some plays away, but I guess maybe I shouldn't have played this. I kind of want to play. I play this with the idea if I get heads, then I will go grab the evolution. But if I got tails and I don't want to take Luminium there, so I'm not sure actually. All right, we just punch. Post also chooses second against Miraidon. Oh, I didn't really think about that, to be honest. I'm actually not sure, Charge, if you should choose to go first or second as Lugia against Miraidon. I would say maybe. I would have to like actually play the matchup. I think the Zapdos changes a lot, and almost every Miraidon player is playing the Zapdos now. What's my opinion on Galadzard? I think it's just worse Pidgeysard. Interesting boss. That doesn't do anything for them, right? Does it? I don't think so. Yeah, they've been kind of trolling this whole time. Yeah, what does that boss do for them? I feel like what was their play? What was the better play here though? Candy Zard, right? Candy Zard attack with Fresh Zard, if possible. Maybe it's not possible. Well, there's the energy. Are they gonna run to Radiant? Run to Radiant, KO my Radiant, but then I just go send up Snorlax with a gift. Or I could actually send up the one with this, so they can't just like Dirtle for a turn. So I should send up this Snorlax. If they boss KO this, I have boss in hand. If they Iono KO, I have gift. Yeah, I mean, I just win from here, I think. I don't think they played this very well, though. I think my opponent was kind of throwing. In this situation as well, to be honest, though, we do have enough energy in play. Well, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 times 4 minus 42, 320. We actually are in a situation where Weird Deer would have been interesting to close out this game. Where it could have been a possibility, actually, to close out this game with Weird Deer. No, that probably wouldn't have still been possible, to be honest. Yeah, it still probably wouldn't have been possible. If we had our Mew around, that would have been a pretty good option. So this one has how much HP left? 150. We're still doing 160 with this. Okay. I am kind of tempted to play the Iono. Let me see. Maybe I can, like, if I'm drawing 3 cards, what's left in the deck? I am guaranteed, actually. So I am going to play the Iono this turn to limit their... Well, actually, should I play around them Ionoing me more than anything? Now, if they Iono me, I'm like going to draw into a boss. If not, I have a boss in hand. Okay, that's how I should probably play this then, right? So this goes down to 6 cards left in deck? Oh, it's still 8. They Iono me to 1. Maybe I do play the Iono. KO, play the Iono. Okay, I kind of like that better. Jetty the Goon to the active. And Iono. I mean, if they go Iono KO, I have gift, so we're still chilling. Okay. I don't really want to give them access to Mezagoza. Although I don't hate the idea of it, to be honest. I don't know if I really care if they have access to Mezagoza. Do I? What would they get? It could lead to the Candy Zard all of a sudden, right? Okay, I think we chill. Or if they Iono... If they don't Iono... What could they do here? They could go Iono. Okay, the play they could do here is they could Iono. Not take a knockout, and the next turn boss KO Archeops. I think that's like the one play I see, I guess, here. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, I think Galadzard is just a worse Pidgeysard. I think the Pidgeysard is just better than Galadzard. And I think they're not... for those kind of decks, like those two decks, they both effectively are trying to do the exact same thing. They're just doing it through different engines. The Curly Glade engine versus the Pidgeot engine. So there's never a situation where, like, one of those has... Well, no, that's not true. There is situations where one has better matchups than the other, but I don't think ever will one act. Well, I don't think Galade's matchups. Wait, they literally had. I Iono'd them into Candy Zard Pidgey. What? That's ridiculous. this, bro? What the fuck? Thankfully, we do have the boss fight. What the heck? But I don't think there's a meta where where it's actually better for the meta right now. I don't think is like, I don't even know which matchups the Glade Zard has the advantage in, or the Glade build has the advantage in. Maybe Mirror. That's what I've heard a couple people say, is that the Mirror match is better for the Glade build just because you don't have the Pidgeot on the bench. So I'm not sure even what matchups the Glade build has a better advantage in, but I don't think it'll. I think the Pidgeot build is always going to be the more powerful of the two, to be honest. I think it's always going to be the more powerful of the two in the current meta. Maybe when rotation happens or a new set comes out, it's possible, but right now, definitely not. Dude. I didn't even, like, I was just feeling super. I mean, we still won. I was like feeling like there's not going to be anything, but they literally had the play. I kind of want, I don't know, we didn't need the third Snorlax though. Snorlax, like if we had prized a Snorlax, I would have definitely needed a third Snorlax. But Snorlax is hard. Yeah, my opponent just threw that one so hard though. I think we should have just lost, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think we should have just lost. Kang's County X deserves an opportunity here for the thumbnail. Why did I think it was KH? No. I don't make decks bad on purpose for thumbnails. At first I was like, maybe it is worth it. This match seems so tough against Zard. Like, tough for Zard or tough for us? Because that matchup, I think, at that game specifically, I think they should have won. They just kind of threw. List is in the Discord if you want it. For us? Yeah, that's what I felt. Shoot, I didn't even... I got this then. I didn't even realize that was the 5th time Charge has said that. Weren't you adding the 4th Lugia? No, I was just talking about it. I don't know if I'd actually add it. Charge seems really hard if we have to give up Mew like that early. Definitely hurts. Would prefer not to. Yeah, I mean, the Mew is like a nice safety net for the matchup. But yeah, definitely not necessary if we still trade well. Dude, come on, give me a Lugia. No. Do I even attach active here? I guess I could threaten. Oh, we could like do like a really cheesy threat. Yeah, like imagine if they bench. That would be so cheesy though. So what's gonna happen here? Oh, but I can't bench Lugia V. I can't bench Lugia V and get boss on the same turn, which sucks. But like theoretically, if they go like bench Frigibax, don't bench Manaphy, and I top deck boss, I could go Mew, copy Greninja, KO double Frigibax. I guess that's like still worth the trade off, right? I should just always do that. I missed a lot of stream, but have you already talked about 2 Mew EX versus 1 EX in Lugia? Not really. I just don't think you'd ever play 2, to be honest. I think whenever you attack with Mew EX for value, you basically win the game because of that attack. I'd have to play a lot more with the deck to come to the determination where I feel like a second would be worth it, but yeah. Maybe even a Thornton would be better at that point, to be honest. I could see like a Thornton being the better choice. Dude. Come on, give me the boss top deck. Actually, to be honest, I wouldn't hate an Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball for Luminian for boss. Dude, this will be, come on. It's a good meme. Don't bench Manaphy. Let me top deck boss. Come on, one time. Wow, worth it in Arvinzard? I don't think so, but I haven't played enough of the deck to know all the ins and outs of how much utility it offers. It's definitely not like a consistent factor, I don't think. But there's definitely some utility up against Mirror Match, and then also it's good against Gardevoir if the Gardevoir doesn't play an out. So there's definitely some validity to it, but I would say right now I'm not a big fan of it. Come on, pass. No! They were thinking about it. Yes! Come on, one time, top deck boss! Give it to me, bro. They want me to do it. They didn't even get the Manaphy. I mean, it could have been prize, I guess. But they could have got it off. They could have played that Irida differently, maybe? Come on, please! Yes! Let's go! Awesome. I love it. Dude. Love to see it. I wouldn't blame them. I don't hate them. I wouldn't blame them for conceding here, but to be honest, this is definitely still winnable. I have a Mew in play, and that is it. So they probably shouldn't concede here, but oof, okay. The Lugia. We do need to get down to Lugia here, to be honest, to be safe. But I'm feeling pretty good after that. That was pretty sick. That streamer luck? What? What are the odds of that? I had 10 guarantees, 4 Great Balls, 4 Capturing Aroma, and 2 Mezagoza that could have gotten a Luminion. So I had 4 Boss's Orders, 2 Luminion, 4 Ultra Balls, so that's 10. And then if I had gotten Capturing Aroma Tails, Great Ball into Luminion, or Mezagoza Heads, that would have all also ended up getting me there, so... so that would have all got me there. You don't need to... You don't need... They don't have backs? Well, I mean, they're going to bench Frigibacks, and then if they go double cross Frigir on my lone Lugia V, then I lose. So I do need 2 back. I do need 2 Lugia down on this next turn. As long as they actually get a Frigibacks on the bench. That's kind of going to be the question, though. Can they get a Frigibacks on the bench? Because otherwise they can just, like, double cross Frigir me next turn. Should decks that run Greninja auto bench Manaphy due to the threat of Mew? If you play against Colorless Lugia, I'd say... I mean, it's still situational. It's still situational, but if you play against Colorless Lugia, you should definitely consider it, for sure. Topping Ultra Ball here would be crazy. Topping Ultra Ball is good, but it's not that good because I'm out. I don't have a double turbo on my Mew. So I actually... Oh, no, we can't get there, though. Oh, hold up. No, we can't get there, though. All right. I need another Lugia down now. I mean, we're going to play the Iono, I guess. I can also board lock him with the Collapse or bench lock him. Collapsed Iono. I might need to go into Read the Wind here, to be honest. So maybe I should just attach here. No, I probably want to attach afterwards. Also... Yeah, I don't even know if I should play the Collapse here, though, actually, to be honest. I'm not, like, a huge fan of playing the Collapse here. But if I draw to an energy, I want to be able to play that so I can actually restart for more. Okay. Alright, Lugia V. Snorlax. Dude, this hand... Alright, my hand's not good. I shouldn't have played the Collapse, actually. The more I'm thinking about it, the more I dislike the Collapse play. I don't think it really does a whole ton for me. I do like being able to retreat to the Zard here, though. Yeah, the more I think about it, the less I like the Collapse play for sure. Definitely doesn't seem great. But I do think it's correct to not have attached to Lugia beforehand. We didn't get the energy attachment overall, which kind of sucks. But if I drew into energy there, I'd want to be able to play him so I could draw more with restarts. So I think it was correct to not attach ahead of time. But that play is still correct there to be aggressive with that play because it like gives us. We just effectively have the prize lead before the game really starts. Right now from here, if we both play the game, they get back Excalibur. I get out my Archeops. I'm just ahead by 2 prize cards, even if they get the first knockout. And they went first, so they're likely to get the first knockout. But now they're just evening up the prize trade at this point instead. So we're still in a pretty sick spot. Our best top deck here has got to be Archeops, I think. Yeah, top deck Archeops is the play. Definitely what we're going to be looking for. And they can get the... That's what I was saying. Like, they could get a KO on my Lugia here. Or they could have got a KO on my Lugia here. So... If I only had 1. So that's why we want to make sure we got down 2. As long as I got a Frigibacks down. Yeah. I would have been... Yeah, I guess it was just never possible. Off the prize cards, we would have needed an out to boss or double turbo. And then the top deck would have also had to have led to boss or double turbo. Somehow, one way or the other, so... Vacuum. Well, I mean, to be honest, they probably shouldn't vacuum here. Because this now allows me to Luminion and... Yeah, what are they... Oh, maybe they... I have 0 Archeops on my discard pile. No, the vacuum play from them is bad. The chance that I would ever boss KO... I just can't boss KO Frigibacks with a 3-card hand with 0 Archeops on my discard pile. It's just not happening. But now that they vacuumed it, now I can all of a sudden top deck. Now I can top deck... Now I can put Luminion in play for Burnett. And then... I can put Luminion in play for Burnett. And then... Also, get 2 Archeops down. So it was a huge mistake for them to actually bump the stadium. They should have left Collapse in play. It was actually a mistake for me to even put the more that I've thought about it, it was a mistake for me to put the Collapse in play to begin with. So they're just kind of throwing there. I think I actually might activate the Pokestop I am actually going to use the Pokestop here. It's super important that I get the double chops in the discard pile here. So I'm going to activate the Pokestop here before I research. Because if I get an Ultra Ball, I can Ultra Ball away the top deck plus the Archeops to get an Archeops, a Volta-Lugia V-Star, and then research. The Radzard, I think it's just good. Like, it's literally just a more efficient Snorlax at the end of the game. Because, like, for one Luminous Energy, it does 250. Oh, they're attacking with the Greninja here. Interesting. This lets me attack with the Greninja, though. So, actually, now, I don't actually need... Interesting. I could just go Mew. Oh, they didn't even put the damage on the Mew? Yeah, I don't know about that play, to be honest. I feel like they should have... Well, I guess no. Isn't that better, though? No, never mind. I take it back. It's better to attack with a 1-prizer here than a 2-prizer. Oh, I was thinking they were going to get the double cross-switcher play, though. That's what I was thinking. I just kind of assumed that the double cross-switcher play was happening. But obviously that's not happening here. So, we're not top deck's pretty nice. I can copy Greninja with Mew. Go after the Frigibax. And then hit, I don't know, the Chien Power or something. Or... I actually don't know what the play is here. I actually have no clue what the play is here. I just KO the active with... But conserving Mew doesn't make any sense. No, but conserving my Lugia to respond to their Chien Power does make sense. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I want the Lugia to respond to the Chien Power, so this is always correct. Yeah, that always makes sense. That's the thing that makes sense. Conserving my Lugia to respond to their Chien Power is the thing that makes sense here. I do want to get a gift here in case I go for the boss KO. So I'll go KO. Now, if they do avoid my Mew, I'd maybe want to be able to copy Moonlight Shuriken again. So I could put 90 here. And then theoretically copy Moonlight Shuriken and go KO Baxcalibur plus KO the next Frigibax they put in play. I could also put it here to make this an easier knockout in the future. But this play is so cool. I'm going to go with this play. Oh, no! Wait, no, it still works. I just have to put 2 Colorless Energy next time. I thought, for some reason in my head, it was 90 damage. But now it has 90 HP left, so I'd put 2 Colorless on it and be all good. Yeah, we're still fine. We're still fine. Yeah, so we can just go like this. This is fine. Yeah, in my head, for a second there, I thought I messed up, though. I was like, oh, 70 whiffs. But we can make the next Greninja use a 90. If they attack with a Chien Pow here and KO, what they should have done is they should have, when they used Greninja, they should have put 90 on this Mew. For sure, right? That doesn't ever make sense to not do. At least in my head, that doesn't make any sense to not do. Thoughts on Luxray and Lug? I already cut. I ended up cutting it. We just didn't use it ever, man. I don't know. It didn't feel like it ever got... I don't think it's... It's hard to say it's terrible, but it didn't feel great. It didn't feel great. I think it's good in Mirror Match and Charizard. Because it opens up a play against Charizard to boss KO their Pidgeot, which is great. And it's good in Mirror Match because if they get the initial go-ahead with their Lugia, you just respond to it with the Luxray. But besides that, it's just so awkward. I think you could pretty reasonably utilize it consistently in Mirror. Well, if you're going ahead in Mirror, but like it just being a dead card in basically every other matchup feels not good. And then also the reversals being effectively dead cards in most matchups also just doesn't feel good. So yeah, overall, I'm not a big fan. First shot for third. Yeah, they should have definitely hit Mew, just to like set up the option to like KO the Mew later or something else. Even going like Baxcalibur KO Mew later would have been nice for sure. What matchups? Oh, the Luxray is good in Mirror Match and against Charizard, but falls a little bit flat against, feels like everything else, which is the big problem. Yeah, it feels like it falls flat against like literally everything else. Seems Luxray is Metacall dependent. Yeah, and I wouldn't even say it's Metacall dependent. Like, this format is just so open. Like, there's never going to be a meta narrow enough around Lugia and Charizard that I think you'd ever play the Luxray. I don't know. Maybe it could get to... If you're, like, predicting... Like, I guess Lugia could theoretically become a 20%er. That wouldn't, like, shock me. If Colorless Lugia became a 20% of the meta deck, that wouldn't be, like, the most crazy thing ever. So if you could predict that, or even 15% plus... then at that point I would definitely say Tekken for Mirror is worth it, even if Charizard's like a non-existent deck. I don't know. I guess right now Charizard and Lugia are probably going to each be like 10% of the meta. That's still 20% of the meta. I don't hate it, but it's so bad against like every other matchup. And I don't think Charizard's going to have a great tournament showing personally. So Lugia will probably do solid though. So it's hard. Luxray is for the local meta. Definitely good in the local meta for sure. 4 Luxray. You just go back and forth with Luxrays. Lugia Duraludon? Nah, no shot. Oh, you didn't know what MU meant. Oh, yeah, my bad. Yeah, MU means matchup. Sorry. I thought you were asking what matchups I said. All right. Oh, they did go for this play. Dude, we can actually do the play. Dude, we can do the play. Dude, it's so sick. I can't believe we're going to get to do the play. That's so sick. We just need to get a boss. I'm so excited. Dude, they actually get... Did they not see that we have the play? I just don't think they see it. They're like, oh, I can kill this Lugia. Let's go. Oh, they get to keep 3 energy in play. Okay, okay, okay. They're not like leaving themselves dead in the water. That's... I still really want to do the play, though. Yeah, they're not leaving themselves dead in the water. Are they throwing? No, 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 no. I thought they were discarding all. I wasn't paying attention to how much energy they had in play still. Their play is definitely like fine overall. Okay, let me see real fast. Oh, I should have started with Great Ball, dude. I'm literally just trolling. Let me just get this real fast. Oh no, I should have started. I should have started with using Archeops. I'm gonna go for the play. We're gonna do the play. So we just Archeops for. These are useless now, right? Yeah. No, I should go for a gift. Yeah. Then if they boss KO, I win anyway. So we do this. If they own on me, then I might want to draw to that. Play this. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking with that sequence there, to be honest. That was cringe. Heads. Grab. No, that's correct. Grab this. And then... Ball away these 2. I'm going to grab myself a... minion for a boss. Boss up the Greninja. We're going to KO Baxcalibur and Frigibax. I have gifts on the active. Draw out of it. Bench the other Lugia. Play is just too sick. You can't not do it. It'd be criminal for us to not do this play. Evolve this one. Then we have the other one in hand. So if they boss KO this one, we have the other one here. And then we go... Primal Turbo to put... If they boss KO'd an Archeops... Take 2, take 1. So I should just take one of these. And put it here. But if they actually boss KO'd an Archeops... If they boss KO'd an Archeops, that'd be pretty unfortunate. I guess. But actually, would it? Because they would have 0 energy in play. Or 1 energy in play, maybe. And I could, like, copy Moonlight Shuriken again to KO another Frigibax that they put in play. We could still, like, draw into an energy as well. Or if we rip an energy off... Well, no, I can just boss... I have a double turbo left, right? I can just like boss KO still. Yeah, never mind. I have a double turbo in deck, I think. Yeah, because I Ultra Ball for Illuminate for boss. I forgot. For some reason, I thought. And now we drew this. For some reason, I thought I had to be able to like use Lugia to KO Chi and Pal. But if they boss KO and Archeops, I keep my hand. Ultra Ball goes for second Illuminate for boss. Yeah, we just win no matter what. Do they ever have like a? He's back, baby. Dude, have I only killed Frigibaxes this game? Wait, what else have I KO'd this game? Has it literally just been 4? Have I KO'd 5 Frigibax? 1, 2, or Frigibax and Baxcalibur? I think so. I've literally only KO'd Frigibaxes and Baxcaliburs, right? Or am I trolling? I think so. It's literally been a Frigibax slaughter. Dude, this game was hilarious. This game was so funny. What the heck? It's a good thing they play 2 Super Rod. Frigiback still no Manaphy. I mean, they're kind of like, once they bench the double B barrel, it kind of made it impossible to ever put the Manaphy in play. Seal clubbing the game. Dude, they're gonna become extinct, bro. Frigibacks are extinct now. What the heck? Spawn trapping the Excalibur. Dude, this game is just too funny, to be honest. This one's hilarious. Manaphy probably prize. Or they just didn't think about the play initially. If they just didn't like consider the play initially, that's what I would have on my second turn. As soon as they put down double Bidoof, it made it really hard to play around the play, to be honest. So they do see the correct play here, though. KO on the Archeops. But I mean, this game really wasn't that close to the end. We were always like way ahead on tempo, and I could have made some different plays throughout this game to probably have been further ahead as well, to be honest. But yeah, we were always like super far ahead on tempo in this one. Yeah, this is a hilarious game. This one was so funny. No way he does it a third time. Oh, bro, we got to do it a fourth. We have to do it, right? We have to do it a fourth time. One last time. Don't concede, please. Gotta do it one more time. Let's go. That's hilarious, man. 4 bosses so sick in this deck. I think 3 might be better, but I honestly think 3 boss might be better. But it's close. Like, raw drawing into boss with the deck is just so good. Just, like, having the boss without having to Luminion for it is just so good. It feels like so good so often. So, yeah, I'm not sure, but it's, like, really good for sure. That was so funny. The only... Yeah, the next card I really gotta figure out if I want or not is Weird Ear. Weird Ear's, like, the next big one to find out. I don't think I'd put a second Burnett in over boss, no. Probably just like more consistency, whatever it might be. I'm not sure where it would be though. Best deck in the meta is right now? Guardy. Broken Guardy. Alright, chat, I need to go pee again and fill up my water bottle. I will be right back. We're still rocking Lug. I kind of want to work on a Alakazam build as well, to be honest. So we might switch over to Alakazam after I get back. We'll see. Yeah, I'm gonna go pee. We'll be right back. And then maybe some Alakazam. I want to give Alakazam another shot, I think. I don't know what I want to do with it, but we could, we'll see. I'll be right back. What's my Guardy list like? That's a secret. You'll never get my Guardy list. All right, where did I end with this deck, man? All right, all right, all right. Alakazam, Alakazammed. What? I don't think Blocksonics does anything. Like, what does Blocksonics do? What is it? What is it preventing from happening? What is the Blocksonics actually doing? It doesn't do anything, does it? Wins you games? All right, my bad. Jeez. It's blocking them. Oh shoot. Well, yeah. If they can't do anything, I guess if they're blocked, then dub. Spiritomb. I don't know. I guess if we want to beat Mew, probably should play Spiritomb. I'm trying to think about like what I'm trying to do with this deck though. I live in the same house as Lorelei. Yeah. Or what? Love he works like Spiritomb. Radiant Alakazam is really nice in this. It falls. Leave it on. It won't stay on. It won't stay on. I tried to put it on. Defiance is really good, yeah. Is it? You have to be losing for it to do anything. I mean, maybe that's fine, I guess. I don't know. I'm trying to think, man. I'm trying to think. Let me cook. Do we ever just like not play rare candies? Do you ever just like wait to attack until turn 3? Or is that too slow? Like, how often are we gonna get turn 2 candy Alakazam attack? Would it be better just to evolve through the middle stage? Or is that too slow? Do we want to try and go for a turn 2 Alakazam? Dude, what the fuck? Oh. Candies are really good if you play Billy. Also, does Path make sense? That's another thing I haven't really thought about. Is Path even good? Bloon makes Glade and Alakazam free retreat. They don't need free retreat though. They're already on the bench. They're either getting boss KO'd or we can just retreat them. Path and Templar are both really good. Dude, this deck hurts my head, man. I'm trying to like think about it. Palkia Locking Stadium is as good as you think it is. So it's good or it's bad? Is it good? What is the should we play a draw engine or should we not play a draw engine? Also, what the heck matchup is Mimikyu for again? Yeah, should we play a draw engine or no? Bib. Bib. Will you sign my everyone discharge Patricio at Peoria? Sure, Gengar guy. Appreciate the 12 months. Shamony X needed. I don't think I'm playing Shamony X in here. Why do I play double turbos in here again? To use the first attack. Oh man, this deck hurts my head. I'm trying to like figure out how I'd want to play it. Let me think. Blocks and arms for late game boss stall. So you could like what, trap something in the active at the end of the game. Slower with Kadabra. Yeah, we could do it slower with Kadabra and then play. Or had Pidgeot in his list. Pidgeot? I guess I don't hate the idea of Pidgeot either. It's a lot more to set up though. Alright, let's try Bib, I guess. I haven't seen a lot of other people do the Bib as well, so I'll give it a shot. What about? Oh, so wait, what matchup is the Mimikyu's for? Are the Mimikyu's even worth playing? Yeah, what the heck is Mimikyu for? Ditto for turn 1 locks? I mean, I would have to like open the Ditto, I guess. It doesn't seem worth it. Miraidon? Is that the only matchup? Is it just the Miraidon matchup? What else would Mimikyu be good against? Mimikyu could be good against Charizard as well, right? Actually, they don't have like great... Charizard, Miraidon, single strike? Single strike? Oh, Lugia? Yeah, sure. Charizard... Teleon? Sure. Do I need to play a Manaphy? Like up against Max Caliber, Manaphy specifically seems really good, so they can't just like Greninja snipe us. I don't know if I want to tech for Chi and Pao though. I'd swap Mimikyu and Poke accounts to be honest. I feel like Mimikyu is something you might need a chain, whereas Palkia is like something that like sticks and then you don't worry about it, right? I'm just gonna go like, do we need 4 Klefki? Can we do 3 Klefki or yeah, what should our Klefki count look like? Is 4 too many? Or it's the best starter in most situations, right? Gardevoir. Palkia plus Path against Gardevoir is pretty good for sure. Excuse me. Kadabra. We should probably play like one Kadabra, right? Oh, did I cut the rare candies? Oh yeah, because I was thinking about going no rare candy. Dude, how do you spell? Oh wait, maybe I just don't. It is level ballable too. Palkia because Guardy runs vacuum. Yeah, I could see it. You rank rare candy, don't you go pitch yet? I don't think necessarily. Have I met Lewis? What are you saying, Gengar guy? I almost like the idea of just there's no shot that Diance's worth it, right? No, because Diancie only stops bossing on basics, not otherwise you'd probably play one for like mid game or late game scenarios. Diancie only stops Diancie only stops bossing on basics. I don't know, I'm just thinking. Just let me think. Yeah, just let me think for a second. I gotta look at matchups, you know, to be honest, I gotta look at matchups. Let's do this real fast. Hold up. This deck is like this deck is different than most decks because like all of the things you play in this deck are specifically to beat certain matchups. So, yeah. So let me see. This deck loses to Iron Hands EX. Why play it? True. You're right. Let's just go over every matchup. So our win condition against Gardevoir is Palkia Path. If we don't have Palkia Path, we just lose, right? Win condition against Gardevoir is Palkia Path. Win condition against Miraidon is Klefki early, then Mimikyu. Win condition against Charizard is Palkia Path. Palkia Path seems really good against him, actually, right? Yeah, Palkia Path against Charizard. And then we'll just like figure it out from there. But Palkia Path against Charizard seems good. What about a Luminion and a basic? Probably not, because you could just like Ultra Buffer and then retreat. Against Lost Box, the best thing in the active is just Klefki the whole game, right? Against Lugia, the Lugia matchup honestly seems tough, right? Like, how do you actually beat Lugia? You hit them for 120, and they just go knock out your active over and over and over again. You can open up Klefki early. You Palkia Path. Oh yeah, Palkia Path is good into Temple. I mean, the Temple just doesn't matter. They're just attacking with the Lugia. They don't care about Temple. They're just gonna attack with the Lugia V-Star and bump the Temple. Yeah, so Palkia Path early. And then, but as soon as they draw out of it, they're just like chilling. As soon as they get a boss around your Palkia, it would just come down to Punkaboo, to be honest. Yeah, if they can't find Punkaboo, then you can. Well, they can actually just like build up a Lugia as well. So yeah, I mean, you can like just get it. You just need to get far enough ahead. That's the goal. Slow them down, get far enough ahead. Seems like an unfavorable matchup. Chi and Pao. Klefki early. Get ahead with Klefki. Klefki's really good against Chi and Pao. Lost on Tina, get ahead with Klefki. Lost on Zard, get ahead with Klefki. Rapid Strike and Teleon. Mimikyu, I guess. Groudon active? Probably not. Mew, Klefki active, I guess, or even Palkia plus what's it called? Just yeah, Klefki or Palkia Path, both are fine. So we're using Palkia Path more than we use Mimikyu, right? I think so, yeah. We're using Klefki more than anything. Klefki is just like a really good neutral starter in general. But I don't know. I could see this. It's pretty good to open against Lost on decks, so I don't know. Or Boss, right? I don't know. Do I want to? I don't. Rare candies don't even seem that good, to be honest. Honestly, I don't hate the idea of Ditto. I don't hate the idea of Ditto, but it's still probably not worth it. Um, Ursaluna V plus Penny Loop in this deck? No. I mean, are you cooking? At first I said no, but like, hold on, let me read Ursaluna. How do you spell it? Ursa. 260 HP. 211 Espeon. Oh, that shutdown. I don't know. It seems slow. I think Ditto can work. Yeah, but if you don't open with the Ditto itself, it's like going to use Level Ball for Ditto when you could just like Level Ball for the Pokemon you wanted. So it doesn't make a difference. Yeah, I said playing Ditto doesn't make any sense. I don't think, because if you don't open the Ditto and then you go search for the Ditto, it's like you could have just searched for the Pokemon. Yeah. 260 HP plus Bravery Charm. I mean, that's a lot of HP. Penny Loop it while we can do damage. Nothing's really doing that dude, doesn't Charizard just cook us eventually? Dude, I feel like Charizard eventually just... Yeah, Charizard eventually just one-hit KOs us, right? That sucks. Which, so we really have to try and get far ahead in that situation then. Alright, alright. Mimikyu body Charizard? Oh, that's right. Mimikyu makes things annoying. Okay, so yeah. I think we should maybe do like a... Maybe we should do this. I'm thinking about like not doing rare candies and keeping the level ball count high so we can just like I just don't know if I'm getting the candy turn 2 off. Like, maybe it's better just to play a bunch of Kadabras. But then at that point, if we're doing the level ball, should we play Curlia instead? What does our bench look like? Our bench is 2 Wallers, 2 Alakazam, 1 B-Barrel plus something, or 2 Curlias. Maybe the B-Barrel is just better. Aerodactyl V-Star could be a thing. Um, could Aerodactyl V-Star be a thing in here? You got me thinking about it. We attack with Aerodactyl V-Star, but we're not like doing any damage anytime soon after that. Then if we're going attach to Aerodactyl, attach retreat, we're still 2 attachments away from attacking with Alakazam. We got like a double turbo. Yeah, I don't think Arrow makes sense. I just have 3 spots open now. Bro, mention Ditto one more time. I need it. I need it. Luna for the Lugia matchup? Ursa Luna? No. I don't know how we beat the Lugia matchup, to be honest. Oh, yeah. What about some kind of tool card, though? Like Vitality Band, he lets us hit for 130. Defiance Band lets us hit for 150. Is that, like, relevant, though? What is 130 HP? Defiance Band one hit Snorlax. Ninja. Yeah, we could kill the Ninja. Man, I'm like, Vengeful Punch. Vengeful Punch is interesting. Put that on the active that we're like protecting. Yeah, Vengeful Punch would be interesting. I am streaming tomorrow, yeah. Ah, man. I gotta play some games, I think. I just gotta play some games. Yeah, I just gotta play some games. Dude, I need to go. I'm about to start to get a headache. I gotta go get some food. I should have got some food when I went to go get some water. All right, I'll be back again, chat. All right, we cooked up a list. We're gonna go play some games after this. I just gotta play some games. I don't know what the heck I'm trying to do, to be honest. But yeah, I'm starting to get a headache. I need to go get some food. I'll be right back. All right, my bad. I should have went and got food when I got I should have went and got food when I went and got water. But then all of a sudden he like hit me out of nowhere and I was all of a sudden like really hungry, so alright, let's just play some games. We'll see what happens. Mimic UV, Penny Balloon might go. Could be interesting. I feel like the Ursaluna is probably better though, but maybe it's kind of like the same thing. It's kind of like the same thing. Dude, let me get him. I actually don't know which one's correct to open up there, to be honest. We should also maybe play 4-path, I guess, as well. Oh, but I guess with Palkia, if it's a heavy... If it's one where we really want path, we have Palkia. I don't know. Crushing Hammer in here? Nah. Be alright. We do want to get... Oh. What do we actually want to put in the active against this? Mimikyu, right? Or Klefki, I mean. Klefki, attach, and then Iono, I guess. Alright, sure, I'm down. Seems good. Level ball for the level ball for the doof. Fog for the Abra. Are we cooking? It looks like it to me. I don't even need to throw a path out there, right? Although I could now. What's this say? This does the same thing. Except this is better. Because now they can't put Pokestop in play. Yeah, so I guess this is just better. But now I actually don't have another card to discard. I guess I can discard the... I don't know what I'll discard here, to be honest. Oh. Well, they have one vacuum versus 4 Pokestop. But, well... They could Irida for the vacuum, though. So I probably should just retreat to the Klefki, to be honest. Yeah, I think it was a mistake, actually. They could Irida for the vacuum. Alright, alright. Alright, they shouldn't have any vacuum anymore.
Okay, any matchup where we want to lock path and play. So we'll probably retreat to Klefki here. If we get a path here, I guess we'll leave in the active, but... Should I get Mimikyu involved here? Yes. But should I retreat to the Klefki or the Mimikyu this turn? Is there a setup to knock out my active no matter what? Just make things awkward for them. Oh. Man. I send him to Klefki this energy attack knockout. Alright. I'll go Klefki this turn. I think I'll do Mimikyu. I like Boss, B-Barrel, KO, B-Barrel. Right. They can Greninja though. Alright, this play's correct because it prevents the Greninja play from happening more likely. I mean, just because they can Greninja my Mimikyu doesn't mean it's not right to send up Mimikyu and make them find out. But if they attack with Greninja this turn, we literally just lose the game. They're just gonna KO my Kadabra and my Abra. So I think next turn we'll look for a Boss KO B-Barrel. Or maybe the Frigibax if that says the Frigibax. I'm down. I think we can win this one. Alright. Fine. I don't really want to play Manaphy in here. Manaphy seems mid. Like, yeah, Manaphy seems hella mid. There's like no matchups where it's that good. It's good against anything with Greninja. But the majority of Greninja decks are Lost Box decks that we beat with Klefki. So, not a big fan. Not a big fan. Yeah. What we got? Ooh, cooking. All right. I guess I'll play around escape rope and then 120 punch. How much does Mind Jack do again? 90 plus 30, so we're looking at 150, 240 with a full bench. Yeah. Bravery Charm sounds good. I don't know for what. What is Bravery Charm good against? Like, on what? What are we putting on? Mimikyu? Greninja? No, we can't find Bravery Charm. If we're afraid of Greninja, we play Manaphy. Yeah, if we're afraid of Greninja, we play Manaphy. We don't ever play Bravery Charm. We have no way to find Bravery Charms. No shot. I could send this up in Mind Jack KO. I have nothing to like wall against Baxcalibur, right? I have no wall for Baxcalibur. Every time I Mimikyu, I guess maybe. I think another Mimikyu does the exact same thing. They hit you with Charmeleon or something. Like Baxcalibur still KOs you. Yeah, so we just go like mind what? What is it called? Mind Jack, right? You heard me. All right. Honestly, I kind of like the non-rare candies. The no-rare candy. Yeah, I'm digging just like the evolution line. And maybe a heavy ball, I don't know. Easiest tier 1 deck to buy for a new player? Tier 1? Probably Lugia. Colorless Lugia, yeah. Yeah, I'd say Colorless Lugia. Kills Bib and Judge Path. Bro, do you know what Alakazam does? What the heck? I can hit the active. I can't snipe the bench. It's 120 to the active or Mind Jack to the active? If this thing could snipe, Alakazam would be so much better if you could snipe. Yeah, not quite, not quite. I might go Judge KOB barrel this next turn though, or not Judge, Boss. If dimensional hand, yeah, if it could hit bench, that would be insane. If you could hit bench, that'd be kind of insane. I would. I need to play GM Battle backs for regionals. It's too good. It's all right. Mainly, the Brave Charm works well against Single Strike Lugia. On Mimikyu, this thing just dies to all their Single Strike one prize attackers. What do you mean? Unless you're putting it somewhere else. We'll probably go push Mimikyu, boss KO the B barrel. I think we'll see. If the second attack hit 160 or 170, it'd be so good. That would also be pretty good, yeah. That would also be pretty good if we're KOing stuff like Baxcalibur from the bench. Not bad. They actually not knock us out? Mew Masquerada deck? No. Like, which Mew? The item finding Mew? I have not seen it. What's it called? Mysterious Tail? Is that what it's called? I forget what it's called. Or wait, do we actually go boss KO the Baxcalibur? We actually might boss KO Baxcalibur here if they don't actually bench another Frigibax. Then we're gonna get punched by Palkia, which would be annoying. Huh. Yeah, so I have two plays here then. Not because Chops can't hit the Mimikyu, and they over bench, and you can also one hit. What do you mean Chops can't hit the Mimikyu? Chops can hit the Mimikyu. They just have to put 3 Colorless Energy, and then the Chops can hit the Mimikyu. Mew VMAX with 202 Meowscarada, 2 candies? Oh, that sounds terrible. I think I'm gonna go boss KO here. I don't know if it's the correct play, but we're gonna do it anyways. With the Mind Jack. Oh, dude, you know what? I need a Abra off my prize card. I don't have another evolution line set up. I can't like. Oh, I only get 1 prize card. Oh no. I have to like run. I have to run next turn. I hope they don't gust me. I can like run to Mimikyu and then attack with the dimensional hand, I guess. Not with turbo. Yeah, but like that's not that hard for them to do, I don't think. The real question is why aren't we playing Weezing with this boy? Because it's a stage 1 that flips a coin. Maybe though, maybe. Oh, what? They are trolling. Wait, unless they don't have a. Wait, actually, how many switch cards do I even play anymore? Can I even move this thing? I played 2 double turbos, but did I cut the switch cards? I think I cut them. I think I cut them. 10 card deck, 16 card deck. I'm decking out first, so we gotta. Oh wait, I can attack from the bench. Lol. I forgot. Yeah, I forgot I can just do this. I'm not even gonna retreat it. We're just gonna chill. That's funny. Yeah, I forgot about that. Nice try, buddy. But Alakazam's broken. Tank barrel. Let's get in there. Fine seems really good here. It's okay. I don't know. I just don't know if we're mostly going to be behind or not. I need to play more games, see if we're behind all the time. If we're behind all the time, then Defiance Bands does sound good. But if we're only behind sometimes... Oh, no, I got the bosses off the Colress. I should boss up the B-Barrel next turn, though. Definitely should boss B-Barrel next turn. Do I ever skip leg day? No. Well, now I maybe boss the Frigibax, to be honest. They have Palkia, but how much? They have plenty of energy. They have all their retrievals left. Maybe no, bossing this Palkia doesn't make any sense. They have 2 prize cards left. That's what I'm scared of. What do I actually do here? How do I deal with this Palkia? They have 2 switchers left. One could be prized. They might play the boss. Dude, I think I just lose. No, I gotta get this thing out of the... I gotta get this into the Mimikyu, actually. This is what wins me the game. And I go... Boss KO this to limit their options. Okay, actually, no. We're cooking now. We're cooking now. I forgot about Mimikyu, to be honest. But we got Mimikyu, yeah. Yeah, we got Mimikyu now. Retreat to Palkia, kill into boss kill. Kill into boss kill. Oh, true. We could have done that, yeah. I had boss kill, boss kill. Yeah, yeah, you're right. Or kill, boss kill. Yeah, my bad. Oops. Yeah, that was definitely the play. Kind of toasted, to be honest. Tired. Well, we won. We won our first game here. Is it working? Maybe. I don't know. This is tough. Alakazam being good would be really sick, to be honest. It would be really, really cool if Alakazam is good. Be pretty dope. Oh, yes, the Manaphy. But of course, the missing piece, the Manaphy. They're hard locking themselves out of Frigies. They're already down a Super Rod. I don't know if this list plays... Oh! That's fine, though. We can just, like, Mind Jack knockout. If you belt Zam, does it do extra damage from bench? It does, yes. Would do more damage from the bench. Would. Oh, gosh. I didn't even, like, think about, like, if I deck out here or not. I was like, oh, shoot, do I deck out? Huh. That is interesting. So we don't really need a ton of... That's interesting. We don't need a ton of switch cards then. Because, like... If they boss... The question would be, like, if they boss my B-Barrel and I don't retreat it that turn... Oh, man. There's, like... This deck is... this deck hurts my head so much. Will you never deck out? Wait. I mean, I could. What do you mean? Oh, you're saying... Oh, are you talking about the meme where I say I never deck out? man. I'm really cooked on this one. Dude, this doesn't do anything. I can still attack. Maybe they're just trying to stop me from using Mind Jack. I guess that's fair, yeah. Oh, they do have a line here. They actually have a line here. So do I, though. Goodbye, Manaphy. You're done, buddy. Dude. Oh my gosh, yeah. Sure. All right, chat, I think that's going to do it for me for tonight. That's a good stream, though. I'm kind of cooked now. I'm kind of tired. Mentally drained. It's time I headed off. That was a fun stream. Had a good stream today. I'll be back again tomorrow. We'll start up with Alakazam. We'll start tomorrow's stream with Alakazam. I want to work on Alakazam more. I'm a little bit more confident in the deck, to be honest. I'm a little bit more confident in the deck now for sure. So I wanna keep working on it. So that's the plan for tomorrow. More Alakazam action. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Fun stream as always. Catch y'all tomorrow. I'm gonna go ahead and send y'all off into the void. Once again, I'm partnered now with PTCG Store. So if you guys ever need codes, you need to fill out your collections on PTCG Live, you need credits or want to get some of the new codes, open some packs, get the new cards, whatever it might be, and you need codes and you want to support me, then be sure to go check out PTCGL Store. And you can use code AzulGG over there for 5% off, so make sure you take advantage of that whenever you go get codes over there. Appreciate it as always, chat. Have a good one. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Same shit. Start with some Alakazam. I don't know where we're going to go from there. We'll figure it out. Check out the YouTube channel if you want more content from me. I'm uploading regularly on the YouTube channel as well. It'll be a busy month, but I'm trying to keep up with the content. Gonna try and keep up with the content this month. All right, have a good one, chat. I'll send you all to the void. Peace.